Hello everyone and welcome back to The Night Scared. Now I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off, I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the case. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. Story 1 on September 11th, 2003, the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival illuminated family reunions, and the festive atmosphere was everywhere. Families gathered around the table sharing stories and joy. However, outside the emergency room of a hospital in Suzhou, Jiangsu Province, China, a man named Chio Exa Chong sat in the waiting area, his face filled with sorrow. Inside the emergency room was his beloved wife, Gusu. Upon hearing that his daughter was in critical condition, Chio Sia Chong's father-in-law, Gurong, rushed to the hospital. He didn't have time to grieve. Instead, he immediately contacted an old friend who was the director of a hospital in Suzhou to assist in the emergency treatment. Unfortunately, despite the doctor's efforts over 2 hours, they were unable to save Go before retiring. Gurong had been one of the leading medical experts in the region. He had spent his life saving countless patients, but now he was powerless to save his own daughter. At that moment, the pain in the father's heart was overwhelming. As for the son-in-law, Cho Sha Chong, his grief was unbearable. He collapsed beside his wife's body, crying bitterly, and even attempted to bang his head against the wall to take his own life. This deeply moved everyone present as they could feel the profound love between the couple. Not only that Chio Exa Chong fell to his knees crying as he spoke to his in-laws, "You entrusted Su to me, but I failed to take good care of her. I'm so sorry. From now on, I will be your son by blood." Seeing the immense grief in their son-in-law, Mr. also felt deep sorrow, however. With his many years of experience in medicine and his knowledge of cardiology, he couldn't shake the suspicion that there was something unusual about his daughter's death. Gusu had always been healthy. Growing up, it was only in the past 2 years that she began experiencing dizziness, chest pain, and gradually developing symptoms of cardiovascular disease. Despite frequent medical checkups, the cause of her condition remained undiagnosed when Mr. Gu arrived at the hospital. He observed that his DA's pupils were dilated, her entire body was blue from head to toe, her abdomen was swollen, and there was fluid at the corners of her mouth. He also learned that her cause of death was listed as respiratory failure, with her heart stopping afterward. All these signs suggested that Gusu didn't die from heart disease, as the hospital had concluded, but rather exhibited symptoms more consistent with poisoning. Because of this, Mr. Gu quietly preserved the fluids from his daughter's body to investigate further around 3 a.m. On September 12th, filled with suspicion, Mr. Gu privately called Chu Xia Chong, who was sitting beside his wife's body. Outside for a talk, he said to his son-in-law, "We are both doctors from the time you had dinner until Su was brought to the hospital. It was just the two of you at home. You need to tell me exactly how Su died." Faced with his father-in-law's questioning, Chu Xia Chong became highly agitated. He raised his hand to the sky and swore, "I absolutely did nothing wrong to Gu." Seeing his son-in-law's firm stance, Mr. Gu didn't press further, however, to clarify the cause of his daughter's death. He proactively suggested conducting an autopsy. This decision was met with general agreement from most people, but when Chu Xia Chong heard this, he immediately collapsed to the ground. His eyes filled with an inexplicable fear on the afternoon of September 13th, 2003, as forensic doctors were preparing to perform the autopsy. Chu Xiao Chong suddenly burst in. He knelt before the doctors, desperately trying to stop them from performing the autopsy on his wife. At that moment, it took about 7 or 8 men, but they still couldn't pull him away. He even pointed directly at his father-in-law and said, "She's already dead. How can you bear to cut open your own daughter?" Some relatives present tried to reason with him, saying that the autopsy might actually be in his best interest, as it could be necessary to clarify things later. But unexpectedly, these words only made Chu Xiao Chong even more furious. In this situation, the autopsy was delayed until 6 p.m. Before it could finally proceed, the results came out quickly on September 14th, 2003, when the Goof family received the autopsy report for their daughter. Ketamine is a short-acting anesthetic that is colorless, odorless, and easily dissolves in water. In medical practice, it is typically used for minor surgeries or diagnostic procedures. However, if ingested, this anesthetic can place significant stress on the heart, particularly when it reaches a certain dosage. It can suppress respiration, leading to heart failure and ultimately death. This anesthetic is a controlled substance that cannot be purchased at regular ease. Only medical professionals have access to it upon discovering the cause of his daughter's death. Mr. Gu immediately reported it to the police, understanding the gravity of the situation. The police quickly realized that this case was far from simple and promptly launched an investigation. Through their investigation, the police learned that Gusu had a cheerful personality, maintained good relationships with her colleagues, and her daily mood was stable. Her co-workers mentioned that 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Gusu had asked Chu Xiaochang to bring medicine to another colleague. The couple appeared to be very affectionate. She also revealed that this year they didn't plan to give mooncakes to Chu's parents, but instead would send them a monetary gift directly. None of these details indicated that Gusu had any intention of committing suicide, so the police ruled out this possibility. The police then reviewed the hospital's medication records and interviewed Guosu's primary doctor through this investigation. They confirmed that she had not been administered ketamine on the day of her death. This allowed the police to rule out the possibility of a hospital overdose. This left only one possibility. Gusu had been murdered. The most likely suspect, someone with easy access to ketamine and the ability to secretly administer it in her daily life, was her husband Chu Xiaochang. Given his suspicious behavior during the autopsy, the police decided to conduct a thorough investigation of Chu Xiaochang not long after they found his signature on the hospital records for obtaining the anesthetic, as well as the discarded medicine packaging he had thrown away after poisoning his wife. After compiling the evidence on the evening of September 23, 2003, Huzhou District Police took Chu Xiaoyang into criminal custody. When the police arrived, Chu Xiaochang was under the impression that his wife's body had already been cremated, so he wasn't concerned and was at his lover's house. After 12 hours of silence in the face of overwhelming evidence, Chu Xiaochang finally admitted that he had poisoned Gusu, leading to her death. Facing this harsh reality, Mr. Gu Surong felt an overwhelming sense of pain and blamed himself, saying, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my daughter wouldn't have died." But why did Chu Xiaochang resort to poisoning and murdering his own wife? Chu Xiaochang was born in 1969 in Pingjiang District, Suzhou City, China. From a young age, his family was impoverished and daily life was extremely difficult. Growing up in such an environment made him fiercely competitive, driving him to excel in everything he did. Whether in academics or any other aspect of life, in 1987, Chu Xiaochang was admitted to Suzhou Medical University with outstanding grades. However, his family did not support this decision, but believing that the path he had chosen was too challenging and encouraging him to pursue a different direction. Despite this, Chu Xiaochang was resolute in his choice, as it was not only a set goal, but also a lifelong dream. The more his family opposed him, the more determined he became to prove them wrong. By succeeding during his time at University, Chu Xiaochang not only studied diligently, but also actively participated in school activities, earning high regard from both his teachers and peers. After graduating with honors in 1992, Chu Xiaochang was assigned to intern at Pingjiang District People's Hospital. At that time, this position was highly coveted, as even though he was only an intern, with perseverance and hard work, becoming a full-fledged doctor was just a matter of time. However, this seemingly admirable path did not satisfy Chu Xiaochang. He didn't want to spend too much time and effort just to secure a position as a senior doctor at the hospital. Instead, he decided to further his education to open up more opportunities. Chu Xiaoyang then applied for the graduate program at his alma mater. There's no denying his academic prowess as he passed the entrance exams for graduate school. Just over a year later, this achievement led him to meet the most influential person in his life, his graduate advisor, Professor Gai Rong. At that time, Gai Rong was the head of the thoracic surgery department at the second affiliated hospital of Suzhou Medical University. a renowned medical expert in the region and a former standing committee member of the Suzhou People's Congress. Being accepted as his student was an incredibly fortunate opportunity for Chu Xie-chong, continuing his outstanding academic performance. Just as he had during his undergraduate years, Chu Xie-chong also served as a student council officer and was a member of the Communist Party of China. These qualities made Professor Guo highly regard this talented young man. Chu Xiaochong understood that gaining his professor's recognition could completely change his future, so he often went out of his way to assist Professor Gu with small tasks like buying groceries or exchanging gas cylinders in an effort to grow closer to him. But even Chu Xie-chong didn't anticipate that the professor would want to match him with his daughter to outsiders. Gu Xirong appeared to have a successful career and a happy life, but as the saying goes, every family has its own troubles, and there was one issue that constantly weighed on his mind, causing him to frown whenever he thought about it. As it turned out, he had two daughters, Gu and Wu Jing, but neither of them wanted to pursue a career in medicine. They often joked with him, saying telling someone to study medicine is a curse. Mr. Gu could only shake his head and smile faintly. However, the thought of spending his entire life in the medical field without anyone to carry on his legacy after he was gone left him with a deep sense of regret. Yet more concerning to him than this was the matter of his eldest daughter. Jisu's marriage prospects after graduating from college. Gusu worked as an accountant at a construction inspection station. She had a somewhat introverted personality and wasn't interested in makeup or fashion. As a result, even at nearly 26 years old, she had not found a suitable partner, let alone considered marriage or starting a family. As time passed, the aging father grew increasingly worried about this. The arrival of Chu Xie-chong brought a glimmer of hope. A talented young man like Chu Xie-chong with outstanding academic achievements, excellent communication skills, and a passion for medicine was a rare find if he could become his son-in-law. Not only would his daughter have a good husband, but Mr. Gu's career would also have a worthy successor. It seemed like a perfect solution. So Gurong inquired about Chu Xie-young's romantic life. If he already had a girlfriend, Mr. Gu would have dropped the idea. However, after some hesitation, Chu Xie-chong shyly admitted to his professor that he didn't have a girlfriend. This prompted Mr. Gu to pursue his plan to match his daughter Gu's SU with his promising student. To his surprise, Gusu and Chu Xie-chong quickly developed feelings for each other, and it wasn't long before they began dating by 1997 in front of friends and family. Chu Xie-chong and Gu walked down the aisle together during the wedding. Chu Xie-chong promised his father-in-law that he would take good care of his daughter, seeing the young couple whom he had brought together so full of happiness. Mr. Gu felt a deep sense of joy. After Chu Xie-chong completed his graduate studies, his father-in-law's connections helped him secure a position at Suzhou Children's Hospital. The benefits and advancement opportunities there were significantly better than at the district hospital where he had previously worked. In truth, Chu Xie-chong was also highly skilled in his field. The Suzhou Evening News published a report on October 8, 2003, about a successful laparoscopic surgery performed on a young boy with congenital biliary atria at Suzhou Children's Hospital. This was the first surgery of its kind in China, and the boy undergoing the procedure was only 2 months old at the time. The lead surgeon for this operation was Chu Xie-young, demonstrating his advanced medical expertise for years into their marriage. Gusu gave birth to a baby girl. To many, Chu Xie-chong appeared to be a man who had it all. He had married the professor's daughter, enjoyed a harmonious and happy family life, and had a promising career with a bright future ahead. However, in the eyes of Chu Xie-chang's parents, things were not as ideal. They believed that their son's marriage to Jisu was a mistake in the fall of 1997 while working at an engineering station in Haitian Xinjiang Chuxia. Chong's father unexpectedly received a letter from his son. In the letter, Chu Xie-chong expressed his wish for his parents to attend his wedding to Gusu. This puzzled his father greatly, as his son's girlfriend wasn't named Gu. It turned out that before meeting Gusu, Chu Xie-chong had been in a long-term relationship with a primary school teacher. They were deeply in love and had even discussed marriage. However, in order to gain favor with his professor and secure a quicker path to career advancement, Chusia Chong decided to break up with his girlfriend of many years. His parents met Gusu for the first time at the wedding. They were not pleased with their new daughter-in-law, as their son's previous girlfriend was tall and beautiful, while Gusu was quite plain and petite. Chusia Chang had always had a positive public image and was well-liked by many at Suzhou Children's Hospital. Chusia Chang was also highly regarded by many of the patients' families, who praised him for his skill and humble demeanor. Whenever GSU's colleagues had health issues, they would often seek out Chusia Young for help, and he would proactively bring them medicine. As a result, everyone had a very favorable impression of him. Ding, a colleague who had worked with Gu for 8 years, always believed that the couple was a perfect match. The husband had a successful career and was always willing to help others. Meanwhile, Gusu had been promoted to department head just that July. Additionally, Chusia Chang's personality was gentle, humble, and he never instigated conflicts with anyone. 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chusia Chang brought medicine to one of Gus Su's colleagues. Just then, another colleague had returned from a business trip bringing gifts from their hometown, so everyone gathered to enjoy them. Gusu playfully said to her husband, "Feed me, Chuya." Chang smiled and replied, "I fed you before you're still like a child." This interaction made everyone around them feel that they were a sweet couple. Colleagues remarked that if the company were to hold a contest for the ideal couple, they would all vote for Chusia Chang and his wife. But all of this was merely a facade that Chusia Chang maintained in front of others. In reality, Chuya Chang and Gusu didn't share the loving relationship that everyone believed they had. In fact, it could be said that they were married in name only, without any real emotional bond from the beginning. Chusia Chang never loved Gusu. He married her solely for the benefits that her family could provide. He knew that his rapid career advancement was entirely due to the support of his father-in-law shortly after their marriage at the end of 1997. CHXA. Chang's parents' home was demolished with nowhere else to stay. They hoped to temporarily live with their son until their new home was built. However, they ended up living in the basement of their son's new house. For 10 months, Chuya Chang's mother believed that the situation wasn't her son's fault, but rather that his wife was the one who didn't agree to the arrangement. She pointed out that the house was allocated to them by Gus's workplace. However, Chusia Chang's parents did acknowledge that after the birth of their granddaughter, their daughter-in-law treated them better. Chusia Chang's mother thought this was because they had worked hard to take care of their granddaughter. However, Jisu's colleagues felt that she treated her in-laws even better than she treated her own parents every day. After work, she would travel a long distance to have dinner at her in-laws' home. She was also quite generous with them, and for the Mid-Autumn Festival, she prepared a special red envelope with 600 yuan, around $80, just for them. However, Chusia Chang's father explained that this money was mainly to cover the cost of food, as they would go out of their way to prepare dishes that their daughter-in-law liked. Meanwhile, he and his wife would eat very simply sometimes, just having leftovers on the other hand. Chi Young's family always felt that Gus's family looked down on them because they were workers. His father recalled an example. A week after Chusia Young's wedding, his brother also got married. They chose a slightly more upscale hotel for the wedding, and the Gu family reacted by yelling and refusing to attend from this. It's clear that in this marriage, Chu Xa Chang felt like he was constantly catering to his wife and her family. Initially, he may not have minded, but over time, his resentment grew deeper. Additionally, Ali, with his competitive nature, he felt that he never received the respect he deserved from Gu. As a result, the relationship between the couple became increasingly strained. They were merely playing the role of a loving couple in front of others. This was also confirmed by those close to the couple. A close friend of theirs recounted that during the day, both would go to work, and in the evening, they would go to Cho DW, Sia Young's parents' house for dinner, and to care for their daughter at home. Gusu would watch TV and text her friends, while Chusia Chang would go online or prepare for his doctoral studies. They felt they had nothing to talk about, so their married life just drifted along in a dull, unremarkable way. Another close friend of Gu believed that both of them were too superficial, even if there was conflict between them. They wouldn't talk about it, and they even waited for the other to bring up the topic of divorce. First, Gusu had once confided in this friend that if Chu Zia-young ever suggested a divorce, she would definitely agree. However, Gus's friend also mentioned that because Gusu felt inferior due to her lower educational background, while Chu Zia-chang was a master's degree holder, she often felt somewhat inadequate. As a result, Gusu was very indulgent toward her husband. She was also very considerate of him. For instance, when Chu Zia-chang started losing his hair, Gusu researched various folk remedies and specialized treatments, even asking someone to bring back products from Shanghai. Unfortunately, Chu Xe-chong was not moved by these gestures from Gusu. While he outwardly appeared to be a loving husband, in reality, he had long since betrayed his wife. Moreover, he was a true philanderer, not just involved with one or two women, but entangled in numerous extramarital affairs. Chu Zia-young was known as a talented young man, and he was surrounded the kitchen meticulously washing the coffee cup that had contained the anesthetic. After Gu passed away, he used by many young, beautiful nurses who were drawn to him in 2000. Chu Zia-chong became infatuated with a beautiful nurse named Zhang at the hospital and quickly developed an extramarital relationship with her. After experiencing the thrill of infidelity, he continued to engage in affairs with several other nurses and interns. These women, aside from being young, attractive, and physically appealing, provided him with something more important, a sense of respect that he craved. In truth, Gusu wasn't entirely unaware of her husband's infidelity. There was an incident where Chu Zia-chong brought one of his mistresses home, and Gu caught them in the act. However, Chu Zia-chong explained it away, saying the woman was just a patient or a pharmaceutical representative visiting to discuss medications. Whenever Chu Zia-chong texted his lovers, he was always very secretive. As a result, Gusu had a vague sense that something wasn't right. But perhaps out of pride, she only confided in her sister about her suspicions and never told her parents. Among the many women Chu Zia-chong was involved with, his closest relationships were with a doctor named Zhang Fan, who worked at a district-level hospital, and a nurse at his own hospital. Of these, the woman he cared for most was Zhang Fan, but she continuously pressured him to divorce Gusu deep down. However, Chu Zia-chong knew that divorcing Guosu was out of the question. It wasn't because he still had feelings for her, but because the Gu family would never let him off easily, and he feared the social backlash. Simply put, he didn't want a divorce because he was afraid of losing the reputation and benefits he had worked so hard to achieve. Thus, on one hand, Chu Zia-chong enjoyed the career benefits that his wife and her family provided, while on the other, he secretly began plotting a cruel scheme in his mind if Gu were to die suddenly. After a year or two, his understanding father-in-law would surely not prevent him from remarrying. Chu Zia-chong started bringing anesthetic home every day after work, secretly mixing it into his wife's coffee or tea. According to his plan, by continuing to poison her in small doses, Gusu would eventually die from what appeared to be heart disease, and no one would suspect foul play. This malicious behavior continued for 2 years. However, his mistress Zhang Fan began to apply increasing pressure, telling him that if he didn't divorce, they would have to end their relationship. By this time, it was well known that Gusu had started developing heart problems over the past 2 years. On August 27th and September 5th, 2003, Chu Zia-chong administered 3 doses of the anesthetic into his wife's coffee on each occasion to create an alibi, after preparing the coffee and instructing his wife to drink it. While it was still hot, he hurried off to his shift at the hospital after drinking the drug. La coffee, Gusu quickly became ill in unbearable pain. She called her husband 3 times, but he didn't return. Desperate, she was forced to call her father when Gurung frantically rushed to his daughter's house. He found that Chu Zia-chong had arrived before him. Chu appeared to be very concerned, sitting beside his wife, but doing nothing to help seeing this. Mr. Gu angrily exclaimed, "You're a doctor too. Why aren't you doing anything? Just saying a few words won't ease her pain." He then quickly took his daughter to the hospital, but despite the tests, the cause of her symptoms couldn't be determined. Fortunately, Gusu managed to pull through after these 2 tests. Chu Zia-chong believed the time was ripe by now. If Gusu died from heart failure, no one would likely suspect foul play. Finally, on September 11th, while Gusu was taking a bath, he added 5 doses of ketamine to her coffee, then brought it to her, saying sweetly, My love, after you drink your coffee and enjoy some mooncakes, let's go for a walk and admire the moon. About 10 minutes after drinking the drugged coffee, Gusu began to feel dizzy and her heartbeat gradually slowed. Chu Sia-chung helped her to the bedroom and laid her down, then stood outside the room watching as she struggled with death. In her agony, Gusu called out to her husband several times, but he coldly ignored her. According to Chu Sia-ch's later confession, while waiting for his wife to die, he spent over 2 minutes in the kitchen meticulously washing the coffee cup that had contained the anesthetic after Gu passed away. He used the same cup to make coffee for himself. This shows just how cold and calculating his mindset was around 9:50 p.m., more than 2 hours after Gu first showed symptoms and realizing that she was nearing death. Chu Xa Chang finally picked up the phone to call his in-laws and sister-in-law. He told them that Sue had relapsed into her old condition, and at this time it was very serious. Gu Jing, knowing that her sister had often experienced dizziness over the past 2 years but had never faced anything this severe, wasn't overly worried at that moment. After making the calls, Chu Sia-chung began calling for help from the neighbors and rushed his wife to a nearby hospital for emergency treatment. At the time, Gus's parents were 50 kilometers away, enjoying the moonlight in Xishan. Upon receiving the call from their son-in-law, they hurried to the hospital. Unfortunately, they didn't arrive in time to see their daughter one last time, although Mr. Gusirong ultimately couldn't save his daughter. His experience and knowledge ensured that the person responsible for her death paid the price. On January 2nd, 2004, the Suzhou Intermediate People's Court held a trial for Chu Sia-chung. He was found guilty of premeditated murder and sentenced to death. However, Chu Sia-chung was dissatisfied with the verdict and appeal. On June 22nd of the same year, the Jiangsu Provincial High People's Court issued its final ruling upholding the original sentence. Since the case came to light, those who knew Chu Sia-chung were shocked. When they learned the truth, they believed he must have been mentally unstable beyond the surprise and confusion. There was also a deep sense of fear. How could someone who appeared so perfect like Chu Sia-chung hide such a terrifying side? Dear viewers, modern life can sometimes blind people to the temptations of material wealth and status. However, allowing greed to override conscience, as Chu Sia-chung did, is the shortest path to moral collapse, leading to punishment by the law. When a person is willing to sacrifice everything, including love and the lives of their loved ones, just to achieve their selfish goals, they not only lose their humanity, but also plunge themselves into an inescapable abyss. Story 2, the case took place in Shibuya Ward, Tokyo, Japan. A densely populated area within the ward is a park named Yoyogi, surrounded by many residential neighborhoods. Among them is a high-end apartment building home to a married couple. The husband, Yukar Mita-shea, was an asset analyst at the Japanese branch of Morgan Stanley. His wife, Corey Mita-shea, was a homemaker. The Mita-shea couple was well-mannered and always dressed impeccably when they went out, making them the envy of others. However, in 2006, a tragic incident befell this family on December 15, 2006. A Friday morning, a visibly distressed woman arrived at the Shibuya Ward police station to report an incident. She stated that her husband had been missing for 3 days and she needed police assistance in finding him. Seeing how upset she was, the police reassured her and asked her to calmly recount the events. The woman identified herself as Ki Mita-shea, 32 years old, and said her husband was Yukar Mahashi, 30 years old. 3 days earlier, in the early hours of October 12th, her husband had returned home drunk. She complained about his condition, leading to an argument between them. Her husband angrily left the house, and as she was also very upset, she didn't stop him. In the past, their arguments usually ended with him apologizing and making amends, but this time he had been gone for 3 days without any contact. Fearing for his safety, she decided to report the situation to the police and seek their help. According to the investigation, the missing person, Yukar MIT Sahashi, was born in North Kyushu and studied law at Chuei University. After graduating, he worked at a law firm in Tokyo. During a party, Yukar met Corey, a woman 2 years his senior who worked for one Hong company. Their relationship quickly blossomed and they began living together a year later. They got married initially. Euchre's salary was modest, and the family's finances were mainly supported by his wife. However, 2 years into their marriage, at the age of 29, Euchre was suddenly hired by the Japanese branch of Morgan Stanley as an asset analyst with an annual salary of 13 million yen, approximately $90,000 at the current exchange rate. With this increase in income, the couple moved to a luxury apartment in the Fushi area of Shibuya Ward. Their apartment was on the 10th floor and was not far from Yoyogi Park. Following this, his wife left her job to become a homemaker. Their life seemed to be going well, and no one could have predicted that after a single argument, Euchre would never return home. The police contacted Yuck's company to see if they knew of his whereabouts. The company confirmed that Euchre had not been at work for several days, and they were also concerned about his absence. In fact, just yesterday, the company had announced his promotion to department manager, but they had been unable to reach him to discuss the new role. The police initially suspected that Yuck's disappearance might be related to his promotion. However, after investigating at his workplace, they found that Euchre had good relationships with his colleagues who respected him greatly, and there appeared to be no conflicts related to his job. The police then contacted the parents and acquaintances of the missing person, but all reported that they had not been in touch with Euchre for a long time and didn't know his whereabouts the following morning around 8 a.m. The Shinjuku Ward Police in Tokyo received a report. The caller, an office worker, mentioned that a suspicious blood-stained plastic bag had been found on a road near a language school. Upon receiving the report, the police immediately arrived at the scene and cordoned off the area inside the bag, which had 2 layers. The police discovered a dismembered body, specifically the upper torso without the head, left arm, and right hand. The lower body from the waist down was missing. The body was unclothed, and the victim appeared to be a male around 30 years old. The cuts on the body were uneven, leading the police to suspect that the victim had been dismembered with a saw or a similar tool. The surface of the body had traces of soil, suggesting that the victim might have been buried underground before being disposed of at the scene at the site. The police found no items that could help identify the victim, nor were the other body parts recovered. The victim's identity remains unknown. At this time, the forensic pathologist concluded that the victim had died within the past week, but the exact time and cause of death could not yet be determined. The low where the body was found is quite close to Kabukicho, a well-known red light district which is often associated with the underworld. Additionally, Shinjuku Ward has seen several homicides in the past, with dismemberment being a common method used by criminal gangs to intimidate rivals and complicate the identification of the victims. The police suspect that this case might be connected to an underworld conflict to identify the victim. The police reviewed missing persons reports from the past week. The Shinjuku police quickly took note of a missing persons report filed in Shibuya Ward just the day before the missing person was Yukar MIT Sahashi, a 30-year-old whose disappearance coincided with the estimated time of the victim's death. Following this, the police departments of Shinjuku and Shibuya coordinated their investigation. They visited Yuck's home to gather more information. Yuck's wife, Corey, described her husband as being 5 feet 5 inches tall with a slender build and having a surgical scar on the right side of his chest. However, the body found in Shinjuku had no such scar, a chest circumference of 32 inches, large arms, and an overall much larger physique, which didn't match Yuck's description. A week after the initial discovery, a new development occurred around 3 p.m. In Kamiyamacho, a woman was walking her Shiba Inu dog. As they passed by the garden of a house, the dog suddenly stopped and began barking loudly towards the inside. She tried to pull the dog away, but it broke free from its leash and dashed straight into the garden. Worried that her dog might disturb the homeowners, the woman hurried after it. The house was quite large, but appeared to have been abandoned for some time. The garden gate was barely secured, making it easy for the dog to knock it open upon entering. The woman saw that the garden was overgrown with weeds. Not far from the gate, the dog was wagging its tail, barking continuously at something on the ground as she approached. She was horrified to see part of a human body. The lower half was unclothed and emitted a strong, foul odor. Regaining her composure, the woman shakily took out her phone and called the police. The Shibuya Ward police quickly arrived at the scene. Upon inspection, they found that the victim was a male whose body had been severed at the waist. The cuts were uneven, possibly made with a saw or a similar tool. Given the level of decomposition, it was estimated that the time of death was around 2 weeks prior. The legs had traces of soil, but it was unclear whether the soil was from this garden or elsewhere. The police noted several similarities between this case and the one in Shinjuku Ward from not long ago, leading them to suspect a connection between the two. To verify this, forensic pathologists compared the body parts found in Shinjuku with those discovered in Shibuya. Through DNA analysis and other factors, the results confirmed that the body parts belonged to the same person. The victim was a tall, large-framed individual, estimated to be between 5.75 feet and 6 feet in height. The body showed no signs of injury or scars due to the absence of head and fingers. The victim's identity could not be determined. However, the police quickly noticed something suspicious. The location where the lower half of the body was found was only about 500 meters from the home of the missing person, Yukar MIT Sahashi. Could this be just a coincidence earlier? Yuk's wife stated that her husband was quite short, only 5.45 feet tall with a slender build and a noticeable scar. In contrast, the victim was at least 5.75 feet tall, had a large build, and bore no scars. Despite these stark differences in physical appearance, the police still suspected of between the two individuals. With this suspicion in mind, the police visited Yuk's home once again. This time they noticed some changes the house was undergoing. Renovation's wallpaper had been stripped and most of the furniture was covered with white sheets. However, given that the new year was approaching, such renovations were not uncommon when questioned by the police. Corey maintained her previous statements, insisting that the victim's physical characteristics did not match those of her husband, and affirming that her husband could not possibly be the victim. The police then shifted their investigation, asking if her husband had any conflicts with anyone. Key mentioned that her husband had never had any disputes with others, although during his college years he had accrued some debt from playing Pinko, a type of gambling game. However, he later secured a good job and paid off his debts, so she didn't believe he had any enemies. This visit yielded no significant new information, but the investigators sensed that something was amiss. They then attempted to contact people who knew Yukar, hoping to uncover any leads. However, by this time it was late December, and Yuk's friends, family, and colleagues were reluctant to discuss such matters with the new year. Approaching a time when such topics were considered inauspicious, they preferred to wait until after the new year to speak with the police. After much effort, the police finally found someone willing to talk to Tanaka, a 45-year-old senior colleague of Yukar after graduating from university. Yukar worked at a law firm where Tanaka was one of the associate attorneys. It was Tanaka who recommended Yukar for a position at a financial company. The two had a good relationship, and Tanaka was deeply concerned about Yuk's disappearance. Tanaka shared a lot of information about Yukar with the police, noting that Yukar was a capable individual with an outgoing personality. During the conversation, an idea suddenly struck. One of the investigators, who then asked Tanaka about Yuka's physical appearance, Tanaka described Yukar as being quite tall, around 593 feet, with a strong and muscular build. As he had played rugby since childhood, the police further inquired if Yukar had any tattoos or scars, particularly on his chest. After thinking for a moment, Tanaka said, "We went to a hot spring together several times, and I never noticed any tattoos or scars on him." Following the conversation with Tanaka, the police immediately checked Yuk's medical records and discovered that he had never undergone any surgery on his chest at this point. The police finally uncovered a significant lead. It was highly likely that Yuk's wife, Corey, had lied. To confirm the suspicion, the police contacted Yuk's parents and requested their call operation for a DNA test. The results were quickly returned, confirming that the victim was indeed Yukar. Corey had deliberately misrepresented her husband's identifying features significantly. Hindering the police investigation, the police recalled their previous encounters with Corey when she initially reported her husband missing. She appeared very anxious and fearful for his safety. However, despite not knowing whether her husband was alive or dead, she proceeded to renovate their home alone. Actions that now seemed highly suspicious. Yuka's apartment was located in a high-end residential complex with excellent security access to the building. Required a keycard swipe, and the lobby on the first floor was equipped with surveillance cameras. The investigators then visited the building's management office to request access to the keycard data and surveillance footage. On October 12th, they discovered that at 3:50 a.m., Yuka returned to the apartment alone. He appeared to be staggering, likely drunk, as he made his way toward the elevator. After entering the elevator, he was no longer seen on camera. The police asked the building manager if there were any other exits. Besides the main entrance, the manager replied that other than the main door, there was only an emergency exit for fire escapes. This exit is located in the management office and is monitored 24/7. If the emergency door is open, the system automatically records it, and in the event of a fire, the door opens automatically, otherwise it remains locked after checking the records. It was confirmed that the emergency exit was not opened on October 12th. At this point, the police had enough evidence to conclude that Key was lying. Her husband never left the apartment that night. During the investigation, a close colleague of Yukar voluntarily contacted the police to inquire about the case's progress, while the police couldn't disclose investigation details. They took the opportunity to ask him about any unusual occurrences at Yuck's home. The colleague mentioned that he hadn't noticed anything strange, but there was one occasion when Corey called the company's HR manager requesting that Yuka's year-end bonus be paid out. The HR manager, aware that Yuka was still missing and with the situation unresolved, refused her request. Following this lead, the police reviewed the building's surveillance footage from October 12th onward. They discovered that at 10 p.m. on October 15th, Corey, dressed in sports R, was seen pulling a large suitcase as she exited the elevator. 4 hours later, she swiped her key card to re-enter the building. Her outfit remained unchanged, but the large suitcase was gone. 15 minutes later, CI was once again seen leaving the elevator, this time pushing a cart with a large cardboard box on it. 20 minutes later, she returned to the apartment, empty-handed. Based on these clues, the police identified a black taxi according to the driver's testimony and the vehicle's route history at 10:05 p.m. That evening, the driver picked up Corey in front of the building. She was carrying a large suitcase. After getting in the car, she requested to go to Shinjuku. As the taxi drove along a road near the train tracks in Shinjuku, the driver noticed an unpleasant smell coming from the suitcase and asked, "What's in your suitcase? It seems to have an odor." Upon hearing this, Corey immediately asked the driver to stop the car. At first, the taxi driver thought she wanted to catch a late-night bus in Shinjuku, so her request to stop the car midway seemed puzzling to him, but he still complied and stopped the car after reviewing the surveillance footage. The driver confirmed that the woman in the video was the same person who had ridden in his taxi that night. Therefore, the police had reason to suspect that the suitcase contained parts of Yuck's body, which were discovered the following day. 1 month after the incident, the police returned to Corey's home, arrested her on charges of murder, and conducted a thorough search of the house. Compared to their previous visit, Yuck's home had undergone even more changes. The walls had been repaired, the flooring had been completely replaced, and all the furniture had disappeared. Leaving only a few articles of clothing behind, the house was now empty, and the police found it hard to imagine how Corey had been living there all this time. On the balcony, the police discovered a nightstand with its doors removed, filled with dark soil. They collected a sample of the soil and sealed it for analysis. The results revealed that the soil was typical potting soil but contained traces of blood. DNA testing confirmed that the blood in the soil belonged to the victim, Euchre. Based on this evidence, the police concluded that the apartment was indeed the initial crime scene. Confronted with overwhelming evidence, Key finally confessed to the crime and revealed the full details of what had happened at around 4 a.m. On October 12th, Yuka returned home drunk. Key wanted to discuss divorce with him, but the conversation quickly escalated into a heated argument. Afterward, Yuku retreated to the bedroom by 6 a.m. As daylight began to break, Kai still couldn't sleep, and her anger continued to grow. She grabbed a wine bottle from the bedroom and struck her sleeping husband on the head. She hit him repeatedly until she finally stopped in. A day she heard Yukar weakly whisper, "Why?" before he fell silent. Once she regained her composure, CI realized she had committed a terrible crime and felt completely trapped, unsure of what to do next. As expected, at 9 a.m. that morning, Yuck's company repeatedly called because he hadn't shown up for work without notifying anyone. but Corey was too afraid to answer the phone the next day. One of Yuck's colleagues called Corey to ask if she knew where her husband was. Corey claimed she didn't know, perhaps sensing something unusual in her voice. The colleague said, "I'd like to come by and check on you." KY immediately felt panicked. She feared raising suspicion but didn't dare to refuse, so she reluctantly agreed to have Yuck's colleague visit their home over the weekend after hanging up the phone. Corey began to think of how to handle the situation since the incident Yuka's body had been hidden under the bed in the bedroom. Although it was winter and the temperatures were low, she knew that after a few more days the body would inevitably start to smell. Knowing that Yuka's colleague would be visiting over the weekend, she decided she needed to quickly move the body out of the apartment. However, Key was petite and couldn't move Yu. Sue's large body by herself after trying various methods. Unsuccessfully, she decided to dismember the body 3 days after the crime. Key went out and purchased a handsaw, a large suitcase, a simple cart, and a waterproof tarp. Additionally, to avoid suspicion, she bought some soil. KY purchased the soil from 2 different stores. First buying 8 small bags, each containing 15 lit, and then buying 2 larger bags, each containing 880 liters. Once she had all the supplies Kai set to work, she flipped the nightstand in the bedroom onto the floor, removed the cabinet doors, and lined the inside with the waterproof tarp. She then filled the bottom and sides with soil, turning it into a makeshift soil-covered operating table. Afterward, she placed her husband's body inside the cabinet and began the dismemberment process. As she saw blood from the body seeped into the soil, reducing the need for cleanup. Once she finished, she buried the body parts in the soil to slow the decomposition process. That day, Kai checked her husband's phone and computer and discovered an email from his company informing Euchre that he was being promoted to department manager with an annual salary increase of 2 million yen. Additionally, his year-end bonus was scheduled to be paid out on the 9th of the following month. Upon seeing this news, Key hatched a plan to report her husband missing and then go to the company to claim this money at 9 a.m. On October 15th, Corey went to the local police station to report that her husband was missing, pretending to be worried about his disappearance. Later that evening, she dug up her husband's upper body from the soil, placed it in 2 layers of white plastic bags, and then packed it into a suitcase, intending to dispose of it near the train tracks in Shinjuku by 10 p.m. Corey went downstairs and hailed a taxi. While en route, the driver noticed a strange smell and asked about it, which scared Corey, leading her to abruptly request that the car stop. She then walked along the road, dragging the suitcase behind her. However, she soon became concerned that the noise of the suitcase wheels might draw attention, so she stopped. After a short distance, next to the road was a green belt area with a barbed wire fence on the outer edge. Lacking the strength to throw the suitcase over the fence, she abandoned it in the bushes. She then discarded the empty suitcase at a nearby intersection. The next morning, a homeless man found the suitcase. CI returned to the apartment at 2 a.m., but she was too tense to sleep, still on edge. She took the remaining body parts from the soil and placed them in a large cardboard box, which she loaded onto a cart. The experience from the previous night made her too afraid to call a taxi again as she moved through the silent night. The noise from the cart was much louder than she had anticipated when she reached Kamiyamacho. Corey didn't dare to go any further. Looking around, she noticed an abandoned house by the roadside. The garden gate was unlocked, so she easily pushed the car inside, dumped the body parts, and then discarded the cart and the empty cardboard box at a nearby garbage dump. The next morning, the white plastic bag left in the bushes near the railroad tracks was discovered by someone the following afternoon. The police came to C's house to ask about her husband's identifying features. After the police left, Corey dug up her husband's head, placed it in a travel bag, and took a train to Chiba City, 25 kilometers away. By the time she arrived, it was already dark. Corey cautiously avoided people as she made her way to a secluded grassy area in Harumi Park. She dug a 35 kaima deep hole and buried her husband's head there. Upon returning home, Corey put the left arm, right hand, and some household trash into a garbage bag and disposed of it in a nearby alley. Where few people passed by after handling everything, she still wasn't completely at ease, so she decided to clean the apartment once again to remove any remaining traces on December the 22nd. Sai hired someone to replace the wallpaper and flooring to address her financial situation. She also took a part-time job at a cafe. During this time, many people tried to contact Euchre. His phone was filled with missed calls and unread messages on Christmas Eve after finishing her shift at the cafe. Corey used her husband's phone to send messages to his parents and a few acquaintances saying, "I want to take a break for a while, so please don't worry," in the days that followed. Apart from her shifts at the cafe, CI spent all her time renovating the house on January 4th. She packed up the blankets, sheets, pillows, and mattress from the bedroom and sent them to her hometown with a note that read, "Please burn all of this for me." Seeing the empty room, Corey felt much lighter, though a sense of unease still lingered on the morning of January 10th. Corey called her husband's company again to inquire about the year-end bonus that had yet to be paid. That very afternoon, she was officially arrested by the police. Following C's confession, the police found the head buried in the park and the hands hidden in a trash bag. The items she had sent to her hometown, such as the bed sheets and blankets, were still sitting outside her old home. Unclaimed, it turned out that her parents had moved away. The autopsy results revealed 8 blunt force trauma wounds on the skull. The cause of death was determined to be a traumatic brain injury. When asked about her motive, Corey unexpectedly broke down, crying uncontrollably as she recounted the frustrations and grievances she had endured in the past. Corey Mita Shea, whose real name was Ki Kuchi, was born on July 7, 1974 in Kosa City, Sama Prefecture. She was the eldest of 3 siblings, and her father ran a printing company, making the family quite affluent. However, her father was very strict with his children, especially with Corey, to prevent her from dating too early. He forced her to attend an all-girls school. From middle school through high school, he frequently lectured her, molding her into a gentle, elegant daughter with the hope that she would one day become a flight attendant and ideally marry a foreigner. As Corey approached high school graduation and prepared to take university entrance exams, her father still wanted her to apply to a women's university. This time, Corey fiercely resisted. Her life had been controlled by her father. From a young age, she was not allowed to disobey, or she would be punished. Even when she fell and bled, she wasn't allowed to cry. As a result, Corey longed to escape her father's control. However, her rebellion was unsuccessful. She ended up following her father's wishes, passing the entrance exam for the English department at Shiryuri Women's University, a prestigious school for the wealthy in Japan. Many people remarked that the girls who graduated from this school exuded an air of aristocratic elegance. Corey's father was very pleased when she was accepted into the university and sent her a monthly allowance of 400,000 yen, approximately $2,715 at the current exchange rate, which was significantly more than what her classmates received. Although Corey didn't have the freedom to choose her university, she finally escaped her father's control. With the generous allowance, she lived a life of freedom and comfort, indulging in luxury shopping as she pleased during her university years. Ki also entered at W. Hong Company. For a few months after graduating at the age of 24, followed her father's wishes and applied for a flight attendant position at an airline, but she was rejected. Her father was furious and demanded that she return home to find a job, but Corey didn't want to go back. Even after her allowance was cut off, she was determined to stay in Tokyo and support herself. KY began working at a bar as a hostess and continued her extravagant lifestyle. During this time, she met a wealthy man, a company director in his 50s. This man was kind, attentive, and generous to Kai, giving her 2 million yen per month, equivalent to about $133,500. 4 years later, the man grew tired of Corey and ended the relationship. He even introduced her to the son of one of his wealthy friends. However, after dating for some time, Corey and the son eventually broke up. Losing this stable support caused Corey's life to spiral downward. Nevertheless, she refused to live a normal life. Kai continued attending lavish parties, claiming to be a full-time employee at W. Hong Company to seek new opportunities at a party. Corey, then 28 years old, met Yukar Mahashi, a man 2 years younger than her. The two began dating and soon moved in together. Yukar knew nothing about Kay's past. He was captivated by her elegance and would proudly tell his friends, "She's the woman of my dreams. A year later, Key went for a medical checkup and discovered she was 2 months pregnant. However, both of them were struggling financially, and Corey still had unpaid debts. She believed that in their current situation, they couldn't afford to raise a child, so she told Euchre that she didn't want to have the baby. Euchre, however, strongly opposed this. He spent all the money he had on an engagement ring, promising to find a better job and begging her to keep the baby. So they got married since they had no money. They didn't have a wedding ceremony, only inviting a few friends and family members for a simple meal. None of Corey's family attended shortly after their marriage. Euchre gave up on taking the bar exam and started working at various financial companies. One day, he excitedly told Corey that he had passed an interview at a company. However, Corey calmly informed him that she had already had an abortion. From that point on, their marriage began to deteriorate. 2 years later, Euchre started working at the Japanese branch of Morgan Stanley with an annual salary of 13 million yen. After saving up some money, they moved into a luxury apartment near Yoyogi Park. Although their living conditions improved, their relationship remained as cold as ever. One day, Euchre accidentally discovered that Corey was having an affair in a fit of rage. He confined her in their home for 2 days, not allowing her to leave, and cut off all her credit cards. Corey had a difficult time escaping. She ran to her parents' house for help. However, her father coldly told her that she had brought this situation upon herself, feeling helpless. Corey had no voice but to stay with her lover. However, just a few days later, Euchre tracked her down and brutally beat her again. Breaking her nose, Corey's lover reported the incident to the police. The authorities then took Corey, who was injured, to a women's shelter for protection. Many people advised Corey to get a divorce, and in truth, she had already been quietly planning it. Kay's lover, who was a lawyer, gave her some legal advice. As a result, Key intended to ask her husband to sign an agreement stating that if their marriage ended due to Euchre's fault, he would have to compensate her with no less than 36 million yen, which is equivalent to $245,000. Corey's lover suggested that even though Yuck's abuse was triggered by her infidelity, making her at fault, if Euchre signed this agreement, it would legally be considered that they had reconciled later. If Euchre continued to abuse Corey or showed signs of infidelity, she could divorce him and claim the compensation during a subsequent reconciliation attempt. Corey followed her lover's advice and presented the agreement. Euchre agreed to sign it. However, in reality, they only reconciled in name. From that point on, Key began spending extravagantly, using her husband's money to buy luxury items. Euchre also started coming home less frequently, and they essentially lived separately. Noticing that her husband was spending less time at home, Key secretly hired a private detective to follow him. A few months later, Key discovered that Euchre was also seeing another woman. The private detective captured many photos of Euchre being intimate with his mistress Kai, decided to remain silent and continue, gathering evidence, planning to eventually sue her husband and claim the compensation. As time passed, in December 2006, the private detective provided Corey with some recordings of Euchre in the recordings. Euchre spoke tenderly to his mistress about their future together. He said, "I'll help you with the housework. Let's have children and we should get married." These words felt like daggers to Kay's heart, further strengthening her resolve to divorce him at 4:00 a.m. on October 12th, after Euchre returned home drunk from a date with his mistress. Kai decided to confront him. She presented evidence of his infidelity and expressed her desire for a divorce. Euchre became enraged, tore up the photos, and told her that he had evidence of her affair as well, and that even if they divorced, she wouldn't get a single yen from him. After saying this, he went into the bedroom. These words pushed Corey over the edge, leading her to lose control and ultimately murder her husband. 1 year after Kay's crime, another serious murder case occurred in Chiba Prefecture. The perpetrator, Ishibashi Nobuhiro, buried the victim's body in a bathtub, covered it with soil, and planted a tree to conceal it, then moved the bathtub to the balcony. Some people believe that Ishibashi copied Corey's method, as this approach was very rare, and the two cases occurred relatively close in time. A year after the crime case, trial took place at the Tokyo District Court. Kimita Shea was charged with murder and the unlawful disposal of a body at the trial. Corey admitted to all the charges. Her defense attorney argued that she had endured long-term domestic violence, suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which led to hallucinations and impaired her ability to recognize and control her actions. The prosecution recommended a 20-to-5 prison sentence. Yuck's father, who appeared as a witness, requested that the court sentence Corey to life imprisonment. After 14 trial sessions spanning 5 months, the court reached a verdict. Kimita Shea was found guilty of murder and sentenced to 15 years in prison. The defense attorney disagreed with the court's decision and filed an appeal on February 6, 2010. The Tokyo High Court upheld the original sentence while the case has officially closed. Its lingering effects continue to haunt many people's minds. Is the 15-year prison sentence for Corey enough to serve as a deterrent and punish her, or is it merely the beginning of another tragedy? After the verdict was announced, public opinion in Japan sparked heated debates. Many argued that the sentence was too lenient for the heinous crime Corey committed. They were outraged by the cruelty and cold-blooded nature of Kay's actions in murdering her husband and then dismembering his body to cover up the crime. However, some believed the sentence was justified, considering that Corey had endured a suffocating marriage, suffering from long-term physical and emotional abuse. The psychological damage caused by domestic violence had driven Corey to lose her sanity, leading to her rash actions. Nevertheless, everyone agrees that this tragedy serves as a wake-up call for those trapped in unhappy and desperate marriages. Silence and endurance only pile on the tragedy instead of becoming a victim. One must find the courage to speak up and seek help to escape the vicious cycles of life. Story 3, the case takes place in northeastern Argentina in a city called Resistencia, the capital of Chaco province. In June 2023, a case in this area garnered significant public attention. A 28-year-old woman suddenly disappeared. The incident is closely linked to a powerful political family, sparking massive protests across the province. The central figure of this story is 28-year-old Cecilia Marlene. Her parents divorced when she was in elementary school, and she has a younger sister. The two sisters live together with their mother. Gloria, Cecilia's father, was a gambling addict, and as a result, Cecilia endured a lot of suffering from a young age. Whenever her father came home drunk, he would beat his wife and daughter, treating them as mere outlets for his anger. As for Gloria, she was deeply concerned for and loved her 2 daughters, especially Cecilia, whom she had struggled to bring into the world, facing the relentless beatings from her inhumane husband Gloria would shield her daughters. Leaving her body covered in injuries, this was the main reason Cecilia's parents divorced Gloria, even agreed to let her ex-husband avoid paying monthly child support just to keep both of her daughters with her in Cecilia's eyes. Her mother was an incredible woman. As a result, Cecilia was obedient and intelligent. After graduating high school with excellent grades, she was accepted into the PRIU's Universidad Nacional del Nordeste, one of Argentina's top 6 universities. Upon graduation, Cecilia became a manager at a large company, earning a fairly substantial income by Argentine standards. However, up to this point, she had not dated anyone until 2020, with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many company employees had to self-isolate at home, including Cecilia. During this time, she found herself with a lot of free time, so she decided to try out a dating app. To her surprise, she discovered many well-off men on the platform, so she decided to upload her picture. Her outstanding appearance quickly caught the attention of many admirers. These men continuously sent messages hoping to arrange a date with her. However, Cecilia had high standards and knew exactly what she wanted in a relationship she wasn't interested in. The men who eagerly approached her, but among them, one man who seemed very successful, caught her attention. Unlike the others, he was polite and spoke with great respect. Cecilia felt that he was like a true gentleman. He shared interesting things with her every day. And after getting to know him, Cecilia learned that his name was Cesar Senna. He was very passionate about fitness and even had his own gym. As time went on, they found they had a lot in common, including a shared love for small animals. After only communicating through their phones, they finally met in person for the first time in December 2021. After their conversation, they were both very pleased with each other and quickly became romantically involved. At this point, Cecilia believed she had found the love of her life. She even introduced Caesar to her mother during their first visit to meet her future mother-in-law. Gloria was delighted to see her daughter had found such a suitable partner at the dinner table. Gloria asked Caesar about his family background. Fortunately, his background was quite impressive as well. Caesar's father, Emerenciano Senna, was a well-known local politician. Caesar's mother, Marcella Acuna, is a very thoughtful woman. Moreover, she is actively involved in various political activities such as advocating for women's rights. On top of that, Marcella is also strict with her son. As you can see, Caesar comes from a very good family background. However, at this point, Gloria's feelings shifted to concern for her daughter. She realized that the social gap between her daughter and Caesar was too great. They came from completely different social classes. After the meal, Gloria called her aside to ask about the situation and offer her advice. She was worried that Caesar's parents might oppose the relationship. However, Cecilia confidently reassured her mother, saying, "As long as we love each other, I believe Caesar and I are meant to be." Despite hearing this, Gloria's concerns didn't subside, but she chose to respect her daughter's decision. But as you might know, Argentina still has significant social class divisions. Therefore, Gloria's worries were not unfounded, returning to the couple relationship in August 2022 during a picnic. Caesar pulled a diamond ring from his pocket, knelt down, and proposed to Cecilia. It was an incredibly emotional moment, and Cecilia had no choice but to accept the proposal. Overjoyed, Cecilia shared a picture of the engagement ring on her social media with the caption, "King of my heart." Just a month later, they were married and began their new life together. However, instead of buying a new home, the young couple chose to live temporarily at Cecilia Aunt's house. This aunt, who had no children and was very close to Cecilia, treated her like her own daughter. Having Caesar and Cecilia living with her brought her great happiness. Everything seemed unusually peaceful until the end of May 2023, when Cecilia's mother-in-law arranged jobs for her and her husband. However, these jobs were located in the far south of Argentina in the city of Usua, approximately 3,700 kilometers from Ristenia, where they currently lived. Cecilia didn't quite understand the situation. She didn't want to be far from her family, and she had no friends in Usua. She told her husband, "I don't want to leave my hometown," but Caesar believed that the jobs his mother had arranged for them were very good, with high salaries several times that of an average worker, making them a dream opportunity for many people. Although it would be far from home, the work was light and offered a lot of free time. Moreover, Caesar's mother had gone to great lengths to secure these positions for them. As a result, Caesar persuaded his wife to reconsider his words. Left Cecilia feeling conflicted. Although the new jobs were not bad, she still didn't want to go seeing her struggle. Caesar said, "If you really don't want to go, we could take a trip to Usua, check out the work environment, and then decide whether to accept the jobs." Caesar hoped to find a solution that would balance his wife's feelings while also taking advantage of the job opportunity, and most importantly, they hadn't gone on a honeymoon since getting married. This would be the perfect chance for them to travel together. At this point, Cecilia was convinced by her husband she really wanted to travel, so she agreed to this plan with this approach. Caesar proved himself to be very thoughtful and considerate. As for Cecilia, she shared her travel plans with her mother and aunt, and both of them agreed on June 1st, 2023 at 2 p.m. Cecilia was packing at her aunt's house. She prepared a black suitcase filled with clothes and daily essentials for both her and her husband. While her aunt was helping her pack, she reminded Cecilia to be cautious and stay safe while traveling far from home. Cecilia smiled and replied, "I'm not a child anymore that day." Strangely, Cecilia's husband wasn't at her aunt's house. He had gone back to his parents' home to discuss their trip at 11 p.m. Caesar returned to Cecilia's aunt's house in a Toyota pickup truck driven by the family's chauffeur. Cecilia's black suitcase was loaded into the truck, but Caesar had very little luggage, just a red backpack. Her aunt was puzzled as to why Caesar was bringing so few belongings when they were going on such a long trip. Caesar explained, "We're going somewhere very far, and along the way I'll stop to rest and shop for this trip." They planned to drive to Corrientes and spend the night there, then fly to Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. The next day, the young couple had planned to stay there for a few days, visit famous sites, and then purchase some daily essentials. Once everything was ready, they would board a plane and continue their journey to Ushuaia in southern Argentina. From their itinerary, you can see that they would be traveling from the north to the southernmost part of Argentina, which would surely be an exciting experience for Cecilia. So Cecilia and Caesar said goodbye to her aunt and left the house together. Officially beginning their long journey that night, the truck safely arrived in Corrientes and the couple checked into a hotel. Cecilia was excited about the rest of the trip as she had never flown before, and she felt a little nervous. Cecilia texted her friends asking about what it's like to fly and searched online for tips on flying, and those would be her final communications by June 6th. 5 days after the couple had left home, Gloria went to the police station in a state of panic. She reported that her eldest daughter Cecilia was missing and suspected that something had happened to her a few days earlier. Gloria mentioned that Cecilia's cell phone might have been taken over by someone else, and that person was pretending to be Cecilia, sending messages to the family to make it seem like she was still on the trip. This was very strange. Had Cecilia really gone missing? According to Gloria's recollection, on the second day of her daughter's trip at 1:30 p.m. on June 2nd, Cecilia's younger sister received a message from Cecilia. The message read, "I'm about to become a queen." In the following days, Cecilia continued to contact her family, sharing what she saw and heard, even talking about where she would have her wedding and where she might buy a house in the future. Although Cecilia maintained contact with her family, Gloria couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Normally, Cecilia didn't communicate with the family much, but in recent days she had been texting very frequently, which was completely unlike her usual behavior. However, Gloria didn't think too much of it at the time, assuming that maybe her daughter, who hadn't traveled in a while, was just in a good mood and feeling more talkative this time. But 2 days later, in the late hours of June 4th, Gloria was abruptly awakened from a deep sleep by urgent knocking at the door. She quickly put on a coat and rushed to open it. When she did, she found two masked strangers standing before her. They identified themselves as agents and delivered the devastating news. "Your eldest daughter, Cecilia, has been in an accident." Gloria was shocked to hear the news. She couldn't understand why someone would deliver such information in the middle of the night. When she tried to ask for more details, the two agents turned and walked away. Gloria shouted after them, demanding they stop, but the two continued walking quickly without looking back, disappearing into the darkness. Within moments, she couldn't catch up to them after returning home. Gloria was consumed with a terrible sense of unease. She grabbed her phone and tried to message Celia, asking if she was safe. To her surprise, Cecilia responded quickly, despite it being quite late. However, this didn't ease Gloria's growing suspicions. Gloria wanted to video call her daughter, but Cecilia replied, "The camera on my phone is broken, so I can't video call right now." Cecilia added, "I'll send my phone in for repair and contact you later." Not being able to see her daughter's face only deepened Gloria's doubts. She asked Cecilia to send a voice message so she could hear her voice, but a long time passed with no reply. Eventually, Cecilia sent a voice message and Gloria quickly opened it. But the content was strange. It had nothing to do with their conversation. It seemed like the recording had been made a long time ago. Indeed, Cecilia's younger sister confirmed that this was a recording her sister had sent her a long time ago. This only made Gloria more convinced that something had happened to her daughter. After that, the younger sister tried calling Cecilia, but no one answered. She then attempted to call from her mother's phone, but this time Cecilia's phone was turned off. Gloria became increasingly worried and asked her younger daughter to call Caesar, Cecilia's husband. After a long wait, Caesar finally answered the call, but when asked about Cecilia's whereabouts, he hesitated and couldn't give a clear answer. The younger sister asked to speak with Cecilia, but Caesar said, "Your sister isn't here." "I don't know where she went." This response left Gloria stunned. They were supposed to be on their honeymoon together, so how could they not be together? Caesar then explained that after they arrived in Buenos Aires, the two of them had a fight due to some disagreements at that moment. Cecilia told Caesar, "I don't like you at all, and the only reason I'm with you is because of your wealth. I'm telling you now, I've had a new boyfriend for a long time, and I hope you'll stop looking for me after saying this." Cecilia packed her belongings and left. Gloria found this story even harder to believe. She knew that Cecilia was not someone who craved fame or luxury on the phone. Caesar insisted that he wasn't lying and that it was Cecilia who had been dishonest. He claimed that they had actually been separated for a long time, although they still lived together as a couple. The love between them was gone. Caesar ALSO said that Cecilia was very concerned with appearances. On one hand, she didn't want others to know about their situation, but on the other hand, she wanted to maintain the status of being married into a wealthy family. He claimed she was so embarrassed by this that she didn't dare to tell her family, and had asked Caesar to keep it a secret as well. However, no matter what Caesar said, Gloria didn't believe him. She knew her daughter better than anyone Caesar. Then stopped talking and hung up over the next 2 days. Gloria and her younger daughter tried various ways to reach Cecilia, but they were unsuccessful. They also called Cecilia's friends, but all of them said they didn't know where she was, with no other options left. Gloria went to the police to file a report. After receiving the information, the police immediately issued a missing person notice. The missing person was Cecilia, 28 years old, 160 centimeters tall, with dark brown hair, last seen on June 1st. At that time, she was wearing gray jeans, a dark gray jacket, and gray sneakers with pink patterns. Regarding Gloria's encounter with the two agents that evening, the police collected footage from surveillance cameras around Gloria's house, but they couldn't identify the two individuals or find any other clues. It seemed that these people had deliberately avoided the camera lenses. According to the investigation, after getting married, Cecilia had left her previous job and started working as a nurse at a local hospital. This job was completely unrelated to her field of study, but it was arranged by her mother-in-law. Marcel felt that Cecilia's previous job paid too little and had no prospects for growth. Although Cecilia didn't like the new job, she couldn't refuse it. In fact, the hospital where she worked was one that her in-laws had invested in, and arranging a job for Cecilia was just the beginning for others. This would undoubtedly be seen as a great opportunity. However, Cecilia didn't enjoy the work at all. She had no interest in working at the hospital. What she found unbearable was that most of the hospital staff were acquainted with her in-laws, making her feel constantly monitored and uncomfortable. She began to complain to her husband, telling him, "I want to quit working at the hospital. I really don't like it," but her husband didn't understand her feelings, thinking that she was just not yet accustomed to the new job. A few days later, Cecilia finally submitted her resignation at the hospital. Caesar didn't say anything when he found out to him his wife. Quitting her job wasn't a big deal. Caesar didn't lack money, even if he didn't earn anything. His parents would still send him a monthly allowance. After quitting, Cecilia decided to look for a job she truly enjoyed, but after submitting applications for several days, she still hadn't received any responses. This made her feel discouraged. It was around this time that Cecilia realized her period was late, and she started experiencing a loss of appetite and frequent nausea. She suspected she might be pregnant and immediately shared. The Caesar both were overjoyed, and Caesar, being thoughtful, suggested that Cecilia should stop working altogether and stay home to focus on the pregnancy. Shortly after receiving the news, Cecilia's in-laws immediately sent various nutritional supplements. However, what no one expected was that Cecilia's pregnancy was a false alarm. The doctor explained that the symptoms she was experiencing, which resembled pregnancy, were likely due to the significant stress she had been under recently. At that moment, everything felt like a burst bub for her. Cecilia broke down crying in Caesar's arms to comfort her. Caesar came up with an idea, since they both loved small animals. Why not start a pet cafe together? He believed that this new type of establishment would surely succeed. Cecilia was instantly excited by the idea, and they quickly set the plan in motion. Cecilia handled all the preparations while Caesar covered the expenses. By the end of 2022, their cafe officially opened. The cafe was decorated in a very modern style, and they allowed customers to bring their pets to dine with them. After opening, the cafe attracted many young customers who brought their beloved pets to enjoy the experience. Business gradually picked up, and Cecilia was busy every day, but still felt very happy. Caesar would sometimes come to the cafe to pick her up after work, and that was all she needed. However, the joy didn't last long. Once the novelty wore off, the number of customers began to decline and their startup started losing money. Continuing the business only led to further losses. Finally, in March 2023, their pet cafe declared bankruptcy and was successfully sold. Cecilia managed the proceeds from the sale and used the money to buy herself a bicycle. Encouraged by her husband, Cecilia decided to open a fitness club. Perhaps due to the influence of her in-laws, many people were eager to invest in the fitness club, but Cecilia declined all offers. She withdrew all her savings, combined them with the money earned from the pet cafe business, and successfully established the new fitness club. However, her mother-in-law Marcella seemed displeased with this and arranged for Cecilia and her husband to work. In Ushuaia, Cecilia felt she couldn't refuse, so on June 1st, the couple set off for Ushuaia. This eventually led to Cecilia's disappearance, returning to the police investigation 2 days after the missing person alert was issued. The police still hadn't received any leads given the current situation. The police agreed that this was not a simple missing person case. They then summoned Cecilia's husband Caesar to the police station to assist with the investigation. He was the last person to see Cecilia before she disappeared, but Caesar didn't come alone. He was accompanied by his mother and their lawyer. It seemed that Caesar's family had prepared for this situation. Once the news spread, the case involving a politician's family quickly attracted media attention. A crowd of reporters gathered and surrounded the police station before entering the station for questioning. Caesar and his mother were interviewed outside. The reporters asked many questions, but most were answered by Marcella, his mother, surprisingly. She told the reporters that she didn't recognize Cecilia as her daughter-in-law, stating that she was just a friend. Caesar met online. She added that her son Caesar was only 19 years old, while Cecilia was 28, making them entirely incompatible and unable to be married. Marcella also claimed that Cecilia was a vain woman who seduced her son. Additionally, she accused Cecilia of pretending to be pregnant in order to deceive them and secure a marriage license. Therefore, she suggested that this disappearance could be part of a deliberate plot when a reporter asked Caesar if he was the last person to see Cecilia. Marcella quickly interjected before he could answer. She confirmed that her son was indeed the last person to see Cecilia, but added that he wasn't the only one she had seen her as well. Marcella explained that she had traveled to BU Aries for work and witnessed her son arguing with Cecilia. During the argument, Cecilia reportedly hit and kicked her son. Marcella added that Cecilia was a rude woman who, after the fight, took her luggage and left on her own. Afterwards, Caesar accompanied her to an event, and they didn't have any further contact with Cecilia. As for why Cecilia went missing, Marcella claimed ignorance. She speculated that this could be a planned scheme, considering that Caesar's father was due to participate in a primary election for a parliamentary seat in 10 days. Given the critical timing, she suggested that someone might be deliberately trying to harm their family. Marcella went on to say that she herself was planning to run for mayor in the near future and suggested that this was undoubtedly a dirty trick by her opponents. Marcella's statements caused a major stir. This was no longer just a simple missing person case. It had escalated into a political conflict. More and more people were becoming interested in the case. On the same day, a group of Caesar's father's supporters gathered outside the police station, attempting to prevent reporters from taking photos whenever someone pulled out a camera. The supporters would snatch it away and threaten to delete the footage. Some even physically attacked the reporters. The police had to step in to maintain order, but they too were met with aggression. Many people were injured, and the situation at the scene became extremely chaotic. Supporters of Caesar's father even took to the streets in protest, claiming to defend the family's rights and declaring themselves as victims. Some reporters found Gloria the mother of the missing woman, and she told the press that she wasn't interested in the political issues. Her only concern was finding her missing daughter. However, she also believed that Caesar had taken her daughter away and that her disappearance was definitely connected to him. The police conducted an interrogation with Caesar, but he claimed that after the argument with Cecilia, he lost contact with her and had no knowledge of her whereabouts. The police then interviewed Cecilia's aunt about her daily life. The aunt described Cecilia as a very resilient person with a strong sense of self-respect. completely different from how Caesar's family portrayed her since getting married. Cecilia and Caesar had moved into the aunt's home. Cecilia was very tidy and always cared deeply about her husband's well-being. In contrast, Caesar was extremely lazy. He didn't care about cleanliness and even disliked bathing. Only doing so when Cecilia reminded him. However, Cecilia never complained. Even when she was busy with work, she made an effort to cook for the family. Caesar was very picky about his food, and Cecilia would always change the dishes to suit his tastes. The aunt added, "I advised Cecilia to ask Caesar to share some of the household chores, but she didn't seem to mind. She felt that cooking every day for the person she loved was a source of happiness." The aunt also mentioned that Cecilia deeply loved her husband and sacrificed a lot for him. However, Caesar's mother instantly refused to accept her as a daughter-in-law after the marriage. Marcella frequently called Caesar, urging him to return home, and even sent the family driver to pick him up each time this happened. Cecilia felt deeply saddened, unsure of what she could do to win her mother-in-law's approval. Cecilia's aunt also revealed that her niece registered her marriage with Caesar on September 16th of last year. At that time, Caesar's social media profile listed his age as 25, but in reality he was only 18 years old in Argentina. The legal marriage age for both men and women is 18. Due to the pandemic, the young couple decided to register their marriage first and hold the wedding ceremony at a later date on the day of the marriage registration. Cecilia wore a constant smile of happiness. Her family and friends gathered to celebrate the young couple, but none of the groom's family members attended. Not even Caesar's parents. Marriage is a significant event in one's life, and Caesar is their only son, yet his parents didn't attend or even call to congratulate them, which puzzled many people. People began questioning Caesar about this, causing him to appear slightly embarrassed. At that moment, Cecilia quickly stood up to explain that Caesar's parents were attending a very important event at the time and had actually congratulated them earlier with that the subject was dropped. If what Cecilia's aunt said is true, it's clear that Caesar's parents were never pleased with Cecilia from the start. This strongly suggests that Caesar's family may be directly connected to Cecilia's case. The next day, Cecilia's mother and aunt went to the police station for the second time. Bringing new information to the authorities, they also brought along Cecilia's friend, known only as a whose name has not been disclosed, to testify. Revealed that Cecilia had confided in her that Caesar had a violent streak in May of this year. After an argument between Cecilia and Caesar, he physically assaulted her and even choked her. He threatened that if she ever displeased him, he would kill her entire family. Cecilia was terrified, so she confided in him. But he didn't know what to do in this situation. Following this revelation, some internet users thoroughly searched Caesar's social media accounts and discovered that on June 6th, Caesar did indeed attend an event with his mother. During the event, Caesar appeared very lively and smiled frequently. He posted several photos from the event on social media. In one of the photos, someone noticed scratch marks on Caesar's neck. Subsequently, a person known as B, who chose to remain anonymous, informed the police that he had seen Cecilia standing in front of Caesar's family home on June 2nd. This directly contradicted what Cecilia had previously said, that on June 2nd they were preparing to board a plane in Buenos Aires. So why did Cecilia appear in front of her in-laws' home based on B's testimony? The police conducted a search of Caesar's home at the time. Only Caesar's ameno Senyo was present. He seemed slightly confused by the sudden arrival of the police, but invited the men to search the house freely. Appearing very confident, the police search lasted several hours, during which they thoroughly examined Caesar's house inside and out. They discovered something unusual on a mattress. In a small room, the mattress had several yellowish stains, and after testing with luminol, the stains glowed, indicating that they were blood. Additionally, the police found a burned wallet and several prohibited weapons in the house. Moreover, a large sum of money was discovered in Emenciano's bedroom. When questioned about the source of the money, Emiliano gave vague answers. The police then arrested him. DNA testing later confirmed that the bloodstains on the mattress belonged to Cecilia, the missing person. As a result, Marcella was summoned by the police and became a suspect in the case. Meanwhile, Caesar's whereabouts remained unknown. The police immediately issued a nationwide arrest warrant for Caesar on June 11th. Caesar voluntarily turned himself in after arresting the entire family. The police interrogated them about Cecilia's current whereabouts. Despite the intense questioning, all three remained silent and refused to say a word. The police then investigated and questioned Caesar's neighbors to see if they had noticed anything unusual. Before or after Cecilia's disappearance, one woman told the police that on June 5th, Emerenciano had asked her if she needed a mattress, but she declined. The police also reviewed surveillance footage from the cameras outside Caesar's home and neighboring houses. After thoroughly examining the footage, they discovered that around 10 p.m. on June 1st, Caesar and the family's private driver left the house to pick up Cecilia. According to their previous plan, they were supposed to reach Carantes that night and then fly to Buenos Aires the next day. However, the surveillance footage showed that on the morning of June 2nd, they returned to Caesar's home. The footage also captured Cecilia standing at the door, which matched the earlier testimony given by Caesar's family at around 10:30 a.m. Caesar left the house alone and returned an hour later at 10:02 p.m. Caesar left the house again, this time carrying a black plastic bag. The police noted that Caesar had 3 scratch marks on his neck as he exited the house for hours later at 5 p.m. The family's driver and Caesar's mother returned home at 5:12 p.m. The driver left on a motorcycle by himself. Later that evening, the driver returned to Caesar's home in a Toyota pickup truck, went inside briefly, and then drove away at 7:27 p.m. The police suspect that during this time, Cecilia was murdered and that the Toyota pickup truck was used to transport her body for disposal at 9 p.m. Caesar and his parents left their home. Surveillance footage from that night showed them driving to another property owned by Emma Lanciano. Located on the outskirts of the city on June 12th, the police conducted a search of this suburban property, and upon arrival, they discovered that a married couple was living there. This couple was responsible for taking care of the property. The police questioned them about the Caesar family's visit on the night of June 2nd, asking what they were doing there. So late, the couple claimed that the family stayed only briefly and then left, insisting that nothing unusual happened. Let's pause here for a moment. Clearly, the couple wasn't being truthful. It's highly unlikely that the entire family would drive out to a remote property in the middle of the night just to chat for a bit and then leave. Moreover, these two were merely employees of the Caesar family, so it's doubtful there was anything of great importance between them. Therefore, the police immediately began a thorough search in an abandoned pigsty at the back of the property. They found signs of burning among the ashes. They discovered a small bone fragment after laboratory analysis. It was determined to be a human bone, but it was too badly burned to extract DNA. At the end of June, the police conducted another search in a residential area named after Emma Lanciano. This was because a new asphalt road had been laid in this area shortly after Cecilia's disappearance. The police suspected that part of her remains might have been buried beneath the asphalt. They brought in professional construction workers to dig up the road, but aside from sand and rocks, no human remains were found. The police then conducted a thorough search of the residential area, and from a nearby riverbed, they retrieved a burned-out travel trip trunk, reduced to just its frame in the same area. They also found a ring, a pair of earrings, a pendant, and a human finger bone. After Cecilia's mother identified them, it was confirmed that these items belonged to her daughter. With this evidence in hand, the police arrested the family's driver, Caesar's mother, and the couple who looked after the suburban property. During the police investigation, the driver was the first to be interrogated. He revealed that on June 2nd, Caesar suddenly told him there was no need to go to the airport. They got out of the car. Midway, and the driver didn't know where the two went. Later that afternoon, Caesar called him back. When the driver entered the house, he found Cecilia lying motionless on the floor, no longer breathing immediately. Marcella instructed the driver and his wife to help clean up the scene. At first, the driver didn't want to comply, knowing it was illegal, but Marcella reassured him, saying that he shouldn't worry because she would take full responsibility if anything happened. Additionally, she promised the driver a generous reward. Tempted by the money, he and his family agreed to go along with the plan. The couple who looked after the suburban property also confessed they admitted that on the night of June 2nd, Cecilia, already lifeless, was gagged and brought to the suburban house. They didn't know what had happened, only that Marcella disliked her daughter-in-law. They heard that Marcella didn't want to pass on the family's wealth to the daughter-in-law and only wanted to leave it to her son when they saw Cecilia being dragged out of the car. They were terrified, however. Marcella threatened them and ordered them to keep quiet, warning that they would lose their jobs if they didn't comply. At the time, the couple had no other place to go, so they were very afraid. Afterward, Marcella's family burned Cecilia's body in the piggy behind the house. The couple who looked after the property didn't participate in this process. They were too terrified, faced with such overwhelming evidence. Marcella finally confessed her guilt to the police. However, she claimed that Cecilia was the victim of her own plot and insisted that neither her husband nor her son were involved. Marcella admitted that she never liked Cecilia as a daughter-in-law. Cecilia was much older than her son, and the family couldn't accept someone of her background. Marcella felt that Cecilia had taken her son's love away from her and was too selfish to let him return home. She also said that she had long reached a point where she couldn't stand Cecilia anymore, which is why she wanted her to disappear. However, the police didn't believe Marcella's testimony, suspecting that she was trying to protect her son. In the end, the family couldn't withstand the pressure, and Caesar confessed to murdering Cecilia. He stated, "I love my wife very much, but my mother always thought she wasn't good enough under my mother's influence. I gradually came to believe that Cecilia was only with me because of her greed for the family's wealth." In reality, the couple's marriage had been strained from the beginning. Even though they had married in 1850 September 2022, they were already considering divorce. But Cecilia kept this a secret from her family. It was unclear why she felt the need to hide it under his mother's influence. Caesar eventually harbored malicious intentions and ultimately acted against his wife. Additionally, Emiliano also admitted to being involved in the crime. There are rumors that the two agents who appeared at Gloria's house on the night of June 4th might have been members of a faction opposing Emil Lanciano. It's believed that they were monitoring the family and happened to witness the crime. However, for reasons unknown, they didn't report it to the police, but instead assumed false identities to inform the victim's mother in the aftermath of the crime. Gloria was heartbroken over the loss of her daughter, and many people mourned Cecilia in July. 2023, a spontaneous protest was organized, demanding justice for Cecilia and her family. Cecilia's mother revealed to the media that after her daughter's tragic death, she received a threatening message stating, "If you do anything, your other daughter will face the same fate." Cecilia's aunt also received similar threats, and their family experienced power outages and internet disruptions. Despite these pressures, they remained determined to seek justice for Cecilia, regardless of the sinister forces at the time. Emino was still a significant local figure, and despite the crime, he retained considerable support from the community. He was also a close friend of the current governor of Chaco province. As of now, the truth about the case has been uncovered, but it has not yet gone to trial. The trial is expected to begin in early 2024, and it's possible that more details will emerge during this process. However, as of now, no new information has been released from the ongoing investigation. We'll have to wait and see what sentences will be handed down to Cesar Sena's family. That brings us to the conclusion of today's story. Although the perpetrators have not yet been sentenced, this case leaves us with valuable lessons. Cecilia and Cesar Sena could have had a beautiful ending. If Marcella had respected her son's choices, things wouldn't have escalated if Cesar had stood firm and distinguished right from wrong. Unfortunately, Cecilia, the tragic victim, didn't protect herself and clung to something that wasn't truly hers. Story 4. Have you ever wondered what life is really like? Behind the walls of an ordinary home, sometimes the smiles and family photos might be hiding painful tears. Promises of love can turn into shackles that imprison, and hands that once caressed lovingly can become weapons that inflict harm. A house that seems ordinary from the outside but hides a silent tragedy within. On October 28th, 2007, just 3 days before Halloween, the town of Bolingbrook was bustling with preparations for the holiday. Stacy and Kales was no exception. That day, Stacy planned to visit a friend's house to help with painting at just 23 years old. Stacy was already a mother of 4. The two oldest children were from her husband's previous marriage, while the two younger ones were hers. With her husband, after they got married, Stacy married at the age of 19, while her husband, Drew Walter Peterson, was a middle-aged man of 49. He was a well-known local police officer who had even been honored as Officer of the Year. Despite the significant age difference, Stacy deeply loved her husband. In the beginning, she was even willing to be his mistress because she believed Drew was charming, successful, and a good father after they got married. Stacy devoted herself entirely to caring for their family. Daily tasks like cooking, cleaning, and looking after 4 children were never an issue for her. After all, living in a big house with a husband who had a stable job and some savings was the life Stacy had always dreamed of. She believed that her marriage would certainly be a happy one. Stacy had a great relationship with everyone in town. She was always eager to help her friends. According to her usual routine, she should have arrived at her friend's house early today to help with the painting, but when her friend hadn't seen Stacy by 10 a.m., she decided to call her. It turned out that Stacy had slept in a bit and said she would be there soon. However, by the afternoon, Stacy still hadn't shown up. The friend who also knew Stacy's younger sister, Cassandra Kays, decided to tell her about the situation. Cassandra, just a year younger than her sister, was very close to Stacy. When she found out that she couldn't reach Stacy, she became extremely worried. Just the night before, during a conversation between the sisters, Stacy had made a cryptic remark, "If anything happens to me, remember it wasn't an accident, it was definitely caused by your brother-in-law." In fact, this wasn't the first time Stacy had said something like that recently. She had been confiding in friends and family that her husband was a very frightening man, and she feared he might kill her at any time since their marriage. In 2003, the past 4 years had been enough for Stacy to see her husband's true nature. The sweet love she once felt had faded away, replaced by harsh words, tight control, and worst of all, violence. Her husband would drive by to check on her, or constantly call her to know what she was doing and where she was going. If she went grocery shopping, he would inspect the receipts, and if she went for a haircut, he might call her 8 times. Stacy's once beautiful dreams had completely shattered. Now her only hope was to escape from this man as soon as possible. So when Cassandra learned that her sister had broken a promise to a friend without explanation, she grew even more concerned, unable to reach Stacy on her cell phone. She called Stacy's home directly. One of Stacy's children answered and said their mother had gone to visit their grandfather. Cassandra immediately called her father, but he told her that Stacy had not visited him at all by 11 p.m. Cassandra still hadn't been able to contact Stacy, so she decided to drive to her sister's house to check on things. But when she arrived, only the 4 children were home. Both her brother-in-law and sister were nowhere to be found. Their 2 cars were also gone. Cassandra knew something was wrong because her sister loved her kids deeply and would never leave them alone late at night like this. When she asked the children, Cassandra learned that her sister and brother-in-law had a big argument. Earlier that morning afterwards, Stacy stormed out and Drew immediately followed her to find her concerned. Cassandra called Drew, but before she could ask anything, he yelled, "Where's your sister? I've been looking for her all day without waiting for him to finish." Cassandra anxiously asked, "So what's going on? Where are you?" "I'm at home," Drew replied. Hearing this, Cassandra began to sweat and felt a wave of fear. She had just left her sister's house, and over the phone, she clearly heard Drew inserting the key and starting his car. It was obvious Drew was lying, and he was definitely hiding something. So at 1 a.m., Cassandra went to the police station to report her sister missing at 2:30 a.m. On her way back, she drove past her sister's house and noticed that the 2 cars were back. Could it be that her sister had returned? She called Drew once again. This time, Drew said, "Your sister called me at 9 p.m. last night saying she was driving to the airport to run away with another man. She took her passport, left the car at the airport, and told me to pick it up. I just got back." Cassandra felt something was off. He claimed he had just returned, but the airport was only about a half-hour drive from her sister's house. So how could it take him until 2:30 a.m. to get home? Moreover, Stacy loved her children dearly. Whether they were her biological kids or stepchildren, she treated them all as her own. This was a well-known fact among the neighbors, so why would she abandon her 4 children when all these clues were put together It became clear that Drew was highly suspicious since he was a local police officer. The local police station, wanting to avoid a conflict of interest, handed Stacy's missing person case over to the Illinois State Police for investigation on the afternoon of October the 29th, 2007. The Illinois State Police arrived at Drew's house to investigate Stacy's disappearance, surprisingly, despite being a police officer himself. Drew refused to cooperate and insisted that Stacy had run away with another man. He also refused to allow the police to search Stacy's car. This behavior aroused significant suspicion among the Illinois State Police. Left with no other option, they had to return to obtain a search warrant from higher authorities. 2 days later, the police returned with a search warrant and thoroughly searched every corner of Drew's house, but they did not find any critical evidence. Meanwhile, Stacy's family and friends quickly organized a group of volunteers to help search for her in 2 days. Over 75 volunteers scoured wetlands, parks, and rivers, distributing hundreds of flyers. Unfortunately, no clues about Stacy's whereabouts were found during this time. Drew acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to insist that Stacy had run off with another man and saw no reason to search for her. The police learned from Stacy's friends that she had recently been desperate to escape from her husband. One friend revealed that just 3 days before she disappeared on October 25th, Stacy had called to ask about renting a house and expressed her desire to get away from the dangerous situation at home. Cassandra's younger sister also mentioned that on October 27th, when she arrived at her sister's house for dinner, her brother-in-law seemed happy. It wasn't until he left for work that her sister made that cryptic comment. At this point, the police could only focus on investigating Drew, hoping to uncover something from him. Drew Walter Peterson, born in 1954, was 53 years old when Stacy disappeared. Before that, he had served in the military and officially became a member of the Bolingbrook Police Department in 1977. A month after Stacy's disappearance at the age of 53, he retired with an annual pension of $79,000, which was enough for him to live comfortably in his younger years. Drew was assigned to a task force and later served as an undercover agent in drug gangs. Since the 1960s, the drug problem in the United States had become increasingly severe, with convenient transportation in a thriving city. Chicago had become one of the largest drug trafficking hubs in the country. In that context, an outstanding undercover agent had many opportunities for advancement and wealth. Drew was fortunate to be selected. He grew his hair long, maintained a thick beard, and dressed casually. Blending imperfectly with Chicago's drug dealers, he quickly adapted to the environment and made friends with locals. Gathering valuable information, in 1979, he was honored as the Police Officer of the Year. Despite having a successful career, Drew's personal life was marred by reprehensible behavior. When Drew met Stacy, he had not yet divorced his previous wife. At that time, Stacy was still underage. A 46-year-old man involved with a 16-year-old girl was clearly illegal. However, because it was a small town where everyone knew each other, and Drew was a police officer, although people were aware of the situation, no one reported him on. October 18, 2003, just 8 days after his divorce from his previous wife. Drew married Stacy after their marriage. Drew exercised strict control over Stacy even when she went shopping with female friends. He would ask her detailed questions. He installed surveillance cameras in the house, placed a tracking device on Stacy's phone, and even pressured her into getting cosmetic surgery when they had heated arguments. Drew would sometimes physically assault Stacy. At this point, Stacy finally realized that she couldn't continue in this marriage. She sought out a lawyer and began preparing for a divorce. She had scheduled a meeting with her lawyer on October 29th, but she mysteriously disappeared on the 28th. Furthermore, when the police investigated Drew, they discovered that beneath his flashy exterior lay many dark secrets. It's highly likely that he was also connected to another murder case. Drew had been through 4 marriages. Kathleen Savia was his 3rd wife. She met Drew when she was 30 years old, and at that time, Drew was still married to his 2nd wife. They were married for 10 years and had 2 sons together. Drew had abused Kathleen several times, but she endured it for the sake of their children. However, when she learned that Drew was involved with Stacy, she could no longer tolerate it and decided to file for divorce. Divorce meant dividing assets among Drew's assets. He could accept losing other things, but not his pension. The two constantly argued about the division of assets. Drew often threatened Kathleen, saying, "Don't push me. Don't make me make you disappear," between 2002 and 2004. Kathleen reported Drew's abuse to the police 18 times. Strangely, he was never punished or investigated in March 2002. Kathleen felt her life was in danger and sought an emergency protection order from the police. However, due to Drew's lawyer's interference, she was forced to drop it by July. Kathleen once again reached out to the police, stating that Drew was no longer just threatening her with words. He had brought a knife to her home. The police filed a report with the county prosecutor's office, but ultimately nothing came of it. In November, Kathleen wrote a desperate letter to the assistant county prosecutor. In the letter, she wrote, "He knows how to manipulate this system. His next move will be to either take my children or eliminate me. I am not getting any help from the Bolingbrook police. I truly need your assistance now." Despite the sincerity of her letter, she received no response. Fortunately, on October 10, 2003, Kathleen finally divorced Drew. However, the issue of asset division remained unresolved. According to the plan, the asset division hearing was scheduled for April 2004. If everything went as expected, Kathleen would receive the house child support, alimony, a portion of Drew's pension, and a share of the profits from the sale of his bar. But a month before the hearing on March 1st, Kathleen was found dead in her bathtub at home. At the time, her cause of death was ruled as an accidental drowning, considering that both Drew's first and second wives had also accused him of abuse. It indicated a pattern of repeat offenses. Prosecutor James Glasgow believed there were many suspicious circumstances surrounding Kathleen's death. Glasgow AW County prosecutor with 26 years of legal experience and a strong track record in combating domestic violence was the prosecutor in charge of Stacy's disappearance case. Prosecutor James wanted to review Drew's records to see if this police officer, protected by a network of local connections, was hiding any secrets. His investigation revealed that the death of Drew's ex-wife Kathleen was indeed connected to him. First, the timing was too coincidental, exactly 1 month before the asset division hearing. Moreover, the coroner's report at the time indicated that the injuries on Kathleen's body were not consistent with an accidental drowning. In fact, Kathleen's family had also been suspicious of her death. How could a healthy woman in her 40s who wasn't an alcoholic or a drug user suddenly slip and fall in the bathtub? This was a small oval-shaped bathtub where you couldn't even stretch out your legs. How could someone drown in it? However, the family's suspicions were ignored and the case was closed. Prosecutor James decided to search for Stacy while also reopening Kathleen's case. The first step was to conduct a new forensic examination of her body. People often say that exhuming a body disturbs the deceased, but when Kathleen's family learned of it, they fully supported the decision on November 13th. Kathleen's body was exhumed and re-examined by forensic experts. Her family was concerned about potential interference in the investigation, so with the court's permission, they funded an additional expert to participate in the examination. This time, the forensic experts discovered something suspicious besides the bruises on her body. Kathleen had a large, unexplained wound on her head. Clearly, this couldn't be explained by an accidental drowning. It appeared to be the result of a heavy blow. Finally, the forensic experts and authorities reached a unanimous conclusion. Kathleen's death was a meticulously planned murder. When this conclusion was announced, it caused a significant public outcry as it completely contradicted the accidental death ruling from 3 years earlier. According to the records from that time, Drew had stated on Friday, February 27, 2004, "I picked up my 2 kids to spend the weekend with them on Sunday evening. I brought the kids back to Kathleen's house, but the door was locked and no one answered the phone, so I had to take the kids back home by March. First, I had called Kathleen dozens of times, but she still didn't answer that. Evening, I went to her house again, but no one opened the door. I thought something might have happened, so I called a locksmith to open the door and also gathered 4 neighbors. Once the door was opened, I let the neighbors go upstairs to check on Kathleen while I waited downstairs because Kathleen had told me she didn't want to see me. Shortly after I heard a horrifying scream, I rushed upstairs, and when I reached the bathroom, I saw the neighbors standing in front of the bathtub with terrified expressions. Kathleen was lying in the water-filled tub, her wet hair covering her face. The blood in the bathtub had dried and coagulated. I checked her pulse and it was no longer beating. I was extremely saddened and had no idea how to break the news to our children at that time to avoid any conflict of interest. The local police transferred the case to the Illinois State Police. The state police arrived quickly at the scene. However, they conducted only a cursory examination of the house and didn't even secure the scene. After just over 2 hours, they completed their work and left. Kathleen's family received the tragic news that evening and rushed to the scene only to be stopped by Drew. It wasn't until March 2nd that they were allowed into Kathleen's house. By then it was too late. The police had already left, and Drew was cleaning the bloodstains from the bathtub, claiming he was doing so to prevent their children from seeing it and becoming frightened. Despite the many suspicious circumstances surrounding Kathleen's death, the jury unanimously concluded that it was an accidental drowning. At that time, one of the jurors knew Drew personally. Although this person hadn't been to the scene, they kept praising Drew as a good cop who couldn't possibly harm his wife. Most importantly, Stacy provided Drew with an alibi. As a result, the jury took less than an hour to confirm that Kathleen had died from an accidental drowning after Kathleen's death. Drew, as the beneficiary, received $1 million from her life insurance policy. He also presented a will that they had previously signed, which stated that after Kathleen's death, Drew would inherit all of her assets just over a month after Kathleen's passing. Drew quickly sold her house. Looking back at Kathleen's case, the process of concluding that she had drowned accidentally was clearly too hasty. Another critical point that was overlooked was that the first coroner to arrive at the scene was a colleague of Drew's. Considering all these clues, Drew became the prime suspect in both cases. The police then proceeded to prosecute him regarding the motive. Drew and Kathleen had deep conflicts of interest. If Kathleen were alive, Drew would stand to lose a significant portion of his assets. On the other hand, her death meant that he inherited a large sum from her. Analyzing Drew's behavior during the incident, his first reaction upon being unable to contact his ex-wife wasn't to reach out to his fellow officers, but to call a locksmith and neighbors instead. Although he appeared anxious after entering the house, he didn't participate in the search, almost as if he was deliberately waiting in for the neighbors to find Kathleen first. Furthermore, as a police officer, Drew destroyed the crime scene the very next day by cleaning the bathtub. These actions were all very strange and aligned with the behavior of someone who had staged the scene of a murder. Regarding Drew's character, he had a habit of smearing others to assert that his own actions were justified. For instance, he once claimed that the reason the mayor and the police chief ignored Kathleen's pleas for help was because she had harassed them at a party. Drew also frequently told others that Stacy was involved with 4 or 5 men at the same time. He consistently created rumors to protect himself. At this point, the only thing missing to convict Drew was a decisive piece of evidence. However, Kathleen had been dead for over 3 years. The house where the incident occurred had been sold, and Stacy's disappearance was repeatedly insisted by Drew to be her running off with another man. Clearly, uncovering evidence against this cunning police officer was not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Drew seemed remarkably calm. During the investigation, he continued to pursue new romantic relationships and was often seen embracing women at bars. He even made an appearance on the popular TV show Larry King Lived. By December 2008, Drew announced that he was engaged to a 23-year-old woman. However, due to strong opposition from her father, they broke up. But many other women continued to approach Drew. Fortunately, as the investigation progressed, the emergence of several key witnesses began to expose Drew's true nature. Both the pastor and the divorce lawyer whom Stacy had spoken to contacted the police. They both revealed that before she disappeared, Stacy had confided in them, saying that she had helped Drew create a fake alibi. In Kathleen's case, on that particular day, she saw Drew dressed in black, carrying a black bag, and returning home in the early hours of the morning. The bag contained some women's clothing. The first thing Drew did upon returning home was to put his clothes and the women's clothing into the washing machine. He then instructed Stacy on how to provide an alibi for him to the police. The pastor and the lawyer didn't know each other yet. Their testimonies matched perfectly and were highly credible. Stacy's statements could be considered extremely crucial evidence. In this case, if she could be found and brought to court to testify, it would be difficult for Drew to escape conviction. The problem, however, is that Stacy has gone missing and there is no information on her whereabouts next. Drew half-brother Thomas Morphy also came forward. To testify, he stated that on the day Stacy disappeared, Drew took him to a coffee shop. After chatting for a while, Drew mentioned that Stacy had a lover and that he was going to take care of her later. Drew asked Thomas to help him carry a large blue 280-liter container from the bedroom to the car. After hearing about Stacy's disappearance, Thomas recalled the heavy feeling he had while carrying the container, describing it as if he were lifting a stone. He suspected that Sty was inside the container, feeling as though he had become an accomplice and struggling with depression. Thomas couldn't cope with the reality and attempted to overdose on pills. Fortunately, he was taken to the hospital in time and survived during the investigation. The police confirmed that such a blue container did exist. However, both the container and Stacy remained missing. Additionally, a man named Jeff testified that Drew once offered him $25,000 to kill Kathleen with these numerous leads. It seemed likely that something terrible had happened to Stacy without her testimony in court. It would be difficult to convict Drew with no other options. Prosecutor James sought a new approach. He pushed for the state of Illinois to pass a law designed specifically for Drew. This law would allow the court to consider the testimony of a witness who cannot be present, provided that the prosecutor could prove the witness was killed to prevent them from testifying, and that their statements were credible. In this case, the testimony Stacy gave before her disappearance and other evidence pointing to Drew were considered credible. This meant that even with Stacy missing, the police could still convict Drew on September 6, 2012. The Illinois Court of Appeals ruled that Drew was guilty of murdering Kathleen, and he was sentenced to 38 years in prison. However, Drew was not satisfied with the verdict. Even after being imprisoned, he continued to appeal, but all of his appeals were subsequently denied. In 2015, Drew attempted to hire a hitman from within the prison to kill Prosecutor James. Unbeknownst to him, a fellow inmate immediately reported the plot using a wiretap. The police recorded a conversation between Drew and his inmate, which became solid evidence against him on July 29, 2016. Drew was sentenced to an additional 40 years in prison for the murder-for-hire plot, despite having no hope left. Drew still denied killing Kathleen. Even as late as 2021, he continued to appeal and accuse Prosecutor James of witness intimidation. However, since he failed to provide any evidence, both his appeal and accusations were dismissed as for Stacy. Despite years of searching, there has been no news about her. Coincidentally, her mother, Christine, also mysteriously disappeared on March 11, 1998, while on her way to church, and she too was never found, leaving the case unresolved. Although the hope that Stacy is still alive is very slim, her family has never given up. Her sister Cassandra created a website to encourage people to donate. The funds raised have been used to purchase equipment such as ground-penetrating radar hire search and recovery experts, and more. She has spent over $400,000 on these efforts, even though Drew was investigated for Stacy's disappearance. And Kathleen's case, he was only convicted for Kathleen's murder. Therefore, in the end, no one has been held accountable for Stacy's disappearance, not even Drew, who seems to have been regarded as the crime suspect. Cassandra feels deeply disappointed by this. She said, "Now I just want to bring my sister home so I can have peace of mind." As for Stacy's ultimate fate, we can only wait for time to reveal the truth. Story 5 in Osaka, located in the Kanai region of Japan, while the Kanto region represents modern economic power. Kanai is famous for its rich history. Osaka is the third largest city in Japan, known for its unique food culture and bustling commercial districts. The city features historic buildings, Osaka Castle, modern skyscrapers, a TV tower, and popular shopping and dining areas like Shinsaibashi, Donbore, and various gourmet streets offering a diverse array of delicious foods. Osaka is a vibrant city that attracts many tourists. With the rise of tourism, many locals rent out their vacant homes for short-term stays, offering guests homemade meals and other services. Numerous B&B's bed and breakfasts have sprung up compared to traditional hotels. These B&Bs are more affordable, allowing visitors to fully experience local culture. B&B stands for bed and breakfast, which refers to small budget-friendly accommodations that provide an overnight stay and breakfast. Most B&B owners operate family-run businesses in Osaka. Many locals have developed personalized B&Bs based on various themes such as hot springs, Japanese cuisine, and other local specialties. However, among the many B&Bs, there are also black B&Bs where guests don't need to show identification to check in. These black B&Bs are less formal with basic facilities and environments, but their relatively low prices make them popular with certain groups. The main character of the story is Saki Kondo. She was born in Hedi City, Hyogo Prefecture. Saki worked as a saleswoman at a parts manufacturing company in Maa City, Hyogo Prefecture, northwest of Osaka in 2018. After a day of work, Saki left the office as usual. She said goodbye to her colleagues, packed her belongings, and left the company. That evening after work, she took a train straight to Osaka upon arriving. She walked hand in hand with a man, and they headed in a certain direction before disappearing into the night. On Saturday, February 17, 2018, the Hgo Profil police received a call from a woman reporting that her daughter, Saki Kondo, had been missing for 2 days. Saki was known for her dedication to her job. When she failed to show up for work the previous day without requesting leave, and her supervisor was unable to reach her. They contacted her mother to check on her. Saki's mother, who lived in their hometown in Hyogo Prefecture, stayed in close contact with her daughter every day after receiving the call from Saki's colleague. She became very worried. She immediately tried calling Saki's cell phone but couldn't get through after waiting another day without hearing back. She grew increasingly anxious and felt something was wrong, so she decided to contact the police upon receiving the report. The police promptly launched an investigation. The missing person, Saki Kondo, a 27-year-old office worker, was employed in Maa City, Hyogo Prefecture. She had previously lived with her mother, older brother, and grandfather. Her father, who worked in metal processing, had been working in Thailand for an extended period. It was rare for him to have the opportunity to return home and reunite with the family almost every year. Saki's family planned a trip together to visit her father in Thailand. During these trips, Saki developed a strong desire to travel abroad, determined to pursue her passion. Saki worked hard to improve her English, hoping to visit more countries in the future. Over the years, she attended a prestigious all-girls private school in Hyogo Prefecture. With excellent academic performance, she joined the school's brass band club and lived life to the fullest each day. From a young age, Saki placed great importance on language learning, particularly English. She made significant efforts and achieved a high level of proficiency, allowing her to read English magazines and watch English videos without any difficulty after graduating from high school. She was accepted into a local university with her strong English skills. She often spent her holidays traveling to European countries for short trips, where she made several international friends. After graduating, Saki started working early and went through a few job changes. 2 years ago, she secured a position as a saleswoman at a parts manufacturing company in Emiya City. She then moved into the company's employee dormitory and began living independently. Saki was a warm and cheerful person. If she encountered a foreigner asking for directions while on the street, she was always kind enough to help. She often invited her foreign friends over to visit her home. At work, she was always willing and enthusiastic to assist her colleagues with any English-related issues they had. Saki was well-liked by both her colleagues and family members. She was kind, friendly, intelligent, sensitive, and responsible, so she would never intentionally lose touch with the important people in her life. She lived a relatively simple life and seemed to hold no grudges against anyone. Her sudden disappearance left her family, friends, and colleagues deeply perplexed. The police then investigated Saki's social connections and uncovered a crucial lead from a friend. It turned out that Saki had told a friend on February 15th, the day she went missing, "I'm going on a date with an American after work. His name is Jay. I just met him online." This clue immediately caught the attention of the police. They compiled all the surveillance videos from relevant locations and streets to track Saki's movements. After she left work, the footage revealed that a man suspected to be Jay was with her on February 15th, 2018. The day after Valentine's Day, Saki left work and headed straight to a nearby train station. She took a train for about an hour to Moriya Station in Osaka. Around midnight, surveillance footage near the station showed her walking with a man. The two seemed close, displaying affectionate gestures, and were heading south. They looked like a couple. The surveillance system eventually tracked Saki and the man entering a hotel not far from the train station. They stayed at a B&B. However, in the following days, the surveillance footage only showed the man repeatedly entering and leaving. But Saki was not seen again. The man in the footage had a tall, slender build and kept his face fully covered. Surveillance video showed him wearing black clothing, including black pants, a black short jacket, and black short boots. He also wore a black baseball cap, a white face mask, and a pair of dark sunglasses. Completely obscuring his face, it seemed like he was trying to hide something additionally for reasons unknown. He was always seen carrying a large backpack when entering and leaving the premises, which looked quite suspicious. The B&B they stayed at was located in the Hiji-Smoshi district of Osaka. It was an old 3-story building. The exterior, white walls appeared to have not been cleaned for a long time, showing signs of yellowing. The walls had several low rectangular windows. The police managed to track down the owner of the B&B, hoping he still had a record of the guests who checked in at that time. However, unfortunately, it turned out to be a black market B&B while it was listed for rent on Airbnb, a popular home rental app. It didn't have a proper business license. This meant that guests could book a room through the app without providing their real identity. As a result, the police were unable to determine the identity of the suspicious man. The police then shifted their focus back to the surveillance footage to track down the suspect. At that time, road surveillance systems were quite advanced and had a high coverage rate in the cities. The suspect seemed to be focused only on disguising himself and hiding his identity without much awareness of counter-surveillance measures, so his movements were relatively easy to trace. Through the video footage, the police quickly pinpointed his location. A few days after Saki's disappearance, the suspect had left Osaka and moved to several other B&Bs and was currently in Nara City. On February 22, 2018, a week after the disappearance, police arrested the suspect at a B&B in the area. The suspect was identified as Yevi Vasvik Baikar, born in 1991, a 27-year-old American tourist. He went by the name Jay online. The same person who had gone on a date with Saki Jay was born in Odessa, Ukraine. His mother, Regina, was Ukrainian and his father was Bulgarian. A professional doctor when Jay was young, his parents divorced later. His mother met Benny. Daisy, an engineer from the United States, they connected through a social networking site, specifically one that linked North American men with Eastern European women. After getting to know each other, Mr. Daisy fell in love with his mother. He personally traveled to Ukraine to bring her and Jay back to live with him. After returning to Texas, the two got married and started a new family life together. This is how Jay, then 9 years old, became an American citizen. Jay's stepfather treated him like his own son and cared for him with all his love. However, Jay never fully opened up to him in his stepfather's eyes. Jay was very shy and always seemed to be just his mother's son. He had very few friends and didn't seem interested in expanding his social circle, only talking to his mother at home. No matter how much his stepfather cared, Jay chose to remain silent. On the other hand, it seemed that his mother had her own plans. After getting married and immigrating to the U.S., she began working towards obtaining a nursing degree. After several years of hard work and study, she achieved her dream and established herself in the United States. One day, she quietly took Jay and left Mr. Daisy. He searched tirelessly for them, but for a long time there was no news. This caused him great heartbreak. Then one day, he unexpectedly received a letter from his wife, Regina. Before he could feel any joy, he was left stunned. Regina had actually requested that he sign the divorce papers enclosed in the letter. It turned out that she had never truly loved him, but had only used him to become a legal U.S. citizen after leaving Texas. She and her son moved to Long Island, New York, where she found a job using her nursing certification. Not long after she met and fell in love with a local engineer, they eventually planned to get married. It was at this point that she realized she was still legally married to Mr. Daisy, whom she had long forgotten. So she wrote to him openly requesting that he sign the divorce papers. Upon reading the letter, Mr. Daisy finally understood everything. He realized he had merely been a means for her to immigrate to the United States. No longer wanting to hold on in vain, he was ready to sign the divorce papers afterward. Regina was free to marry her new love, as she had hoped the two of them moved to a house in Mastic Beach and began the happy life they had long desired in 2007. Jay enrolled at William Floyd High School in the area and excelled during his 4 years there. After graduating in 2011, he voluntarily enlisted in the military and successfully passed the exams. He joined the U.S. Air Force as he had hoped. According to regulations, Jay was required either to serve in the military for 4 years, but for reasons unknown, he was discharged after only 11 months and returned to his hometown in Long Island. In the time that followed, he led an idle life. Those who knew Jay were surprisingly unanimous in their assessment of him. They described him as quiet, shy, and reserved. He seemed to have a deep fascination with Japanese culture, always eager to visit Japan for vacations, and had traveled there more than 10 times. However, his purpose in going to Japan was not so simple. Beyond sightseeing, he also longed to find and love a gentle and virtuous Japanese woman. Anyone familiar with him knew that he had an unusual obsession with Japanese women. He had once confessed to a friend that he wanted to marry a Japanese wife at the end of January 2018. Jay obtained a 90-day tourist visa and flew from the United States to Kai, Japan. He planned to stay there for an extended period to enjoy a fulfilling experience from this perspective. It's no surprise that Jay met Saki. However, when confronted with accusations regarding Saki's disappearance, Jay refused to admit anything, stating, "I don't know anything about her." With the surveillance evidence in hand, the police, of course, did not believe his denial. On the same day Jay was arrested, the police also obtained a search warrant from the court. A search was conducted at the B&B where the two had stayed, but the police did not find Saki inside, nor did they find any of her belongings or suspicious bloodstains in the worst-case scenario. So what method did Jay use to make a living? Breathing persons suddenly disappear into thin air right before everyone's eyes. A sudden, ominous feeling began to take hold. The police realized that the chances of Saki still being alive somewhere were incredibly slim. It was possible that she had been murdered over the next 2 days. The police carefully searched the B&B again and also checked other B&Bs where the suspect had stayed in recent days. Finally, they found a crucial clue at one of these locations. The suspicious B&B was located at Hanazono Wanam, Naru, Osaka, just a 6 to 7 minute walk from the nearest station. It was a 3-story apartment building with gray exterior walls surrounded by scaffolding. It appeared to be under renovation. Like the others, this was also a black market. B&B. The rooms were very simple, and the surrounding environment was not great. Staying here for a night cost only 230 yen, which is about $14 US because of the low price. It was typically rented by night workers and laborers in the area. The owner of this B&B had a strong impression of Jay. He recounted a few days ago a handsome foreign guest with a suitcase stayed at my B&B for one night. Foreign tourists are rare here, so I paid special attention to him after observing the scene. Several police officers accompanied the B&B owner to the room where Jay had stayed. As soon as they entered, they noticed a strange odor, a mix of something foul and an overpowering fragrance. The closer they got to the room, the more unbearable the smell became. When they opened the door, they found a small 6-square-meter room. The cramped space was barely enough for one person to lie down. The odor in the room was so strong that everyone present felt deeply uncomfortable. It didn't take long for them to discover a suitcase left behind in the room. It seemed to have been sprayed with a deodorizer, possibly in an attempt to mask some foul smell, but it had clearly failed the investigators. Karai approached and opened the suitcase. They were stunned when they found a decaying human head inside the site at the scene. Left many of those present shocked and horrified. DNA comparisons confirmed that the head belonged to Saki, who had been missing for nearly 10 days. Faced with this new evidence, Jay knew he could no longer deny the truth. Desperate, the perpetrator confessed everything, recounting how he had met Saki. Yet even to the end, he repeatedly claimed, "I didn't mean to kill her." It turned out that while Jay was known to friends and family as a reserved and quiet person, he had a completely different persona online. though he had deleted all his related accounts after the incident. The truth was uncovered through the recovery of his data records. Jay frequently used Tinder, a dating app with users. Worldwide, mainly young and middle-aged individuals, users can upload photos of themselves, add their interests and skills, and introduce themselves to others. If two users show mutual interest, they can connect once connected. They can start chatting online. The app also supports location services, allowing users to connect with others nearby. Jay seemed to lack confidence in his appearance. He didn't post any real photos of himself on his profile. Instead, he found a picture online and used a more appealing online name. Jay, he had visited Japan multiple times and used the location suggestion feature of social media apps to connect and chat with local women, including Saki. He had been involved with nearly 10 Japanese women, clearly unsatisfied with just chatting online. He tried every possible way to persuade them to go out and spend the night at a B&B to satisfy his desires. He was fascinated by a series of romantic encounters engaging in one-night stands. In January 2018, Jay obtained a 90-day tourist visa for Japan and began his pursuit of beauty. This time he chose the Kai region, specifically selecting various black market B&Bs along the train line and frequently changing location while meeting different Japanese women. On February 12, 2018, Jay checked into a B&B in Higashikata W of Osaka, planning to stay there for a week. During this time, he met Saki through a social app. Both Saki and Jay were the same age. Saki had a beautiful, delicate, gentle, and outgoing appearance, perfectly matching his ideal image of a Japanese woman. Saki also showed interest in the young foreign man. By chance, they successfully matched on the social app. Saki English was excellent and there were no communication barriers, so her enthusiasm quickly attracted Jay. After a while, they exchanged contact information and added each other as friends on Instagram. A few days after chatting, Jay wanted to invite Saki to Osaka. However, where Saki lived, was 50 kilometers away from Osaka, requiring more than an hour by train. She felt it was too soon to meet in person since they had just met. So she told him, "I'm busy with work and would like to get to know you better first." No matter how hard Jay tried to be persuasive or assertive, Saki still refused to meet. Fearing that his target might slip away, Jay felt the need to be more decisive. He pressured her by saying, "If you don't meet me, I'll come to your house." Hearing this, Saki found it difficult to refuse. He continued to push her. "I know where you work and where you live. If you don't agree to meet, I'll come to your house after much consideration." Saki finally compromised. She promised Jay she would come to Osaka to meet him after work on Thursday, the day of their meeting. Quickly arrived that day after work, Saki took the train to Osaka's Morinomiya station. Jay was already waiting nearby when Saki saw Jay in person. She was a bit surprised because he looked completely different from his profile picture on the social app. However, Jay was friendly and considerate. After a few pleasant exchanges, Saki let her guard down and the two walked together toward the B&B, laughing and chatting closely. The next day was still a work day for Saki, so she planned to return to Emma early to be on time for work and had no intention of staying long, but she never imagined she would never get the chance to return. During the investigation, the police discovered that before Saki, there had been 4 to 5 other women who stayed at the same B&B with Jay. However, none of them were harmed. Saki was the only victim currently. Finding the rest of Saki's remains had become the top priority. After several days of interrogation, Jay finally admitted to dismembering and disposing of Saki's body. However, he remained tight-lipped about what had happened at the B&B that night on February 25, 2018. Based on Jay's confession, the police went to the mountains near Osaka and entered the forest. After searching, they found a spot where the ground had been disturbed. There, the police discovered Saki's arm and her torso was found not far away. On the same day, Saki's legs were found in a bamboo grove in Kyoto. No one could have imagined that Saki, who was so kind and enthusiastic, would meet such a tragic end. Her family was devastated after learning the news about their daughter. The forensic report indicated that Saki died from suffocation, but to this day, Jay still refuses to confess the truth. He appears very fearful and repeatedly tells the police, I didn't mean to. The police speculate that the two may have had an argument at the B&B during which Saki was accidentally killed by Jay after realizing that Saki was no longer breathing. Jay became terrified once he calmed down. He started thinking of ways to cover up the incident, quickly turning off Saki's phone to prevent her family and friends from contacting her. He then logged out of their social media accounts to hide their connection. Finally, he searched the internet for various methods to dispose of the body and carried out his plan. The next day, Jay went out with a large bag on his back and purchased a saw and a bottle of deodorizer. He extended his stay at the room for a few more days and quietly dismembered Saki's body in the rented room. During the night, he disposed of her body parts in the mountains of Osaka and Kyoto. As for the head, the most easily identifiable part, he placed it in a suitcase and hid it in another B&B to mask the odor. He sprayed a large amount of deodorizer in the room to prevent others from noticing. However, his efforts were ultimately futile. Strangely, Jay didn't seem to have any intention of fleeing Japan. When he was arrested, he was staying at a B&B in Nara. After the incident, he had ample time to escape and return to the U.S., but he didn't seem to have any such plans and continued his travels as planned after hearing the news of his daughter's murder. Saki's father, who was far away in Thailand, hurried back to Japan. For the next year, he closely followed the developments of the case. He hoped the court would handle the case and severely punish the murderer to bring justice for his daughter. A year after the incident in 2019, the case was tried at the Kobe District Court. Since it couldn't be proven that Jay had the intent to commit murder, he was ultimately convicted of 2 crimes, manslaughter and disposing of a body. Jay appeared gone in court. He continued to defend himself, insisting that he never intended to kill her, and pleaded for Saki's family to forgive him. He repeatedly apologized, saying, "I will carry the burden of this crime until the day I die." However, no one believed his words. Although his intent at the time of the crime couldn't be determined, his actions afterward showed no remorse. Instead of turning himself in, he tried to cover up the crime by deleting accounts, dismembering and burying the victim's body. These were all deliberate, selfish, and callous acts. Due to the clear evidence, the trial proceeded swiftly. On January 22, 2019. The Kobe District Court officially convicted Jay of manslaughter and other charges, sentencing him to 8 years in prison. This sentence sparked outrage among many people. Saki's family felt deeply disappointed, believing that the punishment was too lenient for the killer and that the truth had not been fully revealed. The trial ended hastily, with Jay remaining silent and uncooperative. They may never know why their daughter was killed. It's worth noting that in the past 2 years, this was the 8th illegal incident involving the use of B&Bs in Japan. The severity of this case brought attention to the issue of black market B&Bs among relevant authorities. Following the incident, Japan has made efforts to regulate the B&B industry today, privately managed. B&Bs are required to verify the true identity of their guests to prevent black market B&Bs from attracting tourists and becoming breeding grounds for crime. As of now, Jay has served 5 years of his sentence, and he will soon be released in 3 years. However, Saki, a young woman who once had a bright future and dreams of traveling the world, will never have the chance to fulfill those dreams. As the rain gently falls and the night grows deeper, thank you for joining me here at Mr. Night Scared True Crime Stories. Remind us of life's mysteries and the importance of staying aware, even as we seek comfort in the quiet of the night. If you've enjoyed tonight's tale, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Let the rain carry you to a peaceful sleep, and until we meet again, stay safe, stay curious, and let the night watch over you. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Sherlock Holmes. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off, I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the case. Right, let's get comfy and relax, and let's begin. Story 1, we're going to delve into one of the most shocking criminal cases in Canada. Over the past 15 years, the central figure in this tragedy is Jennifer Pan, a young Vietnamese-Canadian woman who, despite her innocent appearance, harbored dark secrets. On November 8, 2010, in a residential area of Toronto, Canada, the community was suddenly shaken by chaotic sounds coming from the home of Phan Hai and his wife Phan Ha, a couple who had immigrated from Vietnam as political refugees. The piercing screams shattered the quiet night, mingled with cries of agony, desperate pleas for help, and most chillingly, the sound of gunfire, all combining into a terrifying cacophony. As the neighbors looked outside, they saw a man staggering out of the house covered in blood. He was trying to say something, but could only manage incoherent sounds before collapsing unconscious in the street. The neighbors immediately called the police to report the incident after receiving the distress call. The police quickly arrived at the scene. Upon arrival, they identified the unconscious man as Phan Han He, also known as Mr. Pan, the owner of the house. Where the tragedy had just occurred, a preliminary examination revealed that he had suffered severe injuries, including gunshot wounds to his eye socket and shoulder, and was in a coma due to significant blood loss. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, the police immediately entered Mr. Pan's home to investigate further. They were horrified to discover his wife, Phan Bicha, lying lifeless on the basement floor, having been brutally shot 3 times in the head addition. Finally, the police found their eldest daughter, Jennifer Pan, with her hands tied behind her back, secured to the second-floor staircase railing. She was still clutching her phone, which remained connected to the 911 dispatcher upon learning that her mother had passed away and her father was critically injured and unlikely to survive. Jennifer broke down in anguished sobs after thoroughly searching the house and surrounding area. The police took Jennifer to the station for questioning that very night. In the interrogation video, Jennifer claimed that a total of 3 unknown men had broken into her home. Late that evening, they took Jennifer hostage to threaten her parents, forcing them to reveal the location of their hard-earned savings. She recounted that the intruders then led her upstairs, tied her hands behind her back, and proceeded to attack her parents with a gun. The police questioned Jennifer extensively about the possible motives behind the attack, and she firmly insisted that the intruders were after money and valuables. However, as they examined the crime scene, the police began to grow suspicious if the intruders were truly after wealth. As Jennifer claimed, why did they ignore valuable items like the Pan family's 2 cars, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and Al Lexus ES300, as well as other expensive belongings such as the TV computers and even bundles of cash that were clearly visible in the house. Moreover, when investigating how the 3 intruders managed to enter the home, the police uncovered another point of suspicion. All the doors and locks showed no signs of forced entry. When the police questioned Jennifer about this suspicion, she recounted the events of that day as follows. It was a typical Monday evening, just like any other after dinner. Mrs. Pan went to a dance class and returned home around 9:30 p.m. At that time, Jennifer was in her room on the 2nd floor, talking on the phone with a friend before going to bed, when she suddenly heard strange noises coming from downstairs. Upon checking, Jennifer discovered 3 unfamiliar black men who appeared very aggressive inside her house before she could react. One of the men immediately attacked her, causing her to fall to the ground, and then tied her up with shoelaces. According to Jennifer, the men then went from room to room searching for valuables. They took all the money in the house. Once they confirmed there was nothing left to steal, they headed downstairs. At that moment, she began to hear her mother's pleading cries, her father's angry shouts, and the intruders' harsh yelling. But then suddenly everything went silent, followed by the sound of multiple gunshots. Quickly, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and frantically called the police. At this point, the police had to tentatively accept the limited clues provided by Jennifer, as she was the only surviving victim available for questioning. Her father was in a coma in the hospital, and her mother had died at the scene. However, the police found the girl sitting in front of them to be both peculiar and fortunate, despite the fact that the intruders could have easily harmed her. She remained unharmed indeed. The police had received a 911 call from Jennifer, but when they arrived, her hands were tied behind her back. So what exactly did she do to make the intruders spare her life? And how was she able to use her phone to call the police? While her hands were tied with these unanswered questions, the police could only proceed by secretly placing Jennifer under surveillance to monitor her every move for days had passed since the incident when Pan miraculously woke up from his coma. This was incredibly encouraging news for the police, as they now had another witness who could offer a new perspective on the case. However, Jennifer was the most anxious at this time, as expected. When the police questioned Mr. Pan, they uncovered some extremely valuable information. Mr. Pan revealed that he saw Jennifer speaking calmly and casually with one of the intruders. Moreover, he observed his daughter walking around with them inside the house without being tied up. Contrary to how the police found her, however, he did not expect to expose these suspicious behaviors of Jennifer on the night of the crime on November 22nd, after gathering sufficient testimony from Mr. Pan. The police summoned Jennifer for another round of questioning. This time, however, she was interrogated as a suspect rather than merely a victim. During this interview, the police recounted the information provided by Mr. Pan immediately. Jennifer broke down in tears, appearing devastated, and repeatedly asked the police what has happened to me in the nearly 4-hour-long interview. The police asked her to demonstrate how she could retrieve a phone from her back pocket to make a call while her hands were tied behind her back. Unfortunately, she was unable to do so. Using their experience, the police quickly got her to admit that she was directly involved with the intruders. However, she continued to lie without any solid basis. Jennifer gave evasive answers throughout the session, explaining that she did know the three Assants, but claimed that her intention in contacting them was to stage a fake crime scene so that she could end her own life due to conflicts with her parents. Jennifer further explained that shortly before the incident, she had resolved her conflicts with her parents and had agreed to stop cooperating with the... Therefore, she claimed not to understand why they still carried out the break-in, and instead of killing her, chose to kill her parents. Since Jennifer's statements were still not convincing and the police could not overlook the suspicion surrounding her, they decided to arrest her immediately for her direct involvement in the crime, as they dug deeper into Jennifer's family background, the police uncovered additional critical information that aided their investigation. Phan Han Hai was a Vietnamese Chinese man born and raised in Vietnam, while Phan Bicha was a native Vietnamese woman. The couple met and married after moving to Canada in 1979. As political refugees in Canada, they quickly secured jobs at an auto parts manufacturing plant in Ontario. After years of living frugally in 2004, the couple purchased a spacious home in Toronto, in a neighborhood with a significant Asian population. Their lives seemed prosperous and fulfilling as they went on to buy 2 luxury cars for transportation. Additionally, they had saved over 200,000 Canadian dollars. Having worked hard in the past, the couple agreed to raise their children with strict discipline and set high expectations, hoping their children would achieve things they themselves never had the opportunity to do. The Phan parents enrolled Jennifer in piano lessons at the age of 4 and had her practice figure skating nearly every day of the week. They hoped she would become an Olympic figure skating champion, but those dreams were dashed when she tore a knee ligament during an intense training session. When Jennifer entered middle school, she was a tall, relatively attractive girl who got along well with her classmates. She was also a member of the school's flute band. However, over time, Mr. and Mrs. Phan's overbearing attention became so intense that all of Jennifer's classmates and even others in the school knew that she had had tiger parents, a term for parents who were so controlling that they allowed their children no personal time or space. According to one of Jennifer's high school friends, her parents were so strict that while most of her peers were already commuting to school on their own, either her mother or father would always pick her up after school and then take her to extra classes or extracurricular activities. While other friends were beginning to explore and enter teenage relationships, Jennifer's parents strictly forbade her from having a boyfriend. Their concern was so extreme that no one ever saw Jennifer at any parties during her school years, not even after she graduated from high school with all that Jennifer's parents believed to be expressions of their care. They naturally expected Jennifer to excellent academic performance. However, academic success also requires ability, and Jennifer only showed a natural talent in music. Her performance in other subjects was average at best for Jennifer. These academic results were acceptable, but she knew her parents would not So from her early years in high school, she began forging report cards to deceive her parents. consistently presenting them with a record full of A's that made them proud when it came time to apply to universities in Canada. Jennifer had to submit an application that included her transcript to prove her academic achievements, along with several essays for the school she wished to attend. However, Jennifer's application was rejected by the university she applied to because she had failed calculus during a crucial semester, making her ineligible for admission upon realizing she had lost her chance to attend. University Jennifer felt a mix of disappointment in herself and fear of what her parents would do if they discovered the truth. She was certain they would be furious, likely forcing her to study to the point of exhaustion, or worse, disowning her and kicking her out of the house. After careful consideration, Jennifer made a bold decision. She lied to her parents, telling them that she would be starting university in the fall. She painted a perfect picture of her future, claiming she would spend the first 2 years at university and then specialize in pharmacy for the next 2 years. When the time came to start school, Jennifer would leave the house every day with a backpack full of materials. Instead of going to university, she went to public libraries equipped with internet-connected computers. For 2 years, she maintained the illusion of being a diligent student, leaving early and returning late. She further convinced her parents by showing them old textbooks she had bought from university students and notebooks filled with lecture notes she had copied from the internet. In addition to these activities, Jennifer sought out part-time work, including serving at a coffee shop and working as a piano tutor, a job she truly enjoyed. Mr. and Mrs. Pan seemed very pleased with their daughter's academic and work efforts. They were so impressed that they even bought Jennifer a laptop to help her with her studies. Although Mr. Pan occasionally asked Jennifer about her studies, Mrs. Pan seemed to have complete faith in her. She even told Mr. Pan that he shouldn't interfere and should let Jennifer be herself. After completing the first 2 years of her supposed university education, Jennifer moved on to the next phase of her deception. She told her parents that the school had approved her for a student loan and even claimed that she had won a $3,000 scholarship for the next 2 years of specialized pharmacy studies. This also meant, according to Jennifer, that she would have to move to downtown, where she said she would be living with a female friend. In reality, she was planning to live with her boyfriend Daniel Wong, and his family. Daniel and Jennifer had met and started dating while they were still in high school. Both participating in the school band, their relationship began when Daniel once saved Jennifer during an asthma attack triggered by cigarette smoke. However, due to her parents' strict control and prohibitions, Jennifer never dared to openly express her love for Daniel. Their entire relationship was carried out in secret. During the last 2 years of her fake education, Jennifer fabricated a story that she was volunteering at a hospital near her school. However, her parents noticed something suspicious. They had never seen her uniform or name badge. The very next day, they told Jennifer that they would drive her to work. Jennifer tried to remain calm, but when the car stopped in front of the hospital, she quickly ran into the emergency room and hid there for several hours until she saw her parents leave. At this point, Mr. Pan began to piece things together. They contacted the friend who was supposedly living with Jennifer, and what they learned was shocking. Unaware of Jennifer's lies to her parents, this friend revealed the entire truth. Jennifer had never graduated from high school because she failed calculus, and she was currently living with someone else. After discovering the truth, Mr. Pan was so furious that he wanted to disown Jennifer. However, Mrs. Pan, out of love for their daughter, pleaded with her husband to let Jennifer stay. Mr. Pan eventually agreed, but with conditions they would confiscate all of Jennifer's phones, computers, and other communication devices, allowing her to use them only for a limited time and under their supervision. Additionally, they forbade her from seeing Daniel, and she was only allowed to go out for her piano teaching sessions. At this point, Jennifer was essentially under house arrest. Unable to endure her parents' restrictions, Jennifer and Daniel broke up not long after Daniel quickly moved on and started a relationship with another girl. This drove Jennifer into jealous rage and left her devastated. In response, she fabricated a story claiming that Daniel's new girlfriend had hired people to attack and gang rape her. However, this was soon exposed as a lie. In early 2010, Jennifer reconnected with an old friend from elementary school named Andrew Moner when questioned by the police. Jennifer stated that when she met Andrew again, he told her about how he had robbed someone in a nearby park. However, Andrew later denied this in court. Jennifer also recounted that when she confided in Andrew about the strained relationship with her parents, it was Andrew who intensified her desire to make them disappear. Andrew allegedly said that sometimes he wished his own father would just disappear, which fueled Jennifer's imagination about a future where both her parents were gone. Exploiting Jennifer's mindset, Andrew introduced her to a man named Ricardo Duncan, telling her that he was someone she could trust to help achieve her goal. However, Jennifer claimed that after she gave Ricardo 1,500 Canadian dollars, he completely vanished during his interrogation. Ricardo stated that there was no exchange of 1,500 Canadian dollar between him and Jennifer. Rather, it was only 200 Canadian dollar. However, he returned the money to Jennifer after she terrified him with a phone call filled with screams, demanding you have to kill her parents immediately. According to the police, it was around this time that Daniel and Jennifer reconnected, began texting flirtatiously, and devised a new sin plan they would hire a hitman to kill. Mr. and Mrs. Pan take their 500,000 Canadian dollar estate and live together without anyone to stand in their way. Daniel then introduced Jennifer to a man named Lenford Crawford. Daniel gave her a SIM card and an iPhone so she could contact Crawford without using her regular mobile phone when Jennifer asked how much it would cost to carry out a contract killing. Crawford told her that he typically charged 20,000 Canadian dollars, but since she was a friend of Daniel's, he would give her a discount and do it for 10,000 Canadian dollars. After agreeing on the price, Jennifer carefully used the iPhone that Daniel provided for conversations related to the plan to kill her parents, while using her usual Samsung phone for everything else. On Halloween night, Crawford visited the area around Jennifer's house to survey the location for the murder plan. The streets were brightly decorated and many children were out in costumes playing and trick-or-treating, which helped him avoid drawing attention. A few days later, Jennifer finalized the details with Crawford and set November 8th as the date for executing the plan to kill her parents. On the agreed-upon day before going to bed, Jennifer deliberately unlocked the front door so Crawford and his accomplices could easily enter the house. After entering Mr. and Mrs. Pan's bedroom, the couple had no time to resist. They could only follow the intruder's orders and beg them not to harm Jennifer when Mrs. Pan pleaded for her daughter's safety. One of the men replied, "Don't worry, she's a good person and she'll be safe." What happened next unfolded just as described earlier. Mrs. Pan was shot 3 times in the head and died. While Mr. Pan was more fortunate surviving the horrific ordeal during the investigation, the police arrested Jennifer and all those involved. They also interviewed Jennifer's younger brother Felix to gather more information from what Felix shared. The police were once again disheartened by the reasons behind the Pan family's tragedy. Jennifer was not the only child objected to their parents' strict control, but Felix seemed to have the resilience and strength to break free from their grip in the end. Due to Jennifer's actions and with a psychological evaluation confirming her sound mental health, she was sentenced to 25 years in prison to pay for the crime she committed. Later in a written statement, Mr. Pan wrote a final sentence expressing his hope that his daughter would reflect on what had happened and that she might eventually become a kind and good person not long after Felix moved far away, hoping to live the rest of his life in peace without being recognized as the brother of a murderer. On April 10th, 2024, Jennifer Pan's was fully recounted in a Netflix documentary titled Watch. Jennifer Did the film quickly reach the top spot globally, reflecting the immense public interest in the details of this case and this story. Although Jennifer Pan was indeed the mastermind behind the plot to kill her own parents from another perspective, she was also a victim of her parents' strict upbringing. In truth, Mr. and Mrs. Pan bear some responsibility for Jennifer's actions, as their harsh parenting contributed to driving her to such a desperate point in her life. This story serves as a reminder of the importance of balance in family education. It's not wrong for parents to have high expectations for their children, but those expectations must be paired with understanding love and the space for children to develop their own lives. Story 2, we will delve into a murder case that took place in New Zealand involving a family of 6. All members were brutally murdered except for the eldest son, David. This case has sparked a fierce debate, with the main point of contention being whether David, the sole survivor, is actually the perpetrator. Opinions are nearly evenly divided, making this one of the most controversial cases in New Zealand's history. The story unfolds in the city of Dunedin. the second largest city on New Zealand's South Island. Dunedin is a bustling port city with a population of 128,000, constantly thriving and developing at 65. Every street lived the Bain family, consisting of 6 members. The father, Robin Irving Bain, aged 59, was a former missionary and the principal of a school in a small town south of Dunedin. The mother, Margaret Aroa Cullen. 51 was an educated woman. The couple had 4 children, the eldest son, David, 22 years old, their second daughter, Aroa, 19, their third daughter, Lynette, 18, and the youngest son, Stephen, 14. The family lived a peaceful life until one day in June 1994, when a horrifying tragedy suddenly struck and shattered their lives. So what happened on that fateful day? Who committed this heinous crime? Let's go back to June 20th, 1994. It was a Monday at 7:09 a.m. New Zealand's emergency call center 111 received a distress call. The number 111 is New Zealand's universal emergency phone number connecting to the police, fire department, hospital, and postal services. After receiving the call, the dispatcher did not immediately realize it was a murder case, instead assuming it might be a gas poisoning incident that had resulted in the family's deaths. As a result, they initially only sent an ambulance to the scene. It wasn't until 15 minutes after receiving the call that the incident was reported to the police. The police promptly mobilized and arrived at 65. Every street in front of them stood a 2-story house, eerily quiet with no sound except for the wind. The atmosphere at the scene was incredibly strange, for officers stood looking at each other, none daring to rush in. Suddenly, they spotted the head and shoulders of a person in one of the second-floor windows. This person was David, the one who had made the emergency call. He was sitting on the floor, leaning against the window. The police observed him for about 20 seconds before drawing their revolvers and cautiously entering the house. Although it was daylight, the inside of the house remained pitch dark, with the strong smell of blood filling the air. The officers carefully searched each room, trying not to touch anything, until the forensic experts arrived in a bedroom on the first floor. They found the body of AA, the second daughter. She was lying face down on the floor, her legs curled up with a gunshot wound to her forehead. After thoroughly checking the first floor to ensure no one else was there, the police moved on to the second floor. The room directly opposite the staircase was Margaret's bedroom. She had been shot in the head while she slept. Leaving no signs of struggle further inside was the room of the youngest son, Stephen, who was just 14 years old, the youngest in the family. Stephen's t-shirt was partially torn and wrapped around his neck. He had been shot in the head and was dead. Stephen's room was in complete disarray, covered in blood, indicating that a violent struggle had likely occurred there. Next to the staircase on the second floor was Lynette's bedroom room. The third daughter, the young woman, was found lying on her bed, having been shot 3 times and was already deceased. The book in Lynette's hand was soaked in blood. Following that, the police discovered Robin's body in the living room. He was slumped over a coffee table with a severe head injury. A .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle with a silencer was placed next to his body, the barrel pointing towards him. The computer on his desk was still on, displaying the message, "Sorry, you are the only one who desert deserved to live." Finally, the police found the sole survivor in the house, David, the 22-year-old man who had made the initial emergency call. At that time, he was in his room upon seeing the police. He began screaming, clearly in a state of extreme distress. By this point, the officers had done an excellent job. They had conducted a preliminary inspection of the scene, secured it, and preserved the initial evidence. As time passed, forensic experts, psychologists, and others arrived to conduct further investigations under psychological guidance. From an expert, David gradually calmed down and began to provide his statement. He first mentioned that around 5 a.m. he woke up and didn't notice anything unusual in the house, so he took the dog out to deliver newspapers. David typically woke up early to deliver newspapers every morning. After finishing his deliveries, he returned home around 7 a.m. After freshening up, David went upstairs and discovered that his entire family was dead. In a state of pain, panic, and despair, he called the emergency number 111. Meanwhile, investigators were gathering evidence from suspicious items at the scene. At the same time, an investigation into the Bain family's background was underway. According to the investigation, the Bain family had lived in Papua New Guinea for 15 years. Robin had been a missionary while Margaret had devoted herself to studying philosophy and astrology. In 1988, they returned to New Zealand from Papua New Guinea and settled in Dunedin. However, the family began facing financial difficulties and the relationship between Robin and Margaret deteriorated. Worsening over time, they began sleeping separately. Robin often stayed at the school dormitory, and on weekends he would only sleep in a camper van outside the house. The police found 20 empty rifle cartridges in Robin's car and a set of shed keys in the pocket of his raincoat. It seemed that Robin had fallen into despair over his family and killed them all, leaving only his eldest son David to carry on the family name. He also left a farewell message on the computer in the living room. However, the detectives in charge of the case were not convinced that Robin was the perpetrator. They believed the case was more complex and quickly focused their suspicion on the sole survivor, 22-year-old David, after gathering a series of evidence. Just 4 days after the crime, David was arrested by New Zealand police on suspicion of murder. A year later, in 1995, the first trial for the case began. The central issue in the courtroom was whether David or Robin was the killer. During the trial, the prosecution presented a range of evidence pointing to David as the culprit. Ballistic tests showed that all family members were killed by the same gun, a .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle with a silencer found in the living room. This rifle did not belong to Robin, but to David. Only one fingerprint was found on the gun, and it was David's. Over 1,000 rounds of ammunition were found in David's closet. The police also discovered a gun lock and key in the house, indicating that both David and Robin had access to unlock the rifle's trigger. Additionally, the autopsy revealed that Robin's bladder was full. The prosecution argued that if Robin were the killer, he would have woken up at 6:30 a.m., held his bladder all night, and not gone to the bathroom before committing the murders. Does that seem plausible? Robin's clothes at the time of his death had only his own blood on them, with no traces of anyone else's blood. According to the crime scene investigation, Stephen's room showed clear signs of a struggle. It was in disarray with a lot of blood, and Stephen had been struck on the head during the fight before he was killed. If Robin were the killer, it would be impossible for him not to have any of the victims' blood on him during such a violent altercation. After the incident, the police examined David and discovered that he had an injury on his head which was likely caused by Stephen scratching him. During their struggle, the police took all of David's clothes for test and found bloodstains on the edge of a pair of shorts. Test results showed that the blood belonged to Stephen in David's room. They found a pair of glasses with only the right lens frame intact. The left lens was found in Stephen's room. This suggests that during the struggle with Stephen, one of David's lenses may have come loose. A woolen glove was also found in Stephen's room, indicating that the perpetrator wore gloves during the crime. If Robin was the killer, why would he need to wear gloves, especially after leaving a farewell message on the computer? What else would he be trying to hide? This doesn't make sense. Logically, no fingerprints were found on the computer that displayed the farewell message in the living room. This suggests that the person who typed the message either deliberately wiped the fingerprints or wore gloves while typing. Therefore, whether the letter was actually written by Robin remains a significant question. Bloody footprints were found between Margaret's and Lat's rooms, indicating that the perpetrator moved between the two rooms. The size of these footprints was larger than Robin's, leading the police to rule out the possibility that they belonged to him. The police also discovered a wet handprint on the washing machine, but there were no fingerprints outside on the clothesline. Several freshly washed garments were hanging, some of which belonged to David. Under pressure from the prosecution, David provided another statement. This time, his account was more detailed than his previous one. David stated that he woke up at 5:30 a.m. When his alarm went off after getting dressed, he put on his sneakers, grabbed his backpack, and took the dog out to deliver newspapers. After finishing his route at around 6:42 a.m., he returned home. He went upstairs to his bedroom, took off his shoes, and left his backpack in the room. Then he went to the bathroom to wash his hands and clean off the black ink stains. Next, he put his dirty clothes in the washing machine. set the wash cycle, and went back to his room. When he turned on the light, he saw shell casings and the gun lock on the floor. He rushed to his mother's room and found that she had been shot dead. Then he checked the other rooms and discovered that everyone in the house was dead. During this time, he heard a strange noise coming from Lynette's room, like the sound of someone being strangled. He quickly ran to Lynette's room and found that she had stopped breathing in utter despair. He called the emergency number 111. David added that the glasses the police found in his room were not his, but belonged to his mother, Margaret. After hearing David's testimony, the prosecution immediately pointed out a contradiction in his statement. David said that he heard Lynette gasping for breath before she died. The prosecution argued that only the killer could have heard that sound. Lynette had a total of 3 gunshot wounds according to expert and forensic reports. One of the wounds on the top of her head was inflicted later than the other 2. Previously, the prosecution had been puzzled by this, but now it became clear based on all the evidence collected. The prosecution presented a complete hypothesis of the case, proposing that David was the killer on the day of the incident. David woke up at 5 a.m. He put on his glasses, dressed neatly, and wore a pair of white gloves. He then took a .22 caliber rifle out of the closet to muffle the sound. He attached a silencer to the gun. Next, he took the key from the box, unlocked the trigger, loaded a magazine, and inserted 10 rounds. First, David went to Lynette's room. She was lying in bed reading a book when David raised the gun and shot her twice in the head. Then he went to his mother's room, pointed the gun at her head while she was sleeping, and pulled the trigger. After that, he went to Stephen's room where he saw Stephen sound asleep. David raised the gun to shoot, but it jammed, and the noise woke Stephen. The 2 brothers began to struggle during the fight. Stephen's head was slammed against something hard, causing blood to splatter onto David. David grabbed Stephen's t-shirt and strangled him until he passed out David, then reloaded, loaded the gun, and fired a shot into his brother's head as he lay dying after killing Stephen. David went downstairs to Arrow's room. He opened the door and saw Aroa kneeling on the floor, trembling and pleading. She had probably heard the commotion, but David completely ignored her. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger because his glasses had fallen off. During the struggle with Stephen affecting his vision, the first shot missed without hesitation. David raised the gun again and fired another shot into Arrow's head. She collapsed, which explains why the police found her legs curled up. She had been shot while kneeling David, then returned to the second floor, hearing a strange noise coming from Lynette's room. He entered again, pointed the gun at Lynette's head, and pulled the trigger. This explains why Lynette was shot 3 times in the head, with one of the wounds inflicted later than the others. Realizing he had lost his glasses, David went back to Stephen's room to search for them, although he found the frame. One lens was missing, which explains the bloody footprints in the hallway. Next, David went to the laundry room, took off his blood-stained clothes, and put them in the washing machine. In the process, he accidentally left a wet handprint on the machine. At this point, Robin was still sound asleep in his car outside, completely unaware of what had happened inside the house. David changed into a clean set of clothes and casually took the dog out to deliver newspapers as if nothing had occurred. While on his paper route, David contemplated how to complete his plan after finishing the deliveries at around 6:42 a.m. David returned home. He went upstairs to the living room, turned on the computer, and in his father's voice typed a note that read, "Sorry, you are the only one who deserved to live." David knew his father's daily routine. Well, Robin would pray every morning in the living room on the second floor. David checked the time, estimated that it was about right, then grabbed the rifle and hid behind the living room curtains a short. While later Robin entered as Robin knelt by the coffee table to pray. David suddenly stepped out from behind the curtain, pointed the gun at his father's head, and pulled the trigger. It was all over David, then placed the gun on the floor with the barrel pointing toward Robin to stage the scene as a suicide. Finally, David returned to his room and called the emergency number 111 at 7:09 a.m. Faced with the prosecution's allegations, David steadfastly denied guilt and maintained his innocence. The defense attorney argued that David had no history of mental illness or violent behavior. Moreover, the prosecution failed to establish a motive for murder, and most importantly, any deep-seated hatred that would have driven David to act so cruelly against his own family. The prosecution countered that proving a motive for the crime is not a mandatory element. They must demonstrate during the trial their responsibility is to prove that the defendant committed the criminal act on May 29, 1995, after a 3-week trial. The Dundon High Court delivered a verdict based on irrefutable evidence that David Bain was guilty of murder. David was convicted on all 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole for 16 years, not including the year he had already spent in custody. David naturally disagreed with this verdict, and immediately after the sentence was pronounced, he prepared to appeal. The reason for David's confidence was that a crucial piece of evidence had not been considered by the court. During the trial, an important witness appeared in court who could provide evidence favorable to David Kurt Lynette's friend. Kurt revealed shocking information. Lynette had confided in him that she had been abused by her own father, Robin, for a long time. Just before the murders occurred, Lynette had planned to expose Robin's crimes. This testimony was shocking because Robin was known as a kind missionary and an exemplary school principal. No one could have imagined that he would commit such depraved acts against his own daughter if this truth were exposed. Robin would certainly lose everything which could have been the motive for him to kill his entire family, leaving only his eldest son David to carry on the family line. However, when the court called Kurt to testify, he suddenly disappeared at a critical moment, leaving this evidence unexamined and the jury completely unaware of the story. Had this evidence been considered, the outcome of the trial might have been different. This is also the main reason the defense disagreed with the verdict and filed an appeal. Not long after rumored of Robin abusing his daughter and killing his family before taking his own life spread widely, causing a public outcry. Supporters of David's innocence criticized the police investigation for its lack of transparency and the court's verdict for being irresponsible. After David was sentenced to life in prison, Kurt suddenly reappeared following the scandal surrounding Robin. 2 other friends of Lynette also came forward testifying that Lynette had confided in them about her intentions to run away for good. Lynette's painful experiences might have begun when she was just 11 years old, as Robin's scandal continued to grow. David's supporters unanimously argued that his trial was unjust and that justice needed to be restored for him. David's lawyer, Michael Guest, used Kurt's testimony as new evidence to appeal to the Court of Appeal. However, in December 1995, the Court of Appeal rejected David's appeal. Citing insufficiently convincing evidence, it seemed that the hope of exonerating David was fading. But just at that moment, David's savior appeared. Joe Karam, a former star of New Zealand's national rugby team. Joe Karam is a highly respected figure in New Zealand. After retiring from sports, he ventured into business and found great success. Joe Karam had been quietly following the Bain case from the beginning and had always believed in David's innocence. He was deeply upset by the court's verdict in January 1996. After learning that David's appeal had been rejected, Joe Karam decided to public support David. He used his influence and resources to draw media attention to the case. He rallied. David's supporters raised funds and hired attorneys, Colin Withen and Stephen O'Driscoll, to replace David's previous defense lawyer, Michael Guest. Joe Karam also met with David several times in person to discuss the appeal. He carried out these actions very openly, aiming to attract public attention to the case. In April 1996, David's legal team took the appeal to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in the United Kingdom. New Zealand, being a Commonwealth nation, has the Privy Council as the final appellate authority for its legal matters. Unfortunately, the Privy Council determined that the evidence in the case was not compelling enough to warrant overturning the verdict. In 1997, Joe Karam published the book David and Goliath. The story of David and Goliath from the Bible is a classic tale of the underdog defeating a giant. Joe Karam used this imagery to highlight the overwhelming power of the police right from the start of the investigation, where they focused on David gathering evidence against him while deliberately ignoring any evidence that might have been in his favor. Joe Karam believed that although David was alone, justice would eventually prevail, which is why he titled his book as such. That same year, another book about the Bain case was published, titled The Mask of Sanity by Harry Cleckley. At that time, the Bain case had captured the attention of many New Zealanders, making this book, like David and Goliath, a bestseller. However, the perspectives in the two books were entirely opposite. Hervey Cleckley firmly asserted that David was the murderer, and he had no doubts about it. Cleckley argued that after the murders, David showed no remorse or guilt for his actions, as if nothing had happened after years of studying the Bain family psychology. The author proposed a theory about David's motive for the killings. According to Harry Cleckley, David was deeply influenced by his mother's cult-like beliefs and killed his family to free them from their suffering. As the case continued to be mentioned, Joe Karam ultimately achieved his goal of attracting widespread public and media attention. Not long after public outcry in New Zealand began to grow stronger, many prominent figures voiced their opinions, asserting that David Bain had been wrongfully convicted and that the court's verdict was unjust in May 1997 under mounting public pressure. Peter Dunn, the Commissioner of New Zealand Police, announced the formation of an independent investigation team to reinvestigate the Bain case. This independent investigation, overseen by the New Zealand Police Complaints Authority, would re-examine all aspects of the 1994 Bain case, including the conduct of the police officers involved in the original investigation. As the independent investigation proceeded, new information about the Bain family and the case gradually came to light. According to the investigation, Lynette was a rebellious girl who later became addicted to drugs and even turned to prostitution. She frequently displayed erratic behavior and used inappropriate language. Lynette's friend Kurt was the key witness who had helped her connect with clients, leading them to stay in regular contact. Kurt learned about Robin's shocking secret directly from Lynette. The reason Robin killed the entire family, rather than just Lynette, was because the day before the murders, Lynette had revealed his crimes to the entire family. Since everyone in the family knew the truth, Robin felt his only option was to kill all to keep this devastating secret from being exposed. However, after their investigation, the independent team found no conclusive evidence to support this theory. It was merely Lynette's account to her Kurt, and there was evidence that Lynette frequently lied and exaggerated the truth. Therefore, it was challenging to consider this testimony as credible. Evidence. The independent investigation team also examined the police's investigation procedures from that time and concluded that the entire process adhered to regulations, with no evidence of police misconduct. Regarding the defense team's allegations that the prosecution had influenced the jury, the investigation found no evidence of any wrongdoing. Notably, the Bain family home was burned to the ground. Just 2 weeks after the murders occurred in 1994, this was at the request of the Bain family's relatives, and David agreed to the request. David stated that he did not want to see the house anymore. Therefore, following the Bain family's clear request, the fire department allowed the complete destruction of the house after ensuring everyone's safety, along with any evidence that the police may have overlooked was also destroyed. Even the smallest piece of evidence could have helped uncover the truth, but now it had all turned to ashes. Ultimately, the independent investigation team concluded that the police investigation in this case was valid and that the court's verdict had no issues. As a result, they once again rejected David's appeal. However, David's legal team did not give up in June. 1998, they submitted a petition to the New Zealand court seeking a pardon for David. The New Zealand Ministry of Justice conducted another investigation from 1998 to 2000, concluding that the court's verdict had no issues and did not meet the conditions for a pardon. Despite this, David's legal team remained persistent. Several years later, in 2003, David's lawyers gathered new evidence and filed a second appeal to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in the United Kingdom, requesting a retrial after reviewing the new evidence. The Privy Council declared that there had been serious errors in David's previous trial and noted that no jury's verdict should be influenced in any way upon considering the new evidence presented by David's legal team. The Privy Council ordered New Zealand to retry the case. In April 2003, the New Zealand court referred the Bain case to the Court of Appeal for a retrial. So what new evidence did David's legal team uncover that prompted the Privy Council to change its decision? Let's explore this further evidence of the yellow shoulder bag and David's arrival time on the day of the incident. David wore a yellow shoulder bag while delivering newspapers. He also provided a detailed description of his delivery route that day. After finishing his deliveries, David returned home at around 6:42 or 6:43 a.m. During the 1995 trial, a witness testified that he saw David entering the house at 6:45 a.m. However, the W witness's testimony at trial was unclear and did not gain the jury's trust in reality. The police had verified the witness's clock and confirmed that the time was accurate. This witness also told the police that he saw a man with a yellow shoulder bag entering the Bain house, matching David's description. This evidence could have been very favorable for David, but during the trial, the police did not question the witness about this detail, so the jury was completely unaware of this crucial information. Evidence regarding the comp computer boot time during the trial, the jury was informed that the computer containing the farewell note in the Bain family's second-floor living room was turned on at 6:44 a.m. This time was determined by a computer consultant from the University of Otago after examining the computer. However, on the day of the computer examination, the consultant was not wearing a watch, so he borrowed a watch from a nearby police officer to check the time. Unfortunately, the borrowed watch did not have a second hand and only displayed time in 5-minute intervals. As a result, the 6:44 a.m. computer boot time presented by the prosecution during the trial was inaccurate after recalculating the correct computer boot. Time was adjusted to 6:39 a.m. This time was earlier than the witness's sighting of David returning home at 6:45 a.m. Thus, David's legal team discovered new evidence suggesting that the computer was turned on before David returned home. Evidence regarding the glasses: we know that a pair of glasses missing one lens was found on a chair in David's room, while the missing lens was found in Stephen's room during the initial trial. The prosecution argued that the glasses were knocked off during a struggle between David and Stephen in the room. According to David's testimony, these glasses were not his. They belonged to his mother, and he only wore them occasionally. An optometrist examined the prescription of the glasses and initially testified that they likely belonged to David. However, not long after, the optometrist changed his testimony, stating that there had been an error in the vision test and the glasses might not belong to David. Despite this, during the initial trial, the prosecution only mentioned the optometrist's original testimony, omitting any reference to the revised statement. They then contrasted this testimony with David's, causing the jury to doubt David's credibility. This action by the prosecution severely interfered with the jury's independent decision-making evidence of the strange noise from Lynette's room during the initial trial. The prosecution argued that only the perpetrator could have heard the strange noise coming from Lynette's room as she lay dying. However, the Privy Council disagreed with this reasoning. They deemed this speculation to be overly conjectural and without foundation. As a result, this piece of evidence, which was unfavorable to David, was dismissed evidence regarding the fingerprint. The most crucial evidence that led to David's conviction in the initial trial was his fingerprint on the .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle with an attached silencer. The fingerprint was imprinted on a bloodstain, creating a bloody fingerprint. However, after DNA testing of the blood, it was unexpectedly discovered that the blood was not human but rabbit blood. Since this rifle was used for hunting, having animal blood on it was entirely normal. With this revelation, the most damaging evidence against David, the fingerprint was effectively nullified. Evidence of bloody footprints in the 1995 initial trial. The second piece of unfavorable evidence against David was a set of bloody footprints found between Margaret's and Let's rooms. The prosecution's forensic analysis indicated that these footprints were larger than Robin's, thus ruling out the possibility that they belonged to him. However, upon reinvestigation, David's legal team discovered that the footprints measured approximately 11 inches, while Robin's foot length was about 10.6 inches and David's was 11.8 inches. At the time, the jury had not been informed about the foot sizes of either man or the specific dimensions of the bloody footprints. They had only heard the prosecution's conclusions now based on these numbers. Robin's foot length was actually closer to the size of the footprints. If these prints were not Robin's, they certainly couldn't have been David's. What was initially incriminating evidence against David, the bloody footprints, had now become evidence in his favor on May 15, 2007. The Christchurch Court of Appeal held a hearing with David's legal team, providing a series of new evidence. David Bain, who had been imprisoned for 13 years, was released on bail. The Court of Appeal announced that it would set a date for a retrial on March 6, 2009. after the jury was sworn. In the retrial of the Bain case officially began at the Christchurch Court of Appeal during this trial. In addition to presenting new evidence to the jury, David's legal team focused on proving that David's father, Robin, was the actual perpetrator, thereby demonstrating David's innocence. David's lawyers pointed out that information about Robin's mental state had been completely overlooked in the initial trial, leaving the jury unaware of his psychological issues. In fact, Robin had exhibited some unusual behaviors as a school principal. Robin had once hit a student. He had also written a dark children's story describing a family massacre in the school magazine in the preliminary trial. Kurt, a friend of Lynette and a key witness, did not appear to testify. However, this time Kurt was present in and provided his testimony. Additionally, David's legal team discovered two more witnesses who also confirmed that Lynette had confided in them about being abused by her biological father, which further validated Kurt's testimony. The murder weapon was a Winchester 49,000 .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle. The rifle was already quite long, and with the addition of a silencer, the overall length was even greater. As a result, during the preliminary trial, the jury concluded that Robin could not have committed suicide with this weapon to clarify this issue. David's legal team brought an important expert to court. Philip Boyce, a British forensic and firearms expert with extensive experience in investigating crimes involving firearms. What followed was a surprising scene in the courtroom. Mr. Boyce took the rifle, stepped into the middle of the courtroom, and prepared to demonstrate how Robin might have shot himself with this weapon. According to Mr. Boyce, while the rifle was indeed long, it wasn't impossible to shoot oneself with it. Provided that a support item was used, that item was a chair. There was indeed such a chair found next to Robin's body at the crime scene. Mr. Boyce placed the rifle stock on the chair, aimed the barrel at the temple, matching the location of the bullet found in Robin's head with just a chair. Robin could have carried out his plan. Additionally, another method involved placing the rifle stock on the ground, kneeling on one knee on the chair, using the chair as a support point, then leaning down, allowing his hand to reach the trigger. Mr. Boyce added that this hypothesis had been verified through professional and rigorous ballistics experiments. After the shot, the bullet's impact would pass through an exit from the back, creating a wound consistent with Robin's injury. The only unfortunate aspect is that no trace of Robin's blood was found on the gun or the silencer. Without this, the hypothesis could have perfectly explained everything when this evidence was presented. The courtroom buzzed with reactions. The retrial at the Court of Appeal lasted 3 months. With nearly 200 witnesses called to testify on June 5, 2009, the jury reached their final decision. The Christchurch Court of Appeal declared David Bain not guilty on all 5 counts of murder, and he was released immediately as the news broke. David's supporters erupted in joy outside the courtroom. Major New Zealand television networks broadcast the event live. It was a stunning reversal, so unbelievable it seemed like something out of a movie, yet it had become a reality. However, David Bain's exoneration also left many feeling outraged. Those who opposed David couldn't believe that such a cold-blooded killer could walk free. A reporter named Martin Van Banan closely followed and reported on the case. After the trial, he captured a controversial photograph of a juror emotionally embracing David. Martin later revealed more shocking information. 2 jurors had been exchanging information with each other throughout the trial. An anonymous source claimed that during the trial, any juror leaning towards convicting David was privately approached by these 2 members. The content of those conversations remains unknown. The retrial of David Bain's case set a record for legal costs. The 2009 retrial alone exceeded $4 million, and when combined with the costs of previous trials, the total expenditure surpassed $7 million, making it the most expensive trial in New Zealand's history. Here's the text translated into American English with proper grammar after being exonerated. David took a 3-month vacation in Europe with all expenses covered by his supporters. 10 months later, David began looking for a job, hoping to return to a normal life. In March 2010, David filed a claim for compensation from the government, asserting that he had been wrongfully imprisoned. However, the New Zealand court determined that David's case did not meet the criteria for government compensation. Legally, there wasn't enough evidence to convict David, but that doesn't necessarily mean he was innocent. These are two entirely different concepts. Unless David could provide sufficient evidence to prove his innocence, the government was under no obligation to compensate him, according to a public opinion poll conducted by the New Zealand Herald. 74% of New Zealanders believe that David should be compensated by the government. In 2016, New Zealand's Justice Minister, Amy Adams, announced that the government would not apologize to or compensate David Bain for the time he spent wrongfully imprisoned. However, the government did agree to pay David Bain $925,000 as a special settlement to end the lengthy lawsuit he had filed against the government. Ultimately, David's legal team accepted this settlement and the Bain case was officially closed. However, the debate over whether David was the perpetrator has never truly ended. No one has been able to completely convince others, and the case has become one of the most controversial in New Zealand's history. In the end, was David Bain the culprit? Perhaps only he knows the truth. Story 3. On a spring day in 2024, the Robeson County Police in North Carolina received a strange call from a woman in a slow and weak voice. She asked the police if they could locate her phone. She also stated that she was about to be murdered and hoped the police would find her body as soon as possible. However, before the dispatcher could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. So who is this woman? Was this a sign of psychological distress? Or was it a coerced call meant to legitimize a murder on April 27, 2024 at Lumber River State Park in Robeson County, North Carolina? The body of a 30-year-old woman named Micah Miller was discovered. The cause of death was determined to be a gunshot wound. Initially, the police quickly concluded that Micah Miller had taken her own life. However, MM's family and the public were not convinced. Micah's sister mentioned that Micah had often confided in her, saying that if she ever died from a gunshot, the person responsible would undoubtedly be John Paul Miller. Micah's husband, the victim's family, suspects that the 911 call was part of an elaborate ruse orchestrated by the person who killed Micah, possibly using voice-altering technology to deceive the police. They also pointed out that Micah did not typically speak in such a slow manner. Moreover, immediately after Micah's death, John hurriedly arranged for her cremation without any intention of having an autopsy performed on her body. This action further fueled the family's suspicions that John was the killer and that he was trying to cover up his crime. Additionally, the relationship between Micah and John had already deteriorated. She had previously called the police suspecting that John had installed a tracking device on her car and slashed her tires. Just days before the murder, she had filed for divorce and sought a restraining order against JN. However, at the time of the incident, John was confirmed to be in Charleston, South Carolina with a clear alibi. So is John really the perpetrator? According to the Daily Mail, John has a lengthy criminal record, including charges of assault battery and traffic violations in 1995. At just 17 years old, John caused a car accident, but because his family was very wealthy, his parents immediately paid $600 to $200 to help him avoid charges instead of showing remorse. John continued his reckless behavior. 3 years later, he was convicted again for reckless driving. But it didn't stop there. Just a year later, on a stormy day, John deliberately drove his car toward a woman who was shoveling sand in front of her house. He even ran over the woman, then got out of the car and brutally attacked her. This violent act only resulted in a 4-year prison sentence, which was later suspended in 2000. John was accused of assault again. Then in 2004, he was involved in yet another violent incident. However, with his family's influence, these incidents repeatedly faded into silence at this point. It's impossible not to mention John's powerful father. Mr. Miller was a senior pastor at a Baptist church, the principal of a Bible school, and also the president of a university. Yet he was a deceitful and corrupt man. Not long after John was born, Miller was accused of inappropriate conduct with female students. In 1993, he moved to Myrtle Beach, transforming an abandoned military. Trial in New Zealand's history. Here's the text translated into American English with proper grammar after being exonerated. David took a 3-month vacation in Europe with all expenses covered by his supporters. 10 months later, David began looking for a job, hoping to return to a normal life. In March 2010, David filed a claim for compensation from the government, asserting that he had been wrongfully imprisoned. However, the New Zealand court determined that David's case did not meet the criteria for government compensation. Legally, there wasn't enough evidence to convict David, but that doesn't necessarily mean he was innocent. These are two entirely different concepts. Unless David could provide sufficient evidence to prove his innocence, the government was under no obligation to compensate him, according to a public opinion poll conducted by the New Zealand Herald. 74% of New Zealanders believe that David should be compensated by the government in 2016. New Zealand's Justice Minister Amy Adams announced that the government would not apologize to or compensate David Bain for the time he spent wrongfully imprisoned. However, the government did agree to pay David Bain $925,000 as a special settlement to end the lengthy lawsuit he had filed against the government. Ultimately, David's legal team accepted this settlement and the Bain case was officially closed. However, the debate over whether David was the perpetrator has never truly ended. No one has been able to completely convince others, and the case has become one of the most controversial in New Zealand's history. In the end, was David Bain the culprit? Perhaps only he knows the truth. Story 3. On a spring day in 2024, the Robeson County Police in North Carolina received a strange call from a woman in a slow and weak voice. She asked the police if they could locate her phone. She also stated that she was about to be murdered and hoped the police would find her body as soon as possible. However, before the dispatcher could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. So, who is this woman? Was this a sign of psychological distress, or was it a coerced call meant to legitimize a murder on April 27, 2024 at Lumber River State Park in Robson County, North Carolina? The body of a 30-year-old woman named Micah Miller was discovered. The cause of death was determined to be a gunshot wound. Initially, the police quickly concluded that Micah Miller had taken her own life. However, MM's family and the public were not convinced. Micah's sister mentioned that Micah had often confided in her, saying that if she ever died from a gunshot, the person responsible would undoubtedly be John Paul Miller. Micah's husband, the victim's family, suspects that the 911 call was part of an elaborate ruse orchestrated by the person who killed Micah, possibly using voice-altering technology to deceive the police. They also pointed out that Micah did not typically speak in such a slow manner. Moreover, immediately after Micah's death, John hurriedly arranged for her cremation without any intention of having an autopsy performed on her body. This action further fueled the family's suspicions that John was the killer and that he was trying to cover up his crime. Additionally, the relationship between Micah and John had already deteriorated. She had previously called the police suspecting that John had installed a tracking device on her car and slashed her tires. Just days before the murder, she had filed for divorce and sought a restraining order against JN. However, at the time of the incident, John was confirmed to be in Charleston, South Carolina with a clear alibi. So is John really the perpetrator? According to the Daily Mail, John has a lengthy criminal record, including charges of assault battery and traffic violations in 1995. At just 17 years old, John caused a car accident, but because his family was very wealthy, his parents immediately paid $600 to $200 to help him avoid charges instead of showing remorse. John continued his reckless behavior. 3 years later, he was convicted again for reckless driving, but it didn't stop there. Just a year later, on a stormy day, John deliberately drove his car toward a woman who was shoveling sand in front of her house. He even ran over the woman, then got out of the car and brutally attacked her. This violent act only resulted in a 4-year prison sentence, which was later suspended in 2000. John was accused of assault again. Then in 2004, he was involved in yet another violent incident. However, with his family's influence, these incidents repeatedly faded into silence at this point. It's impossible not to mention John's powerful father. Mr. Miller was a senior pastor at a Baptist church, the principal of a Bible school, and also the president of a university. Yet he was a deceitful and corrupt man. Not long after John was born, Miller was accused of inappropriate conduct with female students in 1993. He moved to Myrtle Beach, transforming an abandoned military base into a Bible school. He also built a Baptist church right next to the school. However, his nature remained unchanged. In 2014, he was arrested on multiple charges, including visa fraud, hiring illegal workers, and labor violations. According to the New York Daily News, Miller turned his Bible school into a forced labor camp targeting foreign students. The focus of the school shifted away from education, with its primary goal being to turn students into full-time workers. For his family, students were forced to work long hours for low pay, and they were even given expired food to eat in 2000. John married his. Together, however, during his marriage to Allison, John met Micah, who later became his second wife. Micah was born on March the 7th, 1994, at the age of 15. She moved to Myrtle Beach with her family and joined the church, where John served as a pastor. A 15-year-old girl and a 29-year-old man are unlikely to become friends in any typical sense, especially considering the nature of their relationship as teacher and student or pastor and congregant, a relationship that inherently involves a significant power imbalance. Nevertheless, John and Micah quickly became friends in 2010. When Micah was 16, she began working part-time at the church and occasionally babysat John's 4 children at his home. 2 years later, under John's matchmaking, Micah, who had just turned 18, married another man who also worked at the church, and he happened to be John's close friend. John officiated their wedding. According to John, the moment he saw Micah walk into the church in her pristine white wedding dress, he was captivated. He realized he had fallen in love with Micah and felt envious of the man standing next to her. Not long after Micah's wedding, John began to express his feelings. He exploited his position as a pastor to send Micah's husband on a missionary trip to a distant location, thereby making it easier for him to be close to Micah. John's repeated escapes from legal consequences had led him to develop delusions of power. He believed he could do anything in this world without facing any punishment. This blind confidence caused him to completely lose his conscience, or perhaps he was aware but simply didn't see it as a problem. John always considered himself as someone chosen by God, and even when he was hurting others, he justified his actions by convincing himself that he was helping them. By 2015, both and Ma admitted that they were having an affair. 2 years later, they divorced their respective spouses and married each other. Ironically, John told reporters that not long after their wedding, Micah was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and dependent personality disorder. She had to take medication to manage her conditions. However, Micah claimed that John forced her to take the medication, which she considered an illegal act. From the moment his first marriage fell apart, John's ex-wife, Alice, wrote in her divorce papers that JN had admitted not only to drug addiction, but also to having relationships with young girls in the church in her child support request. Allison noted that when she discovered John's infidelity, he confessed to her and the congregants that he was a sex addict and had an attraction to girls. Under 16, several girls in the church corroborated this. Despite this, people still regarded him as a respected pastor. The church leaders didn't even consider removing John from his position. They merely recommended that he seek treatment and take some time off to recover. JN ignored all of this. As a result, many congregants left the church out of disappointment. However, John continued his destructive behavior, and his addiction only worsened in a video recorded by his friends. John was seen writhing on the floor, repeatedly saying, "It feels like thousands of ants are crawling on my skin by 2023. Micah could no longer endure the situation and filed for divorce, citing John's years of infidelity. Not only that, but he often made her the subject of jokes during his sermons. According to Micah, on February 8, 2024, John forced her into a psychiatric hospital under the pretext of her being mentally unstable. During Micah's hospitalization, John took the opportunity to access all her personal electronic devices and delete some information. Micah also accused John of stealing her car while she was in the hospital. John, on the other hand, argued that it wasn't theft because they were married, so any property was communal. He explained that he had hidden the car only to prevent Micah from selling it on March 10, 2024. In front of the congregation, John expressed outrage when he discovered that as many as 18 people had messaged Micah saying, "If you want to know the truth about your husband, come to me, I'll keep it confidential." John condemned this by saying, "I'm truly disgusted by those who badmouth their spouse behind their back, but isn't it true that John had repeatedly attacked and insulted Micah right in front of the..." congregation during his sermons. Regardless, it was clear that Micah and Jay's marriage had seriously deteriorated. That's why so many people reached out to Micah. Unfortunately, John either didn't realize this or he did, but chose to handle it in a controlling and selfish manner. He took Micah's phone, forced her into a psychiatric hospital, and told her that the people trying to help her were demons, isolating her from the outside world. In a subsequent sermon, John continued to bring up Micah. He claimed that Micah had left him after being discharged from the hospital, taking all the money with her, and continued to speak ill of him to others. He declared that he didn't care because he was busy building schools in Africa and helping impoverished children. He also mentioned that he would find a new wife who was beautiful, wealthy, strong, healthy, and loved God. But in reality, the situation was quite the opposite. While John outwardly acted indifferent, he was secretly trying to sabotage Micah's life. Just a few days later, Micah had to report to the police that someone had slashed her car tires. During this time, police also discovered that 4 GPS tracking devices had been installed on the car Micah frequently used, and the prime suspect was none other than John. However, he claimed that his reason for monitoring Micah was out of concern, that she might buy a gun and do something harmful. Just a few weeks before Micah's death, she filed a complaint in court stating that she had seen sensitive photos of herself being circulated online. Micah suspected that John was behind it, and she was right. John didn't even try to hide his despicable actions in an email to Micah. He shamelessly admitted, "Yes, I did that to you. I wanted to make you suffer." The question is, why would John want to torment Micah like this? The answer isn't hard to see. His vile behavior stemmed from selfishness and hatred. John wanted to control, punish, and humiliate Micah as retribution for her daring to stand up against him and seek a divorce. 9 days before M's death, she wrote in a note to her lawyer, "Since the day I married John, I've been oppressed in every way you can imagine. He abused me both physically and mentally. JN spared no effort in manipulating me. He insulted and humiliated me, controlled my finances, and kept me captive. John monitored me constantly through letters, phone calls, emails, and messages. He hacked my email and social media accounts, stole my phone, and impersonated me to send messages to congregants, friends, and family, fabricating stories about me having affairs with young men in the church. He even planted tracking devices on my car every day. I live in pain, fear, and despair. Yet in front of others, Johan portrayed himself as a good husband who was deeply concerned for his wife. He spread the narrative that Micah was mentally unstable, suffering from bipolar disorder, and would self-destruct without him. By her side, John excused her negative comments about him by claiming that her severe illness was to blame, and he was willing to sacrifice his own reputation for her sake around 12:12 p.m. On April 27, 2024, surveillance cameras captured footage of Micah purchasing a gun at a store by 2:54 p.m. That same day, she had called the police. 2 hours later, her body was discovered in the river. Additionally, the police found the gun purchase receipt in Micah's car in a sermon after his wife's death. John revealed this information with an unusual demeanor. He appeared indifferent, even making light of Micah's mental health history. John insisted that Micah, worn down by her illness, had taken her own life. It's worth noting that at this time, the police had not yet released any official statement regarding the cause of Micah's death. Yet John was quick to conclude and blame her for the troubles in their marriage at Micah's funeral. John once again put on a display of grief. He cried and spoke emotionally about his late wife in front of friends and family. He recounted how he had visited the morgue 4 times to see her, even holding hold in her hand and trying to bring her back to life. John also made a point to highlight Micah's beauty, boasting that she was a former beauty queen and a star on the soccer field. He mentioned that she was a wonderful wife who always praised him as the greatest preacher in the world. However, John's remarks focused solely on Micah's outward appearance, her social status achievements, and how she supported him. He made no mention of her soul or character, perhaps because John never truly cared about those aspects to him. Micah was not a cherished life partner, but merely a trophy to show off to others. So when Micah tried to break free and take control of her life, John was furious. Her departure was like stripping away the accomplishment he believed he owned. This raises the question, could John also have had psychological issues? He projected all his insecurities, fears, and shortcomings onto his wife by claiming Micah was sick, using it as justification. For his surveillance and control over her, he constantly blamed Micah to avoid taking responsibility for his own actions. It's possible that John craved status and power, viewing his wife as a possession to satisfy his selfish desires. This approach may have worked initially, allowing John to keep Micah under his control, but eventually things spiraled out of control, causing Micah immense suffering, while John's hatred grew stronger. Although John had an alibi, many still believed that he was behind Micah's death. He might not have been directly involved, but it's hard to consider him innocent. All evidence points to John using domestic violence to gradually manipulate and indirectly push Micah to her breaking point. One Sunday morning, a large crowd gathered outside the church, holding signs and wearing t-shirts that read, "Justice for Micah." They demanded that authorities investigate and bring John to justice on April 28, 2024. Micah's family also posted on social media asking the public to stop spreading false information about her death. Micah's father revealed that her hands and arms had numerous defensive wounds, which seemed odd if she truly intended to end her life. Additionally, several shell casings were found at the scene, but no bullets were recovered. It appears that the police overlooked these suspicious details. They hastily concluded that Micah acted alone based solely on a blood alcohol test without conducting a toxicology screening. What's particularly strange is that if John had done nothing wrong, why was he in such a rush to have his wife's body cremated? Micah's father also mentioned that given John's threatening actions, Micah's decision to buy a gun was entirely understandable, as she needed to protect herself. He believes it's possible that Micah was coerced into making the call to the police, or that the call itself was faked by the killer. According to Micah's father, the autopsy revealed bruises on Micah's arms, suggesting she tried to fend off her attacker. It's possible that during the struggle, the perpetrator accidentally fired several shots that missed Micah, which would explain the multiple shell casings found at the scene after the attack. The killer likely threw Micah into the river to dispose of her body. Unfortunately, there is no evidence to support Micah's father's claims on May 5, 2024. John appeared on television for an interview, once again stating that Micah was a wonderful wife, but unfortunately suffered from mental illness. John claimed that he had pleaded with family and friends for help, but no one believed him. As a result, he said he had to find ways to help Micah on his own. Never imagining it would end in such tragedy, while JN continued to feign grief, the media uncovered photos of him cozying up with another woman named Susie Skinner. It turns out they had been secretly involved for years, even while Susie was still married in September of 2021. Susie's husband was found dead in a swimming pool. What's noteworthy is that the pool was located very close to the church where John worked. Although the police concluded that Susie's husband drowned, many people didn't believe that explanation. Friends revealed that SU's husband was an excellent swimmer before a car accident at age 20 left him paralyzed. Despite his paralysis, he was still very comfortable in the water and often surfed at the beach without assistance. Therefore, his drowning in a swimming pool seemed highly unusual, raising significant questions about the circumstances behind this tragic accident. On May 9, 2024, amid growing public outcry, John's defense attorney spoke out, asserting that his client had nothing to do with Micah's death. The attorney claimed that it was Micah's mental illness that took her life, not JN, and urged people to stop blaming him currently. The FBI is investigating John and the organization he owns under suspicion of embezzlement. At the same time, the state prosecutor's office announced that they would be cooperating with the FBI to thoroughly investigate the mysterious circumstances surrounding Micah's death. Story 4, we will delve into a mysterious murder that took place in South Carolina, USA. Say to the north of the state lies a man-made lake called Lake Y. Surrounding the lake are breathtaking landscapes with lush green forests reflecting on the crystal clear water, and luxurious mansions among them is the home of the two main characters in today's story, Steve Clayton and Lana Clayton. Steve Clayton, 62, was a millionaire having achieved success in business. From a young age, he married a woman 11 years his junior named Lana Clayton, and they moved into a luxurious mansion by Lake Y. Although they had no children, their life seemed happy and fulfilling. But in 2018, tragedy struck on a Friday when Steve was found dead at the bottom of the stairs in their home. Was this just a tragic accident, or is there a deeper hidden secret behind his death? Let's turn back the clock to 2018 and uncover the truth about this case at around 11 a.m. On July 21, 2018, Lana went upstairs to the bedroom and found Steve still sound asleep. His health had been deteriorating recently, so Lana had been taking extra care of him. She placed his medication and other necessities on a small table next to the bed so that Steve could easily reach them when needed. As noon approached, Steve still hadn't woken up, so Lana decided to go outside and mow the lawn. About an hour later, she came back inside and found her husband lying face down and unresponsive at the bottom of the stairs. In a panic, Lana ran outside to seek help. She flagged down a man riding a motorcycle and asked him to call 911 when the police and paramedics arrived. They found that Steve was no longer breathing. Lana was devastated and blamed herself for not being by his side. She thought if I had stayed with Steve, maybe this tragedy could have been avoided. The victim. Steve was born in Florida into a large family and was particularly close to his sister Rosie Clayton in his 20s. Steve started a physical therapy business for injured athletes, which quickly became a huge success. Outside of work, he was passionate about collecting art, enjoyed playing golf, and often relaxed by taking boat trips at the age of 41. Steve decided to retire early to enjoy life. He deeply loved his family, especially his two nephews, Nick French and Chris Fagan. At the end of 2009, Steve moved from Florida to North Carolina. A year later, he met Lana online. She was 11 years younger than him and originally from Oklahoma. Their relationship quickly blossomed, and 3 years later, they were married in Charlotte. Although this wasn't the first marriage for either of them, their genuine love received enthusiastic support from family and friends. Steve and Lana's married life was very happy. Although they had no children together, they found joy in caring for their two Italian greyhounds. In 2016, they moved into a mansion by Lake Y in South Carolina. There, they quickly integrated and were well liked by the local community. The neighbors all had praise for the couple. Lana left an impression with her gentle nature, while Steve was always cheerful and sociable, gladly sharing his valuable business insights with the younger generation. When the news of Steve's sudden death spread, the neighbors came to express their condolences and offer comfort to Lana. Steve's nephew French, who was working in a nearby town, also rushed over as soon as he heard. At the scene, the police didn't find any bruises or scratches on Steve's body, but his face had turned a pale blue color. The initial autopsy suggested that he died DI from a stroke. However, French, being an experienced police officer, felt something wasn't right about his beloved uncle's death. French then checked Steve's pockets but couldn't find his mobile phone. This only deepened his suspicions because he knew that his uncle always kept his phone with him. Despite his doubts, French decided to set them aside for the moment so he could contact the family and inform them of Steve's death, as French went upstairs to find a quiet place to make a call. He took the opportunity to look around, hoping to find Steve's missing phone. Afterward, he called Steve's sister, Rosie, and shared his concerns about the missing phone. Rosie mentioned that she hadn't been able to reach her brother for 3 days, which was very unusual, as they typically texted each other regularly while talking on the phone. French noticed that Steve and Lana's bedroom was very messy. The bed linens were soaked, which made him even more suspicious since Steve was typically a very tidy and organized person. This indicated that Steve's health had deteriorated signs significantly to the point where he could no longer take care of himself. French recalled that since June of that year, Steve had started complaining about his health. It began with ear pain, followed by nausea and dizziness. The family urged him to see a doctor, but Steve insisted that he just needed rest and would feel better, since Lana was an experienced nurse. Everyone felt reassured that she was taking care of Steve. However, there was an incident that caused concern. One day, Lana informed the family that Steve was sleeping in very deeply and she couldn't wake him up. He had slept for 36 hours straight, making everyone fear that he might not wake up. Fortunately, after that long sleep, Steve did wake up and seemed to be feeling better. He even hosted a party on July 4th. Dancing happily with the family, everyone thought he had recovered. But just 2 weeks later, Steve's health suddenly took a turn for the worse. When French returned to the living room, he asked Lana about Steve's condition in the days leading up to his death. Lana explained that after the party in 187 early July, Steve began feeling unwell again. 3 days before he passed away, his condition worsened. He was constantly dizzy and fatigued, only wanting to stay in bed and refusing to go to the hospital. Lana admitted that she didn't want to worry everyone, so she hadn't shared how bad Steve's health had become. Regarding the mess in the bedroom, Lana explained that she simply hadn't had time to clean up. She also acknowledged that she had planned to take Steve to the doctor, but by then it was too late. As night fell, other members of Steve's family arrived while everyone was discussing the funeral arrangements. Lana suggested cremating Steve as soon as possible to prevent the body from decomposing. However, Rosie recalled that her brother had expressed a wish to be buried in a cemetery in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and this was noted in his will. Another of Steve's nephews, Fagan, also confirmed that his uncle had left a will and he had been named as the executive. Upon hearing this, Lana appeared very confused as Steve's wife. She was unaware of her husband's will and didn't know where he had kept it. The more she thought about it, the more distraught she became, eventually breaking down in tears as the discussion continued. French, with his experience as a police officer, felt that there was something off about Steve's death. He didn't believe that after 3 days of being bedridden due to poor health, Steve could have gotten up and walked down the stairs on his own. French suspected that his uncle might have had an undisclosed illness. Therefore, he suggested an autopsy to determine the exact cause of Steve's death. Regardless of the method of burial, most of the family members agreed with French's suggestion, but Lana objected. She revealed that Steve had been using a particular medication which could have contributed to his condition. She feared that if an autopsy were conducted, this fact would be exposed and could tarnish Steve's good image. Moreover, Lana argued that once a person is dead, there's no need to uncover every detail. Lana's explanation struck French and Fagan as very odd. As far as they knew, their uncle didn't have any bad habits. However, they also considered that Lana was the closest person to Steve, so she might know things that they didn't. On August 4th, Steve's funeral was held during the service. Fagan and a few others brought up the issue of Steve's will again, but Lana continued to insist that she knew nothing about it, so the matter was set aside for the time being after the funeral. French went to Fagan's house to discuss Steve's death. French shared his concerns, wondering why Lana hadn't taken Steve to the doctor when his condition had deteriorated so much. Why didn't she call 911 immediately when she found her husband unresponsive at the bottom of the stairs, instead of running outside to find help when there was surely a phone in the house? And what happened to Steve's mobile phone? Initially, Fagan thought that maybe Lana was just too panicked at the time to think about calling, but the more he considered it, the more suspicious he became. He recalled that right after Steve passed away, Lana was adamant about cremating him immediately and opposed the idea of an autopsy. Additionally, the day after Steve died, Fagan called Lana and asked her to help locate the will, but she abruptly cut him off, saying, "Don't come here, this is my house and he was my husband. I'll take care of everything." She then quickly hung up the phone. After this conversation, both French and Fagan became convinced that Steve's death wasn't as straightforward as it seemed, and that Lana might be hiding something with his experience. French decided to conduct his own investigation without informing Lana. First, French spoke with some of Steve's neighbors to ask if they had noticed anything unusual about the couple. However, none of them reported anything out of the ordinary. Although they hadn't seen Steve in the days leading up to his death, Lana had explained that Steve wasn't feeling well and was resting at home next. French went to the nearby hospital to check Steve's medical records, but unfortunately he wasn't able to uncover anything, despite the investigation yielding no concrete results. French still felt that something was wrong. He then contacted Fagan, and the two decided to call Rosie to get her opinion. After hearing French and Fagan's concerns, Rosie began to have her own doubts about Lana. Initially, she had always believed that Lana had taken good care of her brother, but when she heard about the messy state of the bedroom on the day Steve died, she found it hard to believe that Lana had truly been caring for Steve properly. After the discussion, all three agreed that an autopsy on Steve was necessary. However, time was of the essence. Since Lana had already scheduled the cremation with the funeral home, they contacted the police, requesting that they halt the cremation and conduct an autopsy on Steve. They also agreed not to reveal this plan to Lana on August 29th. The autopsy results were released. Surprisingly, they showed that Steve's heart was completely normal and there was no sign of drug abuse. However, his blood contained a large amount of a chemical commonly found in eye drops. This chemical, while effective for reducing eye congestion and fatigue when used externally, can cause dizziness, nausea, and in severe cases, respiratory failure, decreased heart rate, and even death. If ingested, the results left French and the rest of the family in complete shock. The next day, the police informed Lana about the suspicious findings. Confronted with these concerns, Lana quickly explained that the chemical could have come from the eye drop Steve had been using for nearly 2 years. According to her, he would put 2 drops into his coffee every morning because a friend had told him it helped with constipation. However, Lana's explanation did little to dispel the growing suspicions. The police then informed her that they needed to conduct a formal interrogation and read her Miranda rights. The Miranda rights are a legal procedure in the U.S. requiring police to inform suspects of their right to remain silent. Before questioning during the interrogation, the police learned that Steve had been making his own coffee for years, but as his health began to decline recently, Lana had started making it for him, since it was just the two of them living in the house. The police suspected that the large amount of EY drops in Steve's system was likely due to Lana intentionally adding them to his drink. Realizing she was under suspicion, Lana added that Steve's habit of using EY drops was long-standing and that it genuinely helped with his constipation. He would only use 1 or 2 drops each time, and she didn't think it would cause CA any harm, so she didn't stop him. As the police continued to press her, Lana became agitated. She said, "I know you're just doing your job. You want to know if I killed my husband, but I didn't kill my husband once." Lana calmed down. The police resumed their questioning. However, Lana continued to insist that she had nothing to do with Steve's death. She also mentioned that in the past 2 to 3 years, Steve had frequently yelled at her and sometimes lost control of his emotions. Finally, Lana said that she was tired and wanted to go home. The interrogation ended at that point, and an officer drove her back on the way home. Lana remained silent, however, as they were about to leave after dropping her off. Lana suddenly started talking about Steve's final days. Lana explained that during those days, Steve was so ill that he could barely move. He needed help with everything. So Lana had paused all her outside work to stay home and take care of him. Full-time, sometimes Steve lost control of his body and soiled the bed. Each time, Lana had to clean up and bathe him by herself. During those moments, Steve often yelled at and berated her. Although this situation only lasted for a few days, Lana felt she couldn't take it anymore. The police listened quietly, waiting to see if Lana had more to say. After a while, Lana continued in a sad tone. "You know, I kept a small table next to the bed. On it were tissues, a bedpan medicine, and water for my husband. Seeing those things made me very angry, so I grabbed the bottle of eye drops and squeezed it. I think I squeezed the whole bottle in hearing this." The police were shocked. It turned out that on that day, Lana had poured the entire bottle of ID drops into Steve's drink while he was sleeping in bed. Consuming such a large amount of ID drops caused Steve to have difficulty breathing as he tried to make his way down the stairs to get help. He stopped breathing and collapsed at the bottom of the stairs. The autopsy results were consistent with this scenario when asked why she did it. Lana expressed deep regret. She explained that Steve's constant demands had made her frustrated, and when she saw the bottle of eye drops, a malicious thought crossed her mind. Lana wanted Steve to experience discomfort, but she never imagined that her actions would lead to his death. After hearing her confession, the police left and reported it to their superiors the next day. They went to Lana's house to arrest her, but she wasn't there. It turned out Lana was in the hospital after the police left. The night before, Lana wrote a farewell letter expressing her regret for accidentally poisoning her husband. She then attempted to end everything by taking a large dose of sleeping pills. Fortunately, the next morning, a neighbor came by to check on Lana, discovered her, and called 911. As a result, Lana was saved in time. After Lana was arrested, a neighbor revealed to French that on the morning of the second day after Steve's death, he had seen Lana burning something in the yard, concerned about the risk of a fire. He tried to stop her. The unburned items looked like documents. When the neighbor asked Lana what she was burning, she said it was just some old papers. Upon hearing this, French and Fagan rushed to check Steve's yard. When they arrived, they found only a pile of ashes. With a few pieces of paper that hadn't fully burned, upon closer inspection, they realized it was Steve's handwriting. They suspected that these might have been Steve's will, and due to the thickness of the documents, they hadn't completely burned. News of Lana's arrest spread quickly. Many people couldn't believe that she had killed her husband in everyone's eyes. Steve and Lana were a happy couple, and Steve had always dude on her, so they couldn't understand what could have driven Lana to commit such a cruel act. Some speculated that perhaps either Steve or Lana had been unfaithful, leading to a breakdown in their marriage. However, Steve's family strongly refuted these rumors. They insisted that Steve had always been faithful in all his relationships. As for Lana, her previous marriage had ended because her ex-husband had been unfaithful. Since marrying Steve, she had shown no signs of infidelity. Although Lana's motives remained unclear, the family was certain that infidelity was not the cause. As the police investigation deepened, the truth about Steve's death began to slowly come to light. 3 years after marrying Steve, Lana persuaded him to move from North Carolina to South Carolina. The reason she gave was that she loved the beauty of Lake Wye, wanting to please his wife. Steve didn't hesitate to spend nearly $1 million on a lakeside mansion, although Lana didn't disclose any other reasons for the move. The police quickly uncovered something noteworthy in South Carolina. There's a law stating that if one spouse dies without a will, the surviving spouse inherits the entire estate unconditionally. This led the police to suspect that Lana's real motive was to take over Steve's assets. This could explain why she was so adamant that Steve didn't leave a will if Steve had created a will that divided his assets. Lana might not have received the entire estate. This eye became even more pronounced considering that Steve was particularly close to his two nephews, Fagan and French. During the investigation, the police also discovered that 2 years before Steve's death, he had an accident at home. The couple had recently moved to South Carolina. At that time, Steve, an avid collector, had brought with him many pieces of art, including a very intricate crossbow that he kept in a cabinet in his collection room. One night, Steve suddenly woke up with a sharp pain in the back of his head. Lana was standing next to the bed with an innocent expression and asked him if he was okay. Steve felt his head and noticed a little blood, but the injury wasn't serious. Lana immediately apologized and explained that she found the crossbow fascinating and wanted to try loading an arrow, not knowing how to use it. She brought it into the bedroom to ask Steve for help. Unfortunately, the crossbow accidentally fired and hit him in the head. Since Lana seemed genuinely remorseful, Steve not only didn't blame her, but even comforted her, telling her not to feel bad. The couple didn't tell anyone about the incident as they considered it just a minor accident afterward. Their life returned to normal. However, the police now suspected that it wasn't an accident at all, but rather that Lana had intentionally tried to shoot Steve while he was sleeping, failing only because she didn't know how to properly use the crossbow. This time, Lana chose a more subtle and sinister method based on Steve's deteriorating health. In the 3 days before his death, it appears that Lana had started adding small amounts of eye drops to his drinks, gradually weakening him to the point where he became beaten. Once the toxin had accumulated sufficiently, Steve lost all ability to move on the day Steve died. Perhaps driven by a strong survival instinct, he managed to get out of bed, but without his phone nearby, he attempted to make his way down the stairs. Unfortunately, he collapsed and died at the bottom of the staircase. As for Steve's missing phone, Lana admitted that she had thrown it into the lake 3 days before his death. This explained why the family couldn't reach him in his final days. Based on this evidence, the police speculated that Lana had planned to kill her husband to take over his entire estate. However, Lana insisted that she acted in a moment of anger, and even the crossbow incident 2 years earlier was just a reckless act. She only wanted to teach her husband a lesson and never intended to kill him. Lana also shared that she had been sexually abused by an uncle when she was a child. Later, after joining the Air Force, she was assaulted again at a military base. These experiences left her deeply fearful of domestic violence, which she claimed led to her impulsive actions toward her husband. However, Lana's defense wasn't widely accepted. People believed that using eye drops as a method of poisoning wasn't something most people would think of. Moreover, this wasn't a spontaneous act, but rather a prolonged poisoning process, indicating that this was not an impulsive decision, but a carefully calculated plan. 2 months after the incident, Lana Clayton's trial began at the South Carolina Circuit Court, and she was charged with murder after multiple court sessions in January 2020. The court delivered its final verdict. Lana Clayton was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 25 years in prison. Without parole, today's case has come to a close, but if it weren't for the persistence of Steve's nephew and sister, Lana's crime might never have been uncovered. Whether Lana acted out of sudden anger or perturbation, her actions led to irreversible consequences. This case serves as a painful reminder that sometimes those closest to us can be the greatest threat, and that justice must always be upheld by those who refuse to be deceived. Story 5 on Jew Island, located in the Southwest Sea of South Korea. This is the country's largest island, renowned for its stunning natural scenery and a major tourist attraction. It's considered an ideal destination for tourism. ISM and relaxation in Jew City, located in the northeast of Jew Island. There was a woman named Koo Young, born on February 2nd, 1983. At the time, she was 36 years old, 5 feet 3 inches tall, and weighed 10,010 pounds. Koo Young had 2 younger brothers. Her parents divorced shortly after the 3 children were born. Her father ran a car rental business on Jew Island, and the family was wealthy, owning properties both on Jew Island and in Gimpo City. After the divorce, her father remarried, and Ko, along with her 2 brothers, lived with their father and stepmother. Koo Young was intelligent and had an outstanding academic record. Her classmates described her as having a normal personality, but being sweet and lively. After graduating from high school, she was accepted into Jeju National University, the best university on Jew Island, and one of the top 20 universities in South Korea. During this time, Ko aided in a volunteer event on campus where she met Kong, who attended the same university and was the same age as her. They shared similar interests and gradually developed feelings for each other, leading to a beautiful love story that lasted 6 years. They were inseparable, often volunteering abroad and traveling together after some time of dating. The couple decided to register their marriage in June 2013. Finally, when they turned 31, they held a grand wedding on Jeju Island. After the wedding, they embarked on a blissful honeymoon. However, being in love and being married are 2 entirely different things. On the last day of their trip, just as they were about to fly home, they had a heated argument at the airport. The issue arose because the plane was about to take off, but despite her husband's urging, Ko insisted on going to the duty-free shop to shop. At that moment, the final boarding call had already been announced, and after a futile argument, Kong, angry, wanted to board the plane alone. However, according to airline regulations, since they had round-trip tickets for 2, both passengers needed to board the plane at the same time. Reluctantly, Kong went to find his wife, but by the time they returned, they had missed their flight. Once they returned to Jew Island, the tension between them temporarily subsided, and they began their new life together. At that time, Kong was pursuing his PhD and didn't have a full-time job. His primary income came from scholarships and part-time work. Ko, on the other hand, came from a wealthy family and didn't need to work. Her father would occasionally give her money. However, she spent lavishly, and Kong frequently complained about her excessive spending on unnecessary things. Moreover, their different family backgrounds led to changes in their roles within the household. Ko never took on any housework. Every day, Kong would work in the lab, and when he returned home, he had to clean up the trash in the house, the kitchen, and so on. Since becoming husband and wife, the couple began experiencing intense conflicts a year after getting married. In November 2014, they had a son, raising a child, added significant expenses, leading to a financial crisis for the couple. Ko was dissatisfied with their situation, and her temper grew increasingly irritable. Whenever things didn't go her way, she would scold her husband and at times even physically assault him. On one occasion, Ko was so displeased with something Kong did that she threw a cell phone at him, injuring his eye, although they had dated for 6 years before getting married and had a certain understanding of each other's personalities. After the wedding, Ko seemed to become a completely different person, aggressive and unable to control her temper. Kang's friends noticed that he often had scars on his body when one of his friends asked him about it. Kong explained everything. The friend was puzzled and asked, did she ever behave? Like this, during the 6 years you were dating, Kong firmly replied that she had not, and he expressed that it must be postpartum depression as she was under a lot of stress and would eventually get better, so he chose to endure his wife's unreasonable beatings without resisting. However, things did not improve for his wife once Ko picked up a sharp object and held their 1-year-old son in her arms. While threatening Kong, witnessing this scene terrified him. After 3 years of marriage, they continued to face ongoing instability in their relationship. Kong initially thought that his patience would eventually resolve things, but in the end he could no longer tolerate his wife's behavior and decided to initiate a divorce. The missing person is identified as Kong, 36 years old, recently divorced and living alone. 2 days ago, on May 25th, 2019, he drove alone to meet his son. According to the investigation, 2 years after the divorce, Ko harbored resentment toward her ex-husband. Kong had repeatedly requested to see his son, but Ko always refused for various reasons. She even ignored his phone calls, and when Kong showed up at her house, she stubbornly refused to open the door, despite living frugally to pursue his PhD. Kong never failed to send Ko 400,000 won, approximately $300 each month, on holidays and his son's birthdays. Kong always sent gifts. He missed his son dearly and longed to see him every day. However, for reasons unknown, Ko consistently refused to allow any meetings for Kong. The 2 years without seeing his son left him feeling restless and agitated. Since Ko persistently prevented him from seeing his child, he had no choice but to file a lawsuit with the court in hopes of gaining visitation rights. The court subsequently ordered Ko to allow Kong to meet his son by May 25th, 2019. Reluctantly, Ko agreed, though she was uneasy about it. On May 25th, 2019, Ko and Kong arranged to meet. She would bring their son to an amusement park in Sego City on the southern part of Jew Island to meet him. This was the first time Kong would see his son after 2 years of separation. Kang's younger brother reported around 8 p.m. I called my brother, but there was no answer at 9:25 p.m. I sent a message asking if the outing had ended by 10:25 p.m. He replied saying, "It's done. I have some work to do at the lab and I'm on my way there. My phone is about to die." Since then, I haven't been able to contact him and his phone has been turned off. The family assumed Kong was still at the university lab. However, 2 days later, on May 27th, 2019, when Kang's younger brother went to his school to look for him, he discovered that Kong had not been in the lab or at the university for the past 2 days. After a preliminary investigation, the police believed that Kong might have had a dispute with his ex-wife during the visit with his son, which led him to turn off his cell phone. They attempted to contact Kang's ex-wife to understand the situation when questioned by the police. She appeared calm and confident. She stated on May 25th, 2019, "I took my son to meet my ex-husband. We went to the amusement park and later checked into a pre-booked guest house. However, that night when we went to bed, he tried to make unwanted advances toward me. After I resisted strongly, he tried to leave through the back door. My son and I checked out the next day and left. I didn't see him again after that." Based on Ko's account, the police believed that Kong might have gone into hiding after the incident with his ex-wife and would return once the tension subsided. However, Kang's younger brother disagreed with their assessment, so he decided to personally investigate the guest house. Where his brother had stayed that day, he discovered that Ko had rented a guest house without surveillance cameras, but fortunately there was a camera about 30 meters away from the guest house with the permission of the nearby property owner. He obtained the surveillance footage, which contradicted Ko's story strangely. The video only showed his brother entering the guest house with no footage of him leaving. Additionally, he found that Ko had not been truthful, as the surveillance video revealed that Ko did not check out the next day, as she claimed. Instead, she stayed an additional day and a half before leaving the guest house. Owner also mentioned that Ko had requested not to be disturbed during their stay. This further alarmed Kang's brother, giving him a very bad feeling. He immediately handed the surveillance video over to the police, which showed Ko and her son leaving on the morning of May 26, 2019, but there was no sign of Kong. Later, Ko returned to the guest house at noon on May 27, 2019. She left the guest house alone, carrying her luggage. Upon reviewing the video, the police realized that Kang's disappearance might not be as straightforward as they initially thought. Recognizing the shortcomings in the initial investigation, the case was immediately handed over to the Criminal Investigation Department. The investigators went to the guest house and conducted a luminol test in the room where Kong had stayed. Luminol is a synthetic organic compound that can detect bloodstains that have been cleaned and are invisible to the naked eye through the luminol test. Investigators found a large amount of blood in the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom of the guest house. They also discovered some bloodstains that were visible to the naked eye. Forensic tests revealed that the blood belonged to Kong Ko's ex-husband. Additionally, they found traces of sleeping pills in Kang's blood based on the evidence gathered. Ko became a prime suspect in the crime. The police then quickly raided Ko's residence in Changi City during the search. They also found suspicious items in her car. However, Ko was not at home, and the investigators continued to monitor and stake out the area at 10:32 a.m. The following day, on June 3, 2019, Ko appeared in the parking lot of her residence. The police immediately arrested Ko on suspicion of premeditated murder. The next day at noon, surveillance footage shows her taking several garbage bags and a suitcase from the room, loading them into the trunk of her car, and then disposing of them at a garbage collection station around 1:30 p.m. Ko checked into another guest house and removed a large suitcase from her car. The surveillance video showed that she was still holding Kang's phone while chatting with her friend as if nothing had happened at 3 p.m. Ko changed clothes and left the hotel when she returned at 6 p.m. The police noticed that her hand was now wrapped in bandages. According to medical records, Ko had visited a hospital to treat stab wounds. The injury on the outside of her right arm was particularly severe and required stitches. In other words, during that time, Ko had continued dismembering parts of the body in the room and had accidentally injured herself 2 days after the incident on May 28, 2019. Ko went back to the supermarket where she had previously purchased the tools to return the unused items, including a bottle of cleaning detergent. She also bought 10 special garbage bags, a backpack, rubber gloves, perfume, and cosmetics at the supermarket at 8:30 p.m. Ko drove to the ferry terminal and purchased a ticket from GUJ Island to WO Island. The surveillance camera recorded her entire ticket purchase process. After an hour on the ferry, Ko took several unidentified bags from the suitcase and threw them into the sea. When no one was watching, she then used her phone to order a large cutting knife, with the delivery address being her apartment in Gimpo City at 11 p.m. The ferry docked and Ko drove through the night to Gimpo, a satellite city of Seoul. The next morning, she went to a supermarket to buy dust-proof clothing after returning home. Ko continued the process of dismembering the body, then disposed of the garbage bags at the apartment complex's waste collection station. The police attempted to trace the movement of the garbage bags and later found some bones at a waste collection company in Seogu in Chan. However, the bones were later confirmed to be those of animals on May 30th, 2019. Ko drove to her husband's home in Cheongju. She confided in her current husband, saying, "While I was on Jew Island, my ex-husband almost assaulted me. She even showed him 2 text messages allegedly sent by Kong. I'm sorry I got so worked up last night for the sake of my career. Could you please not let this get out?" Of course, both of these messages were actually sent by Ko using Kang's phone at the time. Ko was also injured, so her husband Hong believed her story in a fit of anger. He immediately called Kong, but his phone was turned off. Hong then proceeded to call Kang's younger brother to scold him and accuse his brother of despicable behavior. This incident shows just how cunning and dangerous Ko was after Ko was arrested. She admitted to killing her ex-husband, but insisted that it was an act of self-defense because he tried to assault her, leaving her with no other choice at the time. However, this was only Ko's version of events without any supporting evidence based on the evidence gathered. The police believe that Ko committed a premeditated crime and that her motive was the belief that her ex-husband was interfering with her current marriage. The police suspect that Coe dismembered her ex-husband after killing him and disposed of the body parts in 3 main locations: Jew City, the ferry route between Jewport and Wando Port, and Gimpo City. The Coast Guard conducted searches in the waters near the ferry route, collecting any floating or washed-up items. Strangely, though they were unable to find any of Kang's body parts, the police estimate that within just 5 days, Coe traveled across nearly half of South Korea and disposed of the garbage bags containing her ex-husband's body parts at approximately 30 different disposal sites. After the incident was reported by the media, it caused a massive shockwave across South Korea. The public could not believe the cruel and barbaric actions of this woman. Coe's defense attorney initially had to withdraw from the case due to the overwhelming pressure from public opinion. What's even more frightening is that after committing the crime, she calmly went shopping for tools to dispose of the evidence, all while making sure to accumulate loyalty points at the supermarket. She even brazenly returned the unused bottle of bleach to the store. Even experts were astonished, stating that this was far from the behavior of a normal person. They suggested that Coe might suffer from borderline personality disorder, a condition characterized by extreme sensitivity in relationships, emotional instability, and an unclear sense of personal goals or life purpose. Her act of returning the items she had purchased for the crime is considered a possible indication of this disorder. Additionally, her impulsive and violent behaviors, such as the brutal murder and dismemberment, followed by her ability to remain calm and car on as if nothing had happened further, supports this theory. Experts believe that borderline personality disorder is often influenced by improper parenting during childhood. A few days after Coe's arrest on June 5, 2019, the Jew Police Department requested permission from the victim's family to publicly release Coe's personal information. In fact, Coe had always hidden her face in front of the media and insisted that the police not disclose her personal details. She also stated to the police, "I would rather die than have my face exposed." Because of my son, the police then agreed to conceal her face as much as possible. However, before they could make an official announcement, some internet users discovered and posted Coe's photos and name online. In a short time, the phrase "the evil wit Ko Yu-jong" became infamous across the country and was a trending search topic for several days. On August 27, 2019, Kang's funeral was held at the Jeju City Funeral Home. However, his body parts were never found, and at the funeral, his family could only hold a service with 7 strands of hair that the police had collected from his favorite hat, along with some of his personal belongings placed in the coffin. The police concluded that this was a carefully planned murder, but Coe steadfastly maintained that she acted in self-defense. So who is telling the truth? The police speculated that the victim, Kong, was 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighed 176 pounds, and had a strong WR build, while the perpetrator, Ko Yu-jong, was only 5 feet 3 inches and weighed 110 pounds with a petite frame. It's hard to imagine that a small woman like her could kill a tall and muscular man. The police did not rule out the possibility of an accomplice, but Coe insisted that she committed the crime alone and remained silent about other details of the case. However, at this point, the police took notice of a strange event that might be related to a previous case involving Coe 2 months before Kang's murder. More on Saturday, March 2nd, 2019 at 10 a.m. Coe's current husband, Hong, woke up in bed and turned to find his son lying face down next to him. When he looked closer, he saw that his son's mouth was bleeding. Hong, in a panic, checked his son and was horrified to find that he was no longer breathing, and his heart had stopped. Hong, who worked at the fire department and had some first aid knowledge, quickly performed CPR on his son and asked his wife to call for an ambulance when the paramedics arrived. His son was pronounced dead. The police then launched an investigation into the incident. It is known that both Coe and Hong were in their second marriages and each had a son from their previous relationships. The 2 boys were the same age after getting married. Coe and Hong sent their sons to live with their parents and led a private life together. Later, Coe became pregnant, but unfortunately she suffered a miscarriage. This event was a severe psychological blow to Coe. From that point on, her personality began to change. She became irritable and frequently angry with Hong on October 18th, 2018. Ko and Hong had a heated argument at home in a fit of anger. Ko left the house 5 days later on October 23rd, 2018. Ko contacted Hong and accused him of posting information about her and her son online. Hong was confused because he had only wanted to share with family and friends that he had 2 sons and didn't want to hide the fact that he had remarried. His explanation did not satisfy Ko, so they continued their Cold War living separately. A week later, on October 31st, 2018, Ko returned home once, while Hong was at work, took the computer from the house and left again. During their time apart, Hong repeatedly called Ko to try to reconcile. Nearly a month later, on November 14th, 2018, after Hong's heartfelt persuasion, Ko decided to return to their home in Cheongju. After returning home, Ko told, "We don't need to have more children. We can bring our sons to live together as a family of 4. Hong was surprised by his wife's suggestion because after they married, he had often proposed the idea of bringing their 2 boys home, but Ko had always dismissed and rejected it. After coming back home, Ko finally agreed, which made Hong feel that his wife was changing for the better. 3 months later, on February 28th, 2019, Hong brought his son to their home in Cheongju, but for some reason, Si delayed bringing her own son home. Hong was very happy when his son arrived, but on the first night, Ko claimed she wasn't feeling well and suggested that she sleep in a separate room. Hong was understanding, knowing that they had just reunited and would need time to adjust. Sleeping in separate rooms seemed normal, so Hong slept in the master bedroom with his son, while Ko slept alone in the adjacent bedroom 2 days later around 8 p.m. On March 1st, 2019, Ko prepared curry for dinner. Both Hong and his son enjoyed the curry very much at 9:45 p.m. Hong's son said he was sleepy, so Hong took him to bed after his son fell asleep. Hong went back to the living room to read at that time. Ko brought him a cup of hot tea. Hong enjoyed the tea while reading. Feeling relaxed at midnight, he started to feel sleepy and went to bed lying down next to his son and quickly falling asleep the next morning. Hong woke up as usual and saw that it was already 7:30 a.m. because as the curtains were still closed, the room was quite dark. He instinctively turned to check on his son, who was still soundly asleep beside him since it was a Saturday and he didn't have to work. Hong decided to sleep in until 10 a.m. When he woke up, he discovered that his son had passed away following the incident. The police interrogated both Ko and Hong told the police, "The night before, my son ate cur and played with me for a while. Before going to bed the next morning, I found him deceased. Quote, that night, I didn't sleep in the same room as my husband and his son, so I don't know what happened in that room. Nor do I know why the boy suddenly vomited a lot of blood and died." After the incident, Ko was quickly ruled out as a suspect, while Hong remained the primary person of interest for the Cheongju City Police. Some investigators believed that he had not performed CPR on his son. However, the paramedics who arrived at the scene that day confirmed that when they arrived, Hong was indeed performing CPR on his son. Hong was investigated 5 times by the police in connection with his son's death and even agreed to a polygraph test, which he passed successfully. The autopsy report indicated that the cause of death was asphyxiation, and there was no mention of any drugs or toxins in the body. That night, no one else was in the house except the couple, and they had no apparent motive to harm their son. After some time investigating, the police announced the closure of the case and concluded that Hong had accidentally placed his leg on his son's back while sleeping for an extended period, causing the boy to suffocate and die in his sleep. The incident is estimated to have occurred around 5 a.m. Hong woke up once around 7:30 a.m., at which point his son had already died, but due to the dim lighting in the room, he didn't notice. It wasn't until 10 a.m. when he fully woke up that he realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, after Ko's ex-husband was murdered, Hong started to have more thoughts and became frightened. He recalled that Ko had served him and his son curry for dinner, just like when she planned to kill Kong. Not only that, but she also gave him a cup of tea after drinking, which Hong gradually felt sleepy. Reflecting on the situation, Hong was shocked and said, "I'm not sure if Ko put sleeping pills in the curry, but it's too strange to dismiss as a coincidence." My son fell asleep 2 hours after eating the curry. The investigation revealed that 3 months before his son's death, Ko had purchased some sleeping pills in Cheongju to treat her insomnia. This was during the time when Ko had left home and then returned. There were rumors that when Hong woke up, he found his leg on top of his son, which implied that Hong admitted his negligence led to his son's death. However, Hong stated, "I never said that," and pointed out that even the description of the bloodstains, the police's statements, and his own account didn't match. Hong claimed there was so much blood on the bed that it soaked into the blanket and mattress. It looked very unusual, but the police never paid attention to that evidence. Even after the investigation ended, they allowed Ko to bring the blankets and mattress back into the house, but now all those items have been discarded by Ko. Hong expressed doubts about the autopsy results for his son. According to the autopsy, there was a straight indentation on the boy's back. Hong argued that if he had placed his leg on his son's back, the indentation would have been diagonal, not straight. At that time, the police did not provide the final and complete autopsy report. It wasn't until June 1st, 2019, when was arrested, that Hong received the full and final autopsy report for his son. Amid public pressure, the Jew City police reopened the investigation into Hong's son's death. Investigators went to the JJ City prison to interrogate Ko, faced with police questions. Ko firmly denied any involvement in the death of her stepson. So can an adult accidentally suffocate a child while sleeping? The answer is yes, but certain conditions must be met first. The adult must be in a deep sleep. The next condition is that the child must be very small or particularly weak. Unable to resist external pressure previously, the investigation concluded that Hong's left leg pressed on his son while he slept on his side, causing the boy to suffocate. However, Hong stated that when he sleeps, he keeps a certain distance from his son. Even if he were to turn over in his sleep, he might only place one leg on his son, not his entire leg. Hong is 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighs 176 pounds, while his son was 3 feet 2 inches tall and weighed 53 pounds. The maximum weight of Hong's entire left leg pressing on a part of his son would be about 15 pounds. That weight would be distributed across the contact area between his thigh and his son's back, as well as the contact area between the boy's upper body and the mattress. The distribution of weight reduces the impact on critical areas of the child, such as the nose, mouth, or chest. Therefore, experts believe that the likelihood of the child suffocating under that amount of pressure is very low, unless the child was drugged or had his nose and mouth pressed into the mattress, preventing him from moving. If that's the case, then this was not an accidental death, but a carefully planned murder. According to the latest autopsy report on Hong's son, there was a small bruise on the child's back, believed to be caused by strong external force based on the shape of the bloodstain on the boy's face. It appears that this external force occurred after the child had already died, as there were no signs of struggle or movement that would have smeared the blood if Hong, who was sleeping in the room, is ruled out as the culprit. Then the only other possible perpetrator is Ko, who was sleeping in another room that night. She did not sleep, but waited for Hong and his son to fall asleep before taking action. According to the investigation, a week before Hong's son died, Ko had searched for the keyword suffocation accident online in the early morning of the incident. Ko didn't sleep, but posted a message on social media saying, "I want to sell some excess baby items," when questioned by the police. Again, Ko stated, "I woke up at 7 a.m., took a shower, and then turned on the computer to book a flight." If Ko went to the room with the computer, she would have had to walk past the bedroom where Hong and his son were sleeping that day. The bedroom door was wide open, and by that time, Hong's son had been dead for several hours. When questioned about this, Ko said, "I saw them both sleeping, so I didn't go inside, and I didn't notice anything unusual in the bedroom all night." The police then raised a suspicion, assuming Ko was the perpetrator and had put sleeping pills in the curry the night before. Why didn't the forensic doctors detect them? Regarding this, Hong provided the police with a new clue when Ko was in college. She studied biology and might have known how to make the sleeping pills undetectable before the incident she had died. Hong's hair and hair dyeing to some extent could affect drug testing in the body. Despite reopening the investigation and all suspicions pointing to Ko, there was insufficient evidence to charge her. Since Coe's arrest on June 1st, 2019, she has undergone more than 10 court trials. Coe firmly denied any involvement in the death of her stepson, only admitting to killing her ex-husband, claiming it was an act of self-defense to prevent an assault on February 20th, 2020. The lower court convicted Ko Yu-jong of murdering her ex-husband and sentenced her to life imprisonment on July 15, 2020. The appellate court upheld Ko's life sentence in November 2020. The Supreme Court once again upheld the life sentence in Kang's case from start to finish. No parts of his body were ever found, but Ko was ultimately convicted based on a chain of evidence formed from a series of other pieces of evidence. This case has been regarded as a classic example of a nobody case in the history of South Korean crime. Following the incident, Hong filed for divorce from Ko and demanded she pay $30 million, approximately $22,500. In alimony, Hong won the case and divorced Ko in October 2020. As for whether Ko killed Hong's son from a judicial perspective, the evidence seems insufficient, and perhaps only that wicked woman knows the truth from this case. We cannot deny one thing: modern society brings many pressures to people's lives. If someone develops distorted perceptions or feels they can no longer control their emotions, they should seek help from those around them in a timely manner. Otherwise, a distorted personality will only lead a person further down the path of crime like Ko. She single-handedly destroyed her own life and even the lives of her entire family. Her parents and brother will also be despised, hated, and perhaps shunned by society. They can no longer live peacefully in their current lives and may have to move far away to start over in a place where no one knows them as the rain gently falls and the night grows deeper. Thank you for joining me here at Mr. Sherlock Holmes. True crime stories remind us of life's mysteries and the importance of staying aware, even as we seek comfort in the quiet of the night. If you've enjoyed tonight's tale, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Let the rain carry you to a peaceful sleep, and until we meet again, stay safe, stay curious, and let the night watch over you.